Hello, I'm Isa. I play role IGL for Team GG. We feel that we are a bunch of brothers. I feel it comes because we are Arabian team, which we have same mentality. So it makes it more easier, and we're having a lot of time together, spending a lot of times outside CS. A lot of times I'm just giving advices for them in real life and out for CS as well. I think that's what takes you to be hard sometimes and to be soft sometimes when needed. I know how to speak with people. Like, you cannot speak with all your teammates same way. Some people is very sensitive. Some guy can be like, sometimes you need to be rough. So I'm hard when needed. I'm soft when I have to be soft. And I think it's a really good thing that IGL should have in his personality. I wanted to do this role, so I took the chance and I believed in myself. It's starting to paying off.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
我累，我累，我累，我累，我困，我困，我困，我累，我累，我累，我累。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那地方出门装先买了，连着疯了，动作是疯了，脑中的微操就推三不空抗，这把是要我这种没病的人去看对立的稿子吧，进行一个重合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，把它欠费的网费当成机器，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
队伍状态不好，也有会状态好的时候。这一次比赛就是有名额嘛，其实对我们来说是非常重要的一次机会吧。
Our goal is to just win the tournament no matter what. We have a couple of young aimers in Backside, Regali and Nedic. And then we have some experience in Leaz, who is like kind of a calming voice. Sometimes we'll get a little bit antsy and just go off the plan. And that's mine and his goal, to just calm these younger players down when the situation is tough.
我们的队伍打法风格更偏向于那种学院派吧，就是不管是那种保守的还是那种激进的，我们会根据场上的情况来应变，我们绝对不会空手而归。
Tyloo, we're in your home country, so it'll be a tough match for us, but we'll take you down this time.
1 on 3, none on 3, 13-2. FlyQuest from start to finish on both maps in this series, they devastate the Nomads.
саяны одоо тоглолтын FlyQuest эсрэг гэхэд тэр тоглолтоо үнэхээр бүрэн төгс гаргаж чадсангүй л гэж хэлээ да. Тэ бүгдээрээ л нэг тийм сандрал, стресс бүх юмыг л одоо саяны хожигдлоос авсан.
A little bit unfortunate to be a fan of Rare Adam in the audience right now, not the performance you were hoping for.
因为确实最近对我的状态不是很好，然后很多东西都没有打出来。
ер нь намаач ер нь хожигдлооссон илүү ч хангардаг.
Randy has a fight, he's happy to. 2 quick kills picked up. This is what I can do when you're not stabbing me in the back.
我们会卷土重来，拿下胜利。
Somebody quick round save. God, he is so unrelenting.
Рера битих басараа амжилтсыг гэж.
Hello and welcome back to the Asian Champions League. Day 4 here of the playoffs, and we're going to send another team to Shanghai at the very least, and unfortunately another team home here from Group B. We're looking forward to some more Counter-Strike action. We've got a banger to start things out. We've got the crowd starting to fill out behind us, as well as Tyloo take on FlyQuest. To follow that, Rare Atom will be taking on the Nomads. Of course, I'm joined by Tea Time and Yumi for all of today's action. Fellas, how do you sum up yesterday?
Listen, I am going to sum up yesterday with a little bit of disappointment on the Chinese side, if we're being perfectly honest, right? Lin Vision come out over here, we're all talking them up. Hey, could this be the secret first seed of the entire tournament? They're not even the first seed of their group, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been seeded higher, but I mean, GJ Hao came out with such explosive firepower. It really did feel like we had them touted as this dark horse, but slowly but surely, the bigger opponents they face, it seems like they seem to be up to that task.
Yeah, and I guess the good news for Envision, it's not over yet. They still can end up being #1 out of their group and still book their slot into the final. They're looking for that rematch against GG Hao, but of course, they're going to have to come through that lower bracket. We now move on towards the other side of things. Tyloo taking on FlyQuest, and this is to see who will be, I already mentioned, booking this was guaranteed towards Shanghai, just a win here. You then move towards that group finals and wait to see who will join you through the lower bracket. And generally speaking, expectations are that no matter who loses here, they should make it through the lower bracket. It does feel like at the moment, T-Tam, that as much as no match in the group of death, unlucky for them, right? It happens. Rare Atom, though, it does feel there's actually a couple of steps between them, then Tyloo and FlyQuest.
Well, to be fair, we haven't actually seen what FlyQuest looks like going up against better opposition, and that's what I'm looking forward to today, right? To see what level of FlyQuest actually is. I love Vexlight, I love Regalia and what they were doing in that first series, but that's not sustainable. Obviously, we're not going to see multiple players ending up with like a 2 KD to a 10 KD for Leaz at the end of a half, right? That's obviously not going to happen again.
Yeah, and Yumi, it feels like for Rare Atom, where now starting to get a good idea kind of where they stand in the grand scheme of things. There was obviously these moments even to last year where they were punching up and qualifying to the major and all the rest, but now we've got missed out on a major, had to come through the close qualifier, which they did quite well in all fairness, but was actually a big thing for them. They kind of need the spot.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I just want to see Rare Atom perform. It's I think what all the fans want as well. Yeah. You can't have legendary names from the Chinese scene go into this roster and have that failure to make the major, but when they have these opportunities at tournaments, if they don't win them in some respect to sort of boost their own confidence, not only for themselves, but also for the fans as well, it becomes a lot more difficult to think that the names and the longevity of these players, is this potentially them reaching the end of that road?
Yeah, exactly. We have already had to say goodbye to one team as well, Ninja, the side who weren't really even meant to be here, for being completely honest. So, a couple days notice, they then come back in, and hey, some commendable maps, some commendable halves at the very least against Linvision.
The Huns.
Yeah, not against the Huns, but against Linvision, those first halves were 6-all in both of them against Linvision. That's not bad at all, but yeah, against the Huns, finally we get to say something positive about the Huns. It's been a long, long time. They have been dreadful, they've been speaking about it themselves. Confidence is in the worst spot that's ever been for this side, and their mental's been all over the spot. They've got to win under their belt, so they stay alive, and now we might get the Huns that we had a month ago, or even before that as well. They will be taking on Linvision in that lower bracket. That is still with elimination on the line.
I mean, dominating the Ninja squad was expected, so we need to see more from them still.
Yeah, I do also wonder, though, about Linvision, if they're going to be sitting a little bit scared on the other side after what GJHao did to them. That was very much a thrashing going into the second map, and for me, even in map number 1, with Nuke looking like Issa was just purely outcalling them, Linvision have been hit in their strengths, which is where it hurts the most.
Yeah, exactly that. So it could be a bit of a weird game figuring out kind of the mental states of both of these two sides, but we'll come to that in a little bit. Let's take a look at the bracket as we've been kind of discussing it coming through. We're going to be kickstarting things in that lower end with Tyloo taking on FlyQuest. Winner goes all the way to Group B finals, as we mentioned. That's bare minimum going to that third place matchup. If you lose, winner of course to the finals, so you're guaranteed to go to Shanghai, which is all but good. To follow that, of course, then we've got Rare Atom taking on Nomads, and that is for elimination, so another side going to be joining Ninja home. But if in Nomads' case, that's a little bit of a longer trip home. If they are kind of to be expected, I guess we'll have to wait and see, and we'll kind of break down that game a little bit later. But elimination on the line on one side, Shanghai on the other side, so there's going to be a variety of emotions today, fellas.
Listen, at the end of the day, I think for Tyloo and FlyQuest especially, it's not even just about making it to the potential third place decider. Both of these teams are singularly minded in their quest for victory and their quest for that EWC spot. They both believe they deserve it. Maybe FlyQuest have been rattled emotionally somewhat, but coming in with this new lineup, that is their only option. That's what Inz is saying. I'm sure that's also what Tyloo are feeling at the same time. It's not about third places for these
Also,
guys.
when we look at teams like Linvision, when Tyloo, Rare Atom, hell, if we think about GJHao, you know, when we're looking at these teams against one another, slowly but surely the Asian scene has been able to punch up against European squads as well, so it becomes a better barometer of how you're going to do even in the major as well, as that it looks around the corner.
Yeah, well, let's hone in towards our first game of the day. Tyloo taking on FlyQuest. Of course, FlyQuest boys coming in here with those fancy New Jerseys. Got to say, they are absolutely sharp, those ones. This is a side who has been quite fun to watch, let's say, right? You know, dominant victory over Nomads. Vex had a 2 rating, Regalia 1.76. I mean, both of them were absolutely flying. And the real hope is that we get to see more of those two, really showcasing just how good they can be.
Look, that's absolutely true, but I'm also a little bit concerned by the fact that Netic was looking slightly uncomfortable coming into this, and obviously Inz talked about how important he is. He's given a lot of very important roles on the maps as well, and I do think he is the future of Australian Counter-Strike, but it's not about what this guy will become 6 months down the line. It is about who he is facing on the other side of the server today. This is the best-looking Tyloo we've had in years, Michael.
Yeah, you would think it would be strange considering they don't have an actual sort of designated caller before Mercury takes the mantle, and they were chopping and changing those roles for a while. You weren't sure if their stars were going to be somehow burdened by the new responsibilities, but yeah, this Tyloo looks very lethal because of the fact that Mercury's been able to do effectively both. He's fragging and he's calling in an era where that's becoming more and more common.
Yeah, and you know, Yumi, we look at that previous game for them as well. We kind of spoke about the Veto a little bit, made a slightly rogue pick going in towards Train, which did shock us a little bit, but I ended up, you know, paying off quite diligently that 13-10. Mosaic looked fantastic throughout the series, 1.41 for him. So this is a side that, you know, FlyQuest have really got to come out all guns blazing. They cannot afford to slack off in the early game.
Yeah, no, I believe that as well. I mean, I think the problem that FlyQuest will have is that it hasn't been a more holistic outlook for them. I mean, this Tyloo squad just has so much depth in who can actually perform. So with FlyQuest having it be very top heavy, we need to see these, you know, great rounds from Liaz. We need to see the uptick for Netic, because Tyloo are not going to allow you to just simply be fueled by 2 stars.
Yeah, and we always talk about Jamyong, don't we? I mean, this is a guy, of course, who's been such a star coming through the scene, but, you know, continues to play play well two-time.
It's fantastic, especially when you consider the kind of roles he's willing to take. Yeah. It gives you such a strong weak side anchor more often than not, and that's something that sure FlyQuest would feel like they have as well in the hands of Liaz. But when you put in that comparison, you think of a player like Inz, you think of a player like Liaz, who are sort of these quote-unquote veterans who've been around for quite a while now and have been leading by example. It feels like Jamyang has not allowed his form to dip, while these two, unfortunately, haven't been finding the same success of years past.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, as much as Jury's still out a little bit on Netic in terms of what he can bring to the table, Jury's also still out on Inz as a caller. We saw it happen once, didn't exactly go to plan, Yuumi. And, you know, even now, once he's got back into calling, of course, a guy with a hell of a lot of experience, but his individual form has taken a bit of a hit.
Yeah, I'm worried about him and this sort of identity crisis, because it's not only just the calling into being a star again, into being a caller again, it's the fact that, yes, individually he has been struggling. He's probably in the worst slump that I've ever really seen within his career, and that was even when he was calling the last time over. So I do worry that there's, I guess, no going back for Inz. This might be as well a way in which he can try and extend his career by trying to transition into that calling role. And so far, for the early days of FlyQuest, it's not looking too bad.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is an interesting head-to-head as well. The Orbis Regali taking on G. And
this hardly feels fair.
Yeah, it doesn't feel fair. I think, you know, while G's become a bit of a fan favorite, I'm always going to stand here and say I think Regali's a better player.
100%.
And he has actually been fantastic. Even when FlyQuest have been losing recently, he's still been showing those flashes and flares of brilliance. But, you know, their last game, he was lights out.
Look, Regali is 100% the better player, but the important thing is G can keep up, and I'm not going to be looking at him and saying, hey, this is going to be a liability in the server, which for a lot of Asian oppers has been the issue, right? Whenever you go internationally, if no one else is going to be put under criticism, the opper always is, right? The ability to scale against international competition has been showcased by G, and as good as Regali is, this guy obviously isn't like a top 5, top 10 opper in the world, right? So even though he's better, there isn't going to be this leaps and bounds difference that you might be expecting to see.
The biggest gap won't be in mechanics, it'll actually just be decision making. I think Regali makes some very, very fast decisions in these late round moments, especially when he knows that players are trying to guarantee trades or set up on flanks. He actually reads those situations rather well, where G still has a little bit to grow in that department.
Yeah, and these two sides have actually played within this year at Pro League as well, right? And Tyler ended up coming out on top of that one. 2-1 victory, but a reverse sweep. Regali did end up farming, doing quite well. The rest of the team did end up struggling, though. On the flip side, Mosea, we spoke about his name already in that previous game. He was great, and he was fantastic last time they played. That was with Dexter, though, so a slightly different roster. But the only issue is, and Yuumi, you've touched this already, it kind of feels like this roster is slightly less holistic still.
Yeah, and I actually thought the Dexter calling wasn't that bad, but it did feel like it was very dependent on Dexter performing himself, so that's why I really wanted to be a more holistic view.
Yeah, exactly that. We got a little video to bring you as well, just to hype you up for this absolute barn burner of a matchup. So check out this little video we've made.
We're playing Tyloo, and last time we versed them was at APL with our old roster, and we had a rough showing against them. They beat us 2-1 in a very close series. I think we were disappointed in that result, so we're hoping to get our revenge now.
基本上就是平常经常会在亚洲一起打那种比赛啊，然后那种训练赛，就是大家对于对方的那种风格啊，然后那种个人习惯都非常了解。
I think the key for us to beat Tyloo and be good in the finals is just staying calm under the pressure. Sometimes we'll get a little bit antsy and just kind of like go off the plan. So we just need to stay calm and execute the game plan and just play how we've practiced, and we won't struggle at all.
当然，就是在他们很了解我们的同时，我们也很了解他们。然后我们平常也一直就交手了很多次嘛。然后来到线下，我觉得我们能发挥出更好的水平。然后还是就是比较自信的吧。
Tyloo, I hope you guys have a good game. Obviously, we're in your home country, so it'll be a tough match for us. But I wish you guys the best, but I think we'll take you down this time.
Some fighting words there, but it feels like, at least from the interview, Tyloo's seen the slightly more confident approach, right? Saying, you know, we've beat you before and we could do it again. But fellas, let's turn our attention towards the Veto. Last time these two sides played at Pro League, it was Inferno, Anubis, and Ancient as our 3 maps. How are we feeling this one's going to go?
I'm personally leaning over towards maybe FlyQuest going into a bit more of a Mirage pick. I know that Netic looks slightly uncomfortable on it, but I just think Vexside and Regali are just fantastic on the map, and those are the two players you should be looking to play through. Inferno's obviously where they normally go to. That's what I'm leaving as a decider. I'd love for Tyloo to go for Anubis. It's a map that FlyQuest actually ended up picking last time against them, so that's sort of where I'm leading into. But Tyloo will pick out the Inferno early on, so they lean into their strengths rather than trying to target weaknesses. And look, I understand that they're obviously a very good team on this map, but I do have some question marks about this.
Yeah, I mean, for FlyQuest, they seem very confident on Mirage, given they beat Na'Vi on it. They looked very dominant yesterday, but no, they've actually lent it to the Ancient instead.
I was worried about this.
This actually wasn't even in my mock veto. I also had a very similar map pool. I was a little bit, different about who I thought would pick what, but yeah, the Ancient wasn't even a consideration of mine.
I was actually very worried about this because in the map that we've seen Netic play on Ancient so far on this team, Netic looked incredibly lost because a lot of the time on that T side, what Netic is asked to do is be that solo mid player, which is a very experience heavy role where you sort of do need to know what your entire team is doing.
But it's his old role.
It is his role, but when you're coming into a newer team, it's obviously going to take a little bit longer to be sort of familiarized with the comms and everything like it. He did struggle somewhat there, and some of those struggles seemed easily rectifiable, but I do still wonder if that's going to be a point that Tyloo feel like they can target.
I think the problem is that Netic is actually so used to doing it solo that, when they have to add more pieces or they go for more of these organized crunches, it also, versus the different level of competition, it is something that shouldn't be able to be sustained. Even at the top level, it doesn't feel like we're seeing players often playing aggressive mid on solo rounds on that CT side.
But I guess they did beat them at Pro League.
Yeah, no,
so
sure.
Maybe they're just leading into that and saying, they looked for the demo and just said, all right, this worked for us. I do think it is a risk, I have to agree. But if we do get towards that Mirage, that's where things could end up being kind of spicy if it does go all three. So fellas, before we get in towards the game, I'm going to push you for a prediction. What are we feeling, Yumi?
I am feeling a 2-1 Tyloo.
Okay, T?
The Inferno's making me kind of worried, actually. Otherwise, I would also say the same. The issue is I think FlyQuest might edge them out on Inferno because they've had a lot of really good practice on that recently. So I think this might actually end up being a 2-1 for FlyQuest. As much as I hate to say it, I actually don't think they're the better team, but this Veto has come out pretty well for them.
So you're basically saying 2-1, but they're trading maps?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was effectively my angle as well, but for Tyloo instead.
There you go.
Fair enough. I am actually leaning in favor of... Ooh, where do I go here? Do I actually... My heart...
It's a tough one, right?
My heart wants to say FlyQuest, but my head wants to say Tyloo.
That's exactly where I was at with it.
Wow, I'm at the opposite. My heart wants Tyloo.
my heart very much wants to say FlyQuest there, but my head's saying Tyloo because I really like what I've seen.
You can't bring in one of these sort of prodigies, emerging stars from Australia and or the Oceanic region and have it not be successful. Surely there has to be a way that we see Netic uptick.
Exactly, and as well, we're so used to honeymoon phases, and I feel like we haven't seen FlyQuest yet. So let's see if today can be the day. They're going to be taking on Tyloo, of course, in a game to see if they can book their spot to Shanghai. Let's see. Inferno to kickstart things. Fellas, take it away.
Potentially one of the more contested maps to come through. Tyloo will have a lot to get done on this one. It was always a risk to pick into this, but can they make it work out?
Yeah, with so many teams having those honeymoon periods like Neo was talking about, maybe FlyQuest will be looking for refunds, though Planner didn't seem to have everything that FlyQuest were asking for.
FlyQuest has been looking for a honeymoon for the past 6 months.
Yeah, well, they've had their peaks.
It felt like they were having good old breakup times towards the end of last year with how much success they had found, but unfortunately that transition forward has not been quite as stellar.
Whatever you do, don't pick up the phone.
Ends. Oh dear. Gotta be careful. It's ringing.
The thing is, even just from that spot, it can be hard to read how FlyQuest are set up. It could be a solo man, and it's a very nice shot there from Inns. Even has some util that can stop the progression here from Tyloo, as well as having that secondary layer on that B-bomb site. So with that one kill, Tyloo feel like A might be their best approach, but it's an aggressive brackets control setup here for FlyQuest.
Out and about they go. Lias has missed his first few, and G is happy to punish. Vexside's got company right next to him. It's Regali and Vexside put together, the dangerous duo that you always have to be worried about. With the bomb left behind, you have to worry twice over. Can Mosaic come in from the side, look to find a duel versus this library player? He can. He can't get the kill, though. Glock at range, never fun. Regali is However, going to be very grateful for that range. And with Vexite nearby, Mercury tries to wide swing. Mosea has to pick up the pace, but it feels like in this 1 versus 3, it's a dying battle, and he has indeed died in it.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done. Having the two heaviest hitters just locking things down over towards the bracket. Sure, they lose short control, but once they drop that package, Tyloo effectively had to come to them. And FlyQuest didn't try and go for any of these flanks to readdress this lack of A control. They just reinforced via traditional means.
Good shit, boys. Nice, Julie.
So yeah, very solid start there for FlyQuest on the defense. And Lovett started off with just Inns being a little bit aggressive, even if he lacked the resources, the armor to get into a long extended duel.
Vexite's as blind as can be, and Jamyang says, well, turns out you can be even blinder if you're dead.
Yeah, very ambitious play, trying to get past the front of that smoke, but the flash did seem pretty solid. It's just, it caught both of them.
I think Jamyang was just also playing on that sort of smoke and Molotov flame phasing. Able to get the better of him. And now this B bomb site has been left a little bit lonely. FlyQuest are going to try and make a move through the middle to see if they can get some information, but with the full execute coming through, they're just going to move in through that incendiary. Netic is looking for the duel, and well, he's going to find it, not the way he wanted to. Attacker able to penetrate forward. A great call from Tyloo. Fantastic recognition of what the setup could have looked like.
Yeah, I mean, this is effectively, they thought that there could have been 2 players on B, but they threw these smokes to try and section off those fights and force the duel in through spawn. And with them overwhelming the closest defender, FlyQuest have no way back in.
Tyloo could even look to hunt a little bit more with the Tech 9s that they have if they would like to.
I just love how uncomfortable they made Netic in that situation. Just running him down. As soon as he saw the smoke behind him, he realized what was coming.
And to be honest, I didn't even think about this being a possibility, but what I was talking about on Ancient, where Tyloo could actually look to exploit some of the inexperience of Netic, is very true as well for something like CT side Inferno. It'll also be a lot of chances for Netic, though, to actually stand tall and be able to perform in ways that we hope to see.
Yeah, it can definitely be one of the complications with adding just one player to your roster. I think it's why when we see roster moves where there's a couple that come from a different core or a different team, they're often paired together in some respects, so they'll play off each other rather well in the integration period. Yeah, but Netic doesn't have that safety net.
It's an interesting call from FlyQuest. The start of 4 towards this B bomb site does seem to be a sink or save situation. Manuel feels like right now it's a 1-for-1 trade. Liaz going in through the Molotov is going to make things harder for him. It's ambitious. I like a man with ambition, but I also like a man with life. Regali in and behind the smoke. He's hoping to catch them off potentially when it fades. And although he's going to be looking in the right way, I don't even know how he gets that first kill. That is impressive, but it is unlikely to shift the way this round will swing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the call there from FlyQuest to start 4B. It's been a clear early priority from Tyloo on their default. They've been taking banana control, then they've been slinking back. That seems to be their order of operations. So for FlyQuest, they had the extra manpower there, but by having that Molotov at the entryway back into top banana, FlyQuest actually couldn't reinforce adequately. I think Tyloo also recognizing that there was likely more where that came from if they were willing to fight top B. So they picked the right side.
I mean, it's interesting, Michael, that you were talking about just adding one player to the mix, right? Because for Netic especially, it feels like he's come into a point where he is going to be treated as a bit of a fulcrum to how the FlyQuest journey is going to go. Obviously, they end last year having put themselves in position to receive all of these invites to Tier 1 events. They get invited to 5 out of the 8 events that have happened so far. And sure, they've made the major now, but it does feel like ACL and the major are their only chances to fight their way back into a position where they will be receiving those same invites. And they're really hinging a lot on an IGL shift and a new player coming in to play.
Yeah, it also changes the way that Inns has to think about how he in-game leads. So the previous experience he had, he didn't have to make room for another star.
He was calling out himself.
Effectively, yes.
It's a completely new style, absolutely.
It's a different skill.
Not one he's shown to have so far.
Vexite and Regali seem to be helping, though.
Oh my god, so much. What a luxury it is to have these two on your team. Zaya right now, also a bit of a luxurious man. He's had a massive uptick in form ever since Mercury came back to IGLing as well. It was a bit of a criticism sometimes that you could have that only one of these guys will show up at a time, but that has somewhat gone away.
Oh.
Okay, Regali, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, tried to jump away from that, but he bumped his head. Pretty smooth round here for Tai Lu. Got Vax out with his pants down, took the A-bomb site, and no one else could pick up the slack.
Early days, but Vexite has been off to a slow start. I do wonder whether they're going to try and get that to change through just sort of aggression, or they're fine with playing it out default.
I think given the way that I've seen Nedic play previously, it is kind of strange to see him not be so fight-heavy, especially when he was playing in the Oceanic region. It felt like this guy just could not lose duels.
But that's always the criticism, or maybe not even the criticism, but the question of a lot of these Oceanic players when they're leaving their region, right? You even look back to a player like Alistair.
Even,
Alistair
I mean just everybody within the APAC region, really.
Yeah, 100%. Alistair would like dominate most of the time whenever he's playing locally.
Or North America now as well, you know? Shout out Junior one time.
Hey, don't gotta do him like that. My favorite Fury player.
Obrigado.
Might be playing the major with complexity as well, so hey.
Yeah, well.
Tai Lu are gonna be letting things calm down a little bit.
Yeah, a much slower approach this time, not prioritizing Banana. FlyQuest having some deeper control, but they won't stick around to find out whether FlyQuest re-engage. This is far more brackets and apartments focus, especially with the Mosea MP9. Trying to play in these close-range angles. Spot from Liaz is nice. The smoke will land in place, but he'll tank an HE and he'll get spotted inside of that pit. They're going to send it immediately at him. Mosea running him down, and Inns could not provide support. He's lost everybody inside of the site. Not a single FlyQuest member able to wrangle a kill, and barely a lick of damage onto the Tai Lu offense. They've run over this A site.
That's such a great call coming out from Tai Lu over there. The fact that Liaz pulls out two sets of utility, right? The first smoke out towards apartments where he's initially spotted, then an incendiary because he doesn't expect there to maybe be more than one player coming in through apps. Tai Lu's able to fully punish that because when they're coming down, there wasn't enough time to properly establish a crossfire and cover off the dropping players. Mercury was also scaling up short at the same time, so it just felt like it was such a difficult battle to win on that A-bomb site.
It's definitely one of the critiques that people have about this map is that, you know, when you're not playing active in certain spots or at like certain timings in the round, if you're leaving a minute on the clock where you're playing within the bomb site itself, sometimes you actually have a misread on how many resources you should be deploying. Is it just one guy running on the lurk? You actually are flying so blind that you're hoping that your read on the game is accurate. But for FlyQuest, it seemed like they were hoping for a slower pace given the way that Tai Lu had started the round, but it was quite an explosive ending around that minute mark.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I also do wonder about Liaz, right? Because obviously he is a more passive player, like Inz is saying in the interview as well. But within that passivity, Liaz is at his best when he is also able to call for a change around that mark as well, right? You look back to some of the best Ancients I've seen FlyQuest play especially. He's able to get aggressive back down and towards middle. In Inferno, you're looking at re-aggression into brackets as well, things that will force out more utility and give you that ability to gauge yours more effectively.
Now this could get interesting.
Nice nades.
Yeah. First one was missed, but the second one lands right on the money. They didn't think that FlyQuest would have two in position.
How dare they?
But they've got all five in position.
Well, they have all four now in position. Mercury's hoping to be given easy duels, otherwise this could become a little bit problematic. Everyone is hidden away, and now they're not. Feed spotted, Mercury backing off, worried about flashes, rightfully so, but they don't have to worry too much. Jamyang and Attacker come in later on, not flashed up at all, and they walk into a stack and do it in style. It is stomping all over the little hopes, dreams, and USPs of FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think even just watching Mercury there, you could see that he understood how many were probably there. He saw, I think, 2 players around that pillar, then a flash came out. It's like, guys, it's probably a full stack there for FlyQuest, but everyone had guns drawn. They were not being lackadaisical about a walk-in execute. And so Money just continues to build here for Tyloo. They've had quite a few rounds where they don't lose many lives. And in that round, they don't lose any.
Urkas will have to come in and provide his voice to the team over here as well. He will be critical in this transition period forward with Ins trying to shift over to IGLing. Urkas is supposed to be the man who can help transition that structure even under a new voice and under new stars. Let's see what FlyQuest have to offer after that tactical.
Yeah, Mosaic came in money capped actually in this round. I knew it was good. I didn't realize it was that good.
He got his M4A4 from that second round.
He's getting kills on SMGs as well. That's why he accelerated.
So it's a good time. Hey, give that to Jamyang, please. I beg you. The classic howl.
Yeah, even Jamyang's moved away.
Man. One day he will return.
But it's A4s galore here for FlyQuest.
And let's see what they can do with them. Regali waits up with the AWP. It is going to be him shifting up positions with Netic. Netic and Liaz are back over towards the A-bomb side where they are looking to maybe find some space back at apartments. Mosaic will be playing contest. Some positions have been jiggled and joggled around. Classically a Jamyang spot. Once upon a time. Molotov is missed, actually. That is critical. Ins will have a little bit more space, but the flashbang still pushes him away. He still has the option to re-aggress. I don't know if they're prepared for it. Yes, they are. Mercury finds that kill, and he can split up the map now. Arches is fully accessible, and with 40 seconds, Tyloo need to make a move. Where do they want to go? Vexite will be covering off the flank from CT, so it's going to be this two-man defense I mentioned earlier on this A-bomb set. It's a high-low setup, and with Netic and Liaz dodging most of the utility, it's going to come down to straight duels. Those duels have been lost. Liaz taken down without a single frag. He stays dry as blood is spilled across the map, but not any credited to him.
Again, this is part of the reason why, I mean, this Tyloo looks so threatening, is that it does seem like everybody can just activate. And it's also, you know, even in these moments where FlyQuest are able to shoot those first bullets, it's difficult to actually control to get the kill. And even if you do, the trade is right there. Tyloo are very well rehearsed. They've been looking sharp here in the Asian Champions League.
Mosaic, go hunting, goddammit, you've got $15,500.
Yeah, they really should just... The value is immense. Flash is good as well, but... They did not realize where he was.
Alright, now he's a goner. Fantastic kill to find over here as well. Really removes all of FlyQuest's hopes to try and get a hero round to the next one. And coming off the back of a tactical timeout to be bulldozed down like that has got to be disheartening.
Yeah, I mean, this entry, again, it feels like Mercury's had a couple of these now where he just instantly rips the first player on the progress they make out either through brackets or towards B.
I actually don't remember how much utility the A-side players had between Liaz and Netic, but it is also one of those positions where we talked about utility usage earlier on. Ins is forced to take that dry peep because no one's in position to assist him, or maybe they just didn't have enough utility to do so. It's such a dangerous play to go for, but it felt like that was the only option available to him.
Yeah. Yeah, it is looking a little troubling here for FlyQuest on the defense. We'll say a 7-5 T-side half isn't, you know, it's salvageable, it's fine. But Tyloo are looking like they'll probably find a 7th, unless there's these pistols and SMGs disrupt them.
They might blaze past that 7 with the way things are going.
Yeah.
FlyQuest have won a single round. It was in the pistol. Normally, that feels like it's worth its weight in 3. Right now, that weight is on their shoulders, and they are being crushed underneath it.
There will be 4 in response. And there is a flash lined up via Ins, so once they take contact at that mouth of B, expect a crunch.
How hard does Tyloo want to commit? Utility has actually been missed, funnily enough. Attacker is going to be taken out of here as well. Vexite with 3 big kills, and the MP9 might be what turns the tides of Tyloo. It is G left alone, mimicking what Regali had, but in the 1 versus 5, and AK recovered, but the backstab. He surely can't be prepared for it. Ins will take it home, but it's Vexite who set that round up for success.
I mean, a 3K from Vexite is immense. They had the protocol in place. They were willing to take that duel. You could see Vexite just swinging for the fences. As soon as all these players enter the mouth of B, they enter the jaws of Vexite. But damn, G did make them worried for that extra second. If not for that move from Ins to get into the site, things could have taken a turn for the worse.
I do wonder where that Molotov was destined for as well, that Tyloo ended up missing out and singeing themselves on. And I think it was the secret. It shouldn't have made much of a difference at all. Reasonable
So,
early nade.
A pistol and a force, or a half buy, rather, from FlyQuest. See if they can pull things together on rifles. That's where most of their difficulties have lie.
Well, it's a good start to things if Jamyoung is going to be looking that low. And they've also got good apartments control. This is one of the first times FlyQuest A side actually has active control of an area of a map, and that's what I was looking to see.
And it keeps the attention of Regali. You know, he can't be active, he can't be mobile on this AWP. And in an apartment setup, you have to have a secondary player there, it feels.
Well, that secondary player is going to be slow to rotate as well, but Vex side finding a critical kill. Attacker was a healthy man too. Medic now lies in wait. AWP shot being missed out, but G is there to trade it. Jamyoung was the one actually firing away. And Vex side to try and defend. Good for damage, good to stay alive. He's doing a fantastic job in the back of his bomb site. He's done more than his fair share of work. He's left everyone on Tyloo limping. But limping they might be, toothless they are not. Ins out and about. Mercury to remind him of his fangs. The dragon roars. And wounded it might be, it is still flying sky high.
I mean, they know for sure at least one of these players is weak, but I don't think they have full confirmation on the other two. So this is, yeah, it's a lean away. Unless Tyloo overstep, FlyQuest are saving. If only they could see what we do. Especially when they've got a incendiary, they've got a smoke, a flash. You know, it feels like they have enough resources. But that kill against Ins is the swing. And it's not that it didn't feel like he had to, in a way he did have to take that duel. You know, if he got sectioned off by that smoke, sat behind it, it would have taken a lot of time. It was a fresh smoke.
I'll be honest, he had to win that duel. And we've said that about a couple of the duels he's tried to take, right? There have been difficult positions where he's had to make a play, but the Ins of old is the kind of guy you look over towards saying, yeah, that's what bails out FlyQuest from a few of these difficult positions.
If it wasn't for the sharpness of Mercury so far in this game, I do think that's a lost round for Tyloo, but
might not be the only one.
Yeah, there are many teeth in this dragon.
Jamyoung still playing out an early banana take. He's all alone this time over, and a grenade is fantastic from him. Vexside and Nedic walk into it. It's going to be a fast rotation called out for Nedic to start moving back to this A-bomb site. It's a good call. Tyloo are destined to make that hit, but Nedic now walks into a difficult position. It's held down by Ins' secondary AWP over in apartments. Liaz and Nedic will have to make a play with their rifles, but Liaz, again, so defensive. A minute and 20 into it, and with the rotation cut off, where do you go? Ins only has a single sideline, but it's the right one. Liaz finds a single kill as well, and with this Molotov not going quite as deep as it needed to, Liaz can hold down the defense from Pit. Will he be able to do so, though? He's ran out of bullets, and with Ins dying, suddenly it's a 2-on-2. The bomb can be planted, Liaz can be neglected, but Regali coming in from the side, that's a hidden man. Liaz, Molotov forces him to his death, and now G can plant safe. Regali, difficult position, but that first kill is free. Switches out for the M4, and G, it's up on all, both on secondary weapons. Head spotted out. G will not take it down. Regali gives FlyQuest their third round.
Yeah, what a play there from Regali. I mean, good patience as well to see if they could set up in post plants. They thought they might have had a little bit of room, but Regali arrives on time, and then using that HE to make G uncomfortable inside of that site. Had he swung right, he tanks so much damage, but it also disrupts his ability to hear the approach there from Regali as well. And just in that chaos, Regali will thrive and effectively keep the prospect of a solid half of FlyQuest alive. But this is again messy, and I have real questions to ask about FlyQuest and this giga passive setup we keep seeing constantly across A and B. They have not wanted to take fights. They have not wanted to engage or disrupt the Tyloo offense. Outside of the first couple of rounds where we maybe saw them go for deep HEs and what Vexite swung the half wall, it has been very reserved play from this FlyQuest roster. And I think, you know, given the way that we've made this roster move with Dexter departing, you should have more aggressive pieces. You should have, I mean, you have the talent on this roster. I don't think you should be shying away from some of these duels.
And the strange thing is, look, I'm probably one of the biggest critics of Dexter in the world in a lot of ways, but I have to say this, Dexter, one thing he was always really good at was picking up on the firepower.
Yeah, I mean, he was the brave one, effectively. He would always go first.
And Jamyang right now, he's going to have a couple of brave ones walk into him. It is a critical kill. Finally, some aggression right down to the barrels. And with that, Tyloo are in a 4 versus 5. They cannot get back for free.
It's exactly what I wanted to see. I mean, especially because they come in with a couple of SMGs. They find themselves into an upgrade, but they also set that tone early that Tyloo will either have to retake that position or likely have to deal with maybe a solitary AWP or maybe even an aggressive setup later on into the round. FlyQuest have created a condition through which Tyloo are going to have to be constantly paranoid.
I do wonder if this is going to be the cue for Tyloo to start spreading out their wings a little bit more in terms of having lurkers, right? It feels like because FlyQuest have been playing so defensive, that hasn't even been a necessity in a lot of ways for Tyloo. They've been given their setups easily. They're able to go in for these executes. But Lias finds Mazea trying to get cute, and as Regali is going to be protected, it is going to be paid off 1 for 1. On that end, brings them back to a 4 versus 2. A lot to do for G, very little to do it with. The attempted wallbangs look like they could be traced down, but Vexite still on top of the bomb site. Time's running out, and despite the massive financial bonuses Tyloo was able to pick up, Attacker might be missing out on some utility. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, at least it does seem like a recovery here from FlyQuest.
Yes.
They changed the tempo in this round, which is exactly what I was criticizing them for in the previous. And it does feel like a lot of this was just sparked off of the Vexite 3K, the Cole stack to B. And now they have put Tyloo in a precarious position where they'll feel like that lead they attained has slipped.
Nice kill from Regali, and he continues to impress. It's between him and Vexite where we look to turn the tide to FlyQuest. They have stepped up at every moment.
Yeah, it's always these two. They're so consistent in their form.
And with Inz's secondary also managing to strike out twice, Jamyang's demise puts FlyQuest in a fantastic position to fight for 5. This is what you asked about, Michael. Is 7 to 5 enough? And it might be. Nice grenade as well on top of it all. And the setup for success, but that missed op shot calls a little bit more attention back out to Netic. That attention will also be met with a rotation from Vexite. Inz looking to maybe even go through the smoke on the other side, is defended by one of his own.
This is a crazy play.
It was a little bit worrying though, as Tyloo will start to move in through that smoke. Inz and Netic strike out. Beautifully done, and Tyloo will be forced to be happy with just the 7.
Yeah, that's more like it from FlyQuest. I mean, the secondary AWP for Inz was not really what I was expecting on that B bomb site, but it certainly caught Tyloo off guard. It all started with that force buy, a little bit of a spark igniting the FlyQuest defense. And even with them playing these slower rounds, they added a little bit of variety towards the end that made it difficult for Tyloo to play it. So this wasn't just a streamlined open and shut case for Tyloo, as the opening 6 rounds really felt. There is a bit more bite now out from the Oceanic squad.
And this is what makes the current version of FlyQuest so interesting to look at, right? Because in the past, I feel like the saviors of this team were always the veterans. And it always felt like that's going to have an upper limit, right? How good is Inz? How good can he be versus a team like a FaZe Clan, like a Na'Vi and whatnot, these sort of ranked 5 to 10 teams in the world. But when you compare to a Vexite and Regali, whose ceiling is still yet to be witnessed, that's much more exciting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, especially for someone like Regali, we talk about him and his journey. It did feel like within the EU, it almost felt as though his stock had plummeted, which is, you know, strange to think that he didn't get opportunities out there. So for him, a lot of this has to, you know, he has to be able to do well against domestic opposition. He has to be able to do well against teams of Tyloo's caliber if you want to continue sort of progressing. But also, you're seen to be the way that which FlyQuest want to level up as well. It was the way that they scaled forward, because Alistair actually did quite well domestically, did quite well against, you know, some of the Asian teams as well.
Hell, he did decently versus some of the like 10 to 15 European teams towards the end of that last year as well. And this is the interesting thing, right? Because for a lot of history, when we look over towards Australian teams, in the nature of them being English-speaking has always been that they've been a really good spot for redemption. You look over towards your NAFLIes, you look over at Jacob, at even Nifty to a certain extent. These are all players who were down in their career, they go down south and they're able to play from that point onwards against teams like these Tyloos, and that's always the redemption arc that puts them back in contention. On the other hand, the Australian team, what do they get? A player who they probably don't get to vie for otherwise. And I will be honest, when I saw Regali being signed, I went to a couple of the old teammates, I asked about and whatnot, and there was a bit of that bad rap about him, but now he's shown a maturity, he's shown an urgency, he's shown an ability that I think has never before been witnessed outside of, oh, we're fans of his quote-unquote potential.
Yeah, no, I just feel like when we see European imports, so to speak, they almost have to serve as leadership figures in a sense, because the scene they play in is seen as the pinnacle. Yeah. And so if you don't come in with that level of maturity and change, then it can be very difficult for you to have longevity there, because it's not the first time that we've seen players from the EU out towards either, I mean, not necessarily Oceanic squads, but the Asian teams did explore that for quite a while.
Yeah.
And it didn't always work.
Shout out to MHL and Fuzi.
Yeah, but I'm really liking what we've seen out of Regali and Vexite in particular. Let's see if they can do it in that second half.
Mosea's already holding down the B-bomb side. It's going to be a crunch that's being prepped, but can the crunch even happen? Jamyoung won't even have time for this second slice of bread to fall. Lia's head will be on the ground, and Jamyoung needs to defend in from Newbox. It's kills and only kills that will save him, and he's not found them. Regali also barely finding the one frag. Re-aggression from Vexite is met with G's quick double, and with Netic on the bomb site looking to regain that bomb. This is problematic. That early death from Liaz is still coming back to bite them. An attacker, ever the patient man, the original dragon, the original one to don the red, with Netic running out of bullets. He's trying to score him down. 37 HP. Now HPs are even, and Netic is the difference maker. He will kill your ancient dragon.
Oh my goodness, that gets really hairy. The fact that that bomb was dropped outside of car, they take that B bomb site, but they lack the package. But such an important clutch for Netic to win. It really helped that he had that Molotov in play as well, something that they wanted to use on the exec itself, but he recovers it and he forces Attacker into an awkward duel. 2 for 2 in pistols are FlyQuest, but we turn our attention back to that first half where Tyloo answered back with a force buy. There will be a slight worry perhaps that it could happen again. This was a far more back and forth, kind of an unknown victor round.
Yeah. Some great kills coming out from G will be able to help him afford up the M4A1S as well. I'm a little bit concerned about the timeout, to be perfectly honest. Coming out immediately over here, it does make me feel like some part of the Tyloo plan might have broken down. Maybe that B-side defense, Jamyoung's supposed to stay and fight with the duelies.
I actually think it has more to do about what they're going to do in this round than reflecting on the pistol. Because I don't think players tend to dwell on pistol rounds.
Jamyoung hasn't actually bought a flashbang, surprisingly enough. That leaves them without a single flash, even though they have the money for it. Now, 4-man setup out towards the B-bomb site. It's something very similar to this, which is what gave FlyQuest their early... Oh my god, they're out and about before I can even talk. It's 2 quick kills on both sides. Back to a 3-on-3, and they might be expecting this to be a full setup over towards the B-bomb site, but with Mercury already having smoked off middle earlier on, they don't actually know how many players are going to be here. Flashbang reveals presence. FlyQuest go through that smoke. Rotations will be laid. This bomb can be planted.
Yeah, not hesitating. As soon as that smoke faded, they took control and moved straight towards that A-bomb site.
There's a gap in that Moto smoke. Mosaic could have tried to go through it with the MP9.
Launched.
It is.
Oh.
And that's why he didn't, I guess.
That's a beneficial kill there for Vexite, just spamming into that Moto cubby, and that'll be the end of this round here for Tyloo. It was a neat idea, you know, throwing a couple of bodies down towards Banana just as Molotovs are being thrown by FlyQuest.
They might buy again in the next round.
Yeah, it's possible.
And it is one of those things that is justifiable, but it's also worrying if that ends up being the case.
Could create a rut.
Yeah. Also, not to say I told you so, but man, I wish Jamyong had a flashbang there. And that retake could have been useful.
They probably would have used it on the swing, but they would have been delayed in swinging because their prompt was when they threw Molotovs, so.
Well, FlyQuest do manage to equalize after being down 1-6. Tyloo looking like they were unstoppable, but they've suddenly had their wings clipped. It is going to be a half fire, just a couple of deagles around these two rifles. It is not a buy without threat, but I believe the Swedish coach will not be providing too much.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, that was just a jump spot from Inns. He gets destroyed, and Mercury wasn't stopping there.
Mercury sees two more. This is going to be a 3-on-2. If they want to just push forward, I would understand it. Unfortunately, the smoke will cut them off from any such intentions, but all in the meanwhile, there's still two players out towards short. I don't know if it's a boost. Yes, it is.
And slinking back to A won't feel as good as it did last time when it was a 3-on-3.
Oh my god, you're going into Mosaic, who's got a smoke out, rather a dig out, while Liaz has a smoke out, so Liaz has to be careful on either side. He spots out the setup, and that's the information FlyQuest needs. Tyloo are dismantling, but they're now rejigging. The smoke at the mouth of B is what will give them the space to rotate if they want to.
Yeah, they were scrambling. They thought it was going to be a slink back to A indefinitely, but now that Jamyong's here with the AK, this B hit is going to be really difficult. A great entry, though, for Vexite. Jamyong getting lost inside of that smoke means he cannot provide any defense.
At the same time, this bomb is still hard to plant. It's going to be the bit of a spam to reveal Jamyong's position. Vexite gets away safely. CTs will look to actually come in through coffins, interestingly enough. It is going to be a 4-man push. They recognize that that coffin smoke is going to be the first one to fade, but it's hard to move past the AK of Regali. Liaz will also be playing cover fire. Jamyong's already taken down Regali. Liaz and Vexite need to hold this down, and they're still worried about players coming in from CT. Those players are never coming at all. Liaz's position is known. Jamyong only needs to push it down. They even have a kid. In fact, this is going to be a robbery from Tyloo.
Oh my god, shout out G one time for that swing, because Regali had the high ground with a Galil. When players are coming in with a lack of armor, they did not force around those two weapons that were saved over. They come in with some upgraded pistols, some early aggression, and because G had a USP, he jumps around that corner, and it activates them here on this retake. But what a shot from Mosaic at the start.
I actually was wondering how he got the kill. I was looking at his position.
Yeah, no, it was a jump spot. He just wanted to see who was on the corner, and
he found out.
Yeah, Mosaic was not fine with that.
FlyQuest, troublesome times to lose a round like that. It also gives Tyloo a chance to fight back with style. AWP, AKs, full utility, and a couple of rifles.
Yeah, it won't feel great. I mean, they win the pistol. They don't lose versus the force buy, but then they lose to the saved weapons from the force buy.
Yeah. What one Chinese Valorant aspirant can do with an AK.
Yeah, well.
FlyQuest is setting up for what should be an early A-side pop, and now this is a good call. Attacker's really the only one who can defend the bomb site. It'll have to be two players pushing in through Moto. Mercury has some space around the smoke to fight, and because of the smoke, he actually has cover fire from apartments as well. FlyQuest might regret throwing this, to be honest. G's covering off the cross. He won't be able to get a kill. Mercury can't get the double he needs, but with Mosaic pushing through the smoke, Jamyong's been given a classic situation. It's a 1v2, late round. Kid's hair is in already. Head spotted out, cannot be hunted. He's still fighting, he's still hunting. Regali's triple is what bails them out in the end.
Yeah, you could see Jamyoung had a read on the setup, but really nice patience from both Liaz and Regali. Some great entries there from Regali, especially because them playing around that smoke inside of Pit, you can see how it could get awkward there for FlyQuest, given that that smoke was, like you said, maybe almost a regret of theirs as they threw it. But once they dealt with that Pit player, Regali just found this flurry of frags. And so Tyloo get immediately sent back down into not necessarily safe territory, but it's something that can be discussed, whether or not they want to opt for a full investment or not.
2,400 loss bonus feels... Oh! I'm surprised. FlyQuest probably do need to sit down and do their maths as well. Like, okay, if I carry the one here,
Yeah.
okay, they can buy, guys. I don't know what they can buy, but they can buy. We're talking about mats on broadcast, mats on server. Whew.
It does feel like, though, when FlyQuest have simplified their game planning, it has worked out more often than not, whether it has come off of the back of some of the individuals. When they know that they could just move, put the smokes down, and entry to the site, the less they complicate things, feels like the better.
It's a good reminder that if you've got a player going 16-8, maybe use him. Oh, Mercury's actually going to be able to find the first kill for free. Instride to go through the smoke with no backup at all. And with the flashbang forcing away Vexite, Regali felt like he had to make a move. That leaves Vexite in a 3 versus 5. I don't fully understand what that was supposed to be.
Yeah, the bomb dropped at brackets. I mean, they threw flashes to collapse out those smokes, but it just didn't catch those two primary players on Tyloo.
It's also just Ins collapsing.
I mean, they also had Vexite, but Vexite got caught by a flash, and usually in Boiler, it's actually kind of pretty difficult to get caught by flashes. Very narrow choke point.
Is this a safe goal from FlyQuest?
Now, they got the bomb. It was dropped inside of brackets.
They do, but... Oh, this makes a difference. Attacker going down actually puts a little bit more urgency on Tyloo to make a play as well, but the smoke is down. There's 30 seconds. You have to go through this one. There's... Oh my god, Mosea?
He sits inside.
This could go incredibly well or disastrously. And with Netic and Vexite coming in from both sides, they're going to make so much noise. Mosea can get this backstab. This is the perfect play, but he's been spotted out. The bomb's being planted. They didn't notice him. They didn't clock it. And an overhead flash with G covering off. This is going to be Netic's last stand. Can he die before time? Will he die after it? Jamyoung peaks. Fully swinging is not an option that he wants to exercise. And FlyQuest, what a way to have that round crumble.
Yeah, I mean, they end up in this 3v5 where they lose access to that bomb. They're actually almost satisfied that they're able to re-attain it without suffering any more casualties. But when they end up in that B site, going past that smoke was such a risk. But the positioning there for Mosea was flawless. He put himself in the dead center of the smoke. Neither of them bumped into him when they tried to emerge from it. So there was no reason that FlyQuest should have been that suspicious. Aside from that, the B site was deathly quiet.
Early Yuto will be exploited, but Mosea's there on the trade. Jamyoung caught out. Will not matter. Mosea forced away himself. But the fight is going to come through in brackets. G's found the first Vexite to go down, and does feel like that's one of your main prongs of assault taken away. The problem is that B-bomb side, Mosea stayed for too long.
But I mean, it seemed like a hell of a shot there from Ins. I mean, just a jiggle and an instant headshot.
And he's got full control over the church as well. A deep incendiary will make it slightly harder for this bomb to cross, but it's more about taking the fight for Mercury, a fight that he loses. Now all down to Attacker and G. Attacker seems to be the only person with a fair fight, and G was supposed to cover him off. Regali through the smoke. Ins running out of bullets. G needs to fight this one, and he will not be able to do so. Ins is back.
A 4K from the captain. I mean, fantastic shooting throughout. Found the entry into B, takes the space away, and he calls his team through the smoke as well. Knew that they wanted to siphon off these rotates, especially once they knew that it was the AWP in play. A crazy state of affairs, but Ins bringing some extra belief back into the FlyQuest camp. Tyloo losing their last timeout to see if they can somehow steady the ship.
And unfortunately, they are going to be lacking the finances to go for anything cutesy. They're also lacking the loss bonus. 1900 for that next round would have been leaving them dry regardless. So they decide to all in over here. It's worked before, but it feels like now more than ever, they have fewer weapons and fewer chances.
And a lot of it has been predicated, you know, some of these other rounds from Tyloo when they've been on lower investments, it has been off of aggression. That's how they've wanted to play things out. You contrast to what FlyQuest were doing there, where they were trying to lure you into a trap. Tyloo are trying to be a little bit more... they're trying to dictate the flow of combat more so than FlyQuest were. But it's also had mixed results.
Oh, good nade. Moseya's not feeling happy about that at all.
He'll feel better once if he hits a Deeg. Or... No, sorry, that's Jamyoung that was with the Deeg. Moseya was the only one providing support.
I mean, this double aggressive setup from Tyloo out in apartments does mean that Liaz is in trouble if he tries to get even a bit of information. Some retake utility is just going to be fully neglected. There isn't a Molotov behind it, and with the molly being used for Banana Corner, they know they can actually disrespect it easily. This might be a safe call from Tyloo.
Will it be?
Another smoke has been able to reroute them back. This is interesting.
They're considering it. They're leaving some resources for Nedic just to run some interference on B, but as long as this stack doesn't move for Tyloo, they're in the right place.
Dacker spots out Liaz, able to get the kill as well. Big one, and then AK recovers. Suddenly, FlyQuest feel like they need a lot of speed.
Everyone's scrambling. I mean, even Tyloo.
It's going to be 2 rifles though on this A bomb site. Is exactly what you need in that long-range duel. One out by G. A smoke to cut them off, but Vexite actually is trying to make this more difficult for Attacker on that short duel. G's able to find another Moseya in from behind, and Vexite is lost. He doesn't know what's going on. He can threaten the bomb plant, but can he achieve anything in this position? Surrounded by enemies, it's angles that are covered. Vexite will flourish, but only a Glock. The Mac without bullets, and it will be an option closed. FlyQuest, they are given hope only to have it stolen away from them. Tyloo succeed on Force Buy after Force Buy.
I mean, what an attempt there from Vexite, but oh my goodness, FlyQuest falling right back into the trap just as they're about to execute on A. Attacker pushing into those apartments, and then all hell breaks loose. They know that they have to continue pushing forward into that A site, but G with that M4 as well, just sweeping up the pieces, continues to apply pressure onto the jugular of FlyQuest. And sure, there's a bit of hope there presented by Vexite. But goddamn, it felt like FlyQuest, had they continued to make that move on B, they would have had the keys to the kingdom.
Jamyoung's out and about, straight in duels. The flashbangs don't hit, but he doesn't need them to. It's the second man, actually, who was covered off. In's fully blinded. And with G popping open Vexite, when they try to pop open that smoke, it is quickly a JJ special.
Don't imagine you can do much here if you're Liaz. The flash will at least keep G at bay, and he's the one that holds control of the bomb. For Tyloo, that shouldn't be a priority.
Attacker has had a bit of a difficult game at times with these last 2 rounds. It has been some critical kills.
Definitely felt like they were presenting him an opportunity to win that out, but with Liaz unable to find that frag, Tyloo completely barrel stuff FlyQuest on this beat control.
And their money's gone.
Yeah. And it's why earlier in this game I was critical of how FlyQuest were approaching the banana fights, because sometimes on that CT side, if you can, you know, successfully come out ahead on that duel, it feels like you just are, the map becomes so much more restricted if you're on that T side. And yeah, that full force buy, it opens up this doorway for Tyloo to breach into 12 as FlyQuest only come in with a singular deagle. There will be many challenges ahead for FlyQuest. They'll need 3 straight in the next investment, and even then it will
only be for overtime.
And it also has its shortcomings.
They are going to the correct quote-unquote site. But with Jam Young playing spotter, he knows he just has to make sure he's not overrun.
They're doing a good job of at least exhausting some of the utility here from Tai Lu.
Yeah. It's small victories when you can't get big ones. An attacker is going to be taken down only for Mercury to come in from the side. A spray that continues, feels like it never stops, and maybe it shouldn't have. Vexite, now that he's given a chance to breathe, will be right back into things. And look, he's probably going to get this one because he does.
Yeah, great read there from G as well, just to hold the trigger discipline, because you know if G missed that shot, I would favor Vexite to somehow make this round winnable. It is all nicely handled. Damage to the economy, sure, for Tai Lu, but they don't care. They're right on the brink of closing their map pick. They'll be missing out on a couple bells and whistles here on FlyQuest. In's down to a Galil just to afford a full belt. And a whole bunch of smokes at the bottom of B. Met by Incendiary. How has he been able to do that?
Oh my god, CT Incendiary's Valve, please buff, but Netic is the one who's been buffed! 2 quick kills on the entry and he's not looking to stop, but the knife out would have led to death if Mercury had been given a chance to fight. Instead, he takes that chance away from himself, looking for time, but really right now, Tai Lu is looking for a save. These A-side players have left Mercury to die.
Netic, I mean, the Firewalker just blitzes straight through this B-bomb site. I mean, perfect timing. Finds a player with his nade out, another on the reload. And then, yeah, these Incendiaries just didn't do a whole lot to stop his progression.
I have no idea how he doesn't spread there.
I think the smoke shielded him from the early parts of the flames, but I don't know that it extended backwards enough to even singe him.
Spread to the left side of the wall, yeah.
But I think it did, but it was close to the smoke, and so it was kind of like...
yes.
He edged it.
Well, Netic's been edging us a little bit across this tournament. It's good to see that he has really come in and come alive a bit more so.
Yeah.
Still some criticisms, I think it's fair to say. But rounds like this are certainly going to give him some wind in the sails.
But it's because he edged, they didn't know when he was coming.
That's true. It's always problematic then. Hard to predict.
Yeah.
Feels like the Aussies are so good at that.
I don't know that about them, actually.
Hey.
But
it's all they do down under.
Had he been singularly singed, they would have been hyper conscious of it.
Absolutely, they would have easily found out. Tai Lu right now are also, I know you said that they didn't really care too much about their economic damage. They might care now.
Yeah.
Lose up ahead, or even be down 2 men, and the crave to save is going to be almost unignorable.
And it's now that that pressure's on, Tai Lu is starting to slink away from those fights early at Banana. They've been very successful in rounds gone by. Gee, though, looking for a deep angle, but I think he got blocked just as he was continuing his peak, and so calls it off.
Tai Lu are feeling really worried about a B-side play right now. Mercury keeps dangling back and forth between sites, and in fact, it's Tai Lu who have ended up in a very defensive setup. Molotovs will be forcing these B defenders back. Netic is hunting for success from prior round. A re-smoke will come through. And I am surprised Mercury keeps actually going back over to the bomb site when they don't have any info out towards brackets. Tai Lu have been worried in B for the last few rounds, but this time FlyQuest have turned their attention.
No more smokes, no more incendiaries. They have nothing to block.
And G now feels like they may have made the wrong decision. A grenade to pop open the smoke will give him a first free kill, and if they don't spam him back, it's G, they just continue. Tech9 as well, and with Attacker using the Chaos for a quick kill, Mercury is left to find... Oh, what? Netic fought back, 2 quick kills, head on a swivel. Talk about him needing to perform and stepping up in these moments. This is exactly what we're looking at. And Liaz is back to old angles, but it's not an angle. He gets the instant duel in. The HE will finish off what he'd started, but do they realize Mazea is still coming over? And I talked about the crave to save, but that urgency now looks to clutch. Mazea A Molotov to disrupt. Liaz will try and force out that fight, will not receive it until after his death. What a safety net that Netic provides.
Yeah, how does he turn? I mean, he's fighting a player inside of the site. G is trying to press him from behind, and just the instant snap right back. G may be regretting continuing to be this aggressive, because the initial shutdown just looked so good here for Tyloo.
Wow.
It's the fact that there were these early signs. G was firing shots from behind.
Nice, Corey.
And then, yeah, you give Liaz a post plant in good old faithful pit. You're not in for a good time.
FlyQuest have done the hard work. Can they get it across the finish line? Can they get it to the finish line? Up against the CZ, the MP9. G is here. And there's more than one young man on the server. Is a reminder.
Yeah, and FlyQuest are running scared from that AWP. 24 and 13 is G, but he will be ill-positioned to help them here on A.
This flashbang is early. Attacker will not be blinded out by it. Mercury instead could be chased up. Actually, it's Jamyoung on the other side, and with Mercury maybe even backing off, Jamyoung finds his space. Mercury in through the smoke will find Ins as well. And where FlyQuest felt like they had climbed up Everest, it feels like a slip and slide waiting to happen. There are no Sherpas to guide you out. Liaz and Vexite are running blind, but maybe they can be shooting harder. Bomb dropped. Attacker spots out Liaz in an overhead flashbang that just forces him away. Liaz is still fighting, and the time is not on his side. G is going to be the dangerous fellow. AK picked up, done so much in this round, and now Attacker just needed to stay alive. Instead, he chooses to fight. Tyloo stand tall on their own map pick.
Yeah, it took them a while to get the engine roaring, but both of these squads having a pretty formidable effort on that T side. Sure, on CT, it did feel like we had some great shutdowns, some great emergences out from FlyQuest, but a standout game definitely from G, a consistent factor, and even in that final round, able to contribute an important frag. Fantastic stuff through and through, and we did start to see some more of those stars on FlyQuest emerge. It just still wasn't enough.
And unfortunately, I mean, you look out towards Regali, he was 16 and 8 when we highlighted him. I think he ended the game about 17 and 14, something around that. It's just that when you compare what G's been given to work with on his CT side, that aggression, those early picks that he's able to go for because they're not giving up brackets control and whatnot, Regali did feel like that second half was a bit neutered. And you're right, Michael, we had some step-up performances. We had a great round from Ins. We had a few great rounds from Netic as well. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. Tyloo just kept winning these half buys and force buys.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about that second half and how Tyloo were able to get an edge, it is just because of those low buys. If not for that, then FlyQuest could have very well stolen away this map pick. But a man that's stolen away our hearts and is rejoining us as well is Neokai. Welcome back, brother.
Oh.
Yep.
Raw rifler, and the hope is now that heading in towards map number 2 that we can get a little bit more of that.
Yeah, it wasn't consistent, but we got bursts of Netic, and we got a burst from Ins. You know, it felt like we were getting just it was whose round is it now to get a multi-kill, and it did feel like they were good playing that musical chairs for a while, but it also felt like they found themselves in dire circumstances where someone had to step up, else the round just falls apart.
I do start to wonder a little bit though, the more I see this Inferno and the more I see FlyQuest, about whether Netic is feeling uncomfortable in the hyper defensive style on the CT side that this team is looking to play in. You know, Michael mentioned this is a guy who liked to take a lot of those fights back in his domestic scene, even when he was playing out towards Europe and the like. So it feels like on the CT side, more than anything else, he is incredibly uncomfortable even now.
If I had to draw a comparison with a tier 1 player people might be more familiar with, it'd be like a Nert style player, where like he can be hyper aggressive, but he likes to go for these aggressive mid-round plays as well. I just don't see that from Netic as of yet, but this was definitely a promising start coming into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. On the flip side as well, G, my God, my man, what a time to step up. I mean, even that penultimate round, it gets one swing out as he breaks the smoke open, and then pop shot through the smoke.
I think a little too much adrenaline started flowing though.
It was working. He didn't get punished. So,
until Netic turned on him.
It's true. But honestly, like that is what you want to see. Like G really feeling it, especially when he's got actually quite a tough head-to-head. And you know, we already touched on his head-to-head as well. That Regali, it's pretty easy to say that he is overall the better player. But G stepped up when it mattered most, and Regali, he really quieted down in the latter stage of that map. He started to lose a lot of the form. You touched on it a little bit there, T-Time. He started incredibly, but he slowed down massively towards the end. Where with anything, G ramped up.
I think it's also just credit out towards Tyloo playing a better style of Counter-Strike, to be honest, more than anything else. It felt like G was given so many more opportunities, even when you look out towards some of the rounds where Regali's saving them, right? It's like crazy entries with an AK because his first two players have gone down and he has to recover those kills on the A-bomb side. It's, you know, these CT rounds where he's actually been able to save them as well. Vex side, credit to him too. He had a couple of really good rounds on the CT side. It was honestly him and Regali who was able to spur them forward in any meaningful fashion to that fight. So I just think even in the success that G finds, and I will celebrate him individually, Tyloo just looked like a better team in a lot of ways.
And it feels redundant to say, oh, 13-11, it was a really close game, but some of the rounds genuinely were extremely close. And FlyQuest will actually probably be quite disappointed that this Inferno turned the way it did, given that they lost to all those force buys or those half-buy rounds that Tyloo were able to come away with. Because otherwise, I mean, you know, I did think that their entry stopping power actually was better than Tyloo's, but Tyloo just had a better pack trading style throughout.
There's a couple of moments which still, I think for us, I don't know if you guys would agree, show that FlyQuest aren't quite there as a team just yet. I mean, the one I'm looking to, Regali opens up over towards B, G gets 3 in quick response, and it goes into a 1 versus 1 on the side. And I think it's where, like, you know, you've got massive advantages, and for FlyQuest, we're not capitalizing upon them a couple of times. Where, again, come back to what you've been talking about, you about this holistic style. It does feel like that Tyloo are a side that have a little bit more of an idea as a whole, right? And it's not relying on what individual's going to step up in this round.
There's also some very visible discomfort in these mid rounds. I mean, we saw these moments where FlyQuest definitely were scrambling because their plan B, their plan C didn't operate, and it's like, wait, did we even plan for a plan D?
Yeah, who needs a plan B or a plan C? Plan G worked out really well. 25-13, 89 ADR. He was absolutely flying all the way through. And, you know, this is a guy who's obviously, you know, we know he's become a super lovable character, and everybody loves to hear him in the interviews, no matter kind of whether it's in Chinese or in English, right? But there's always been question marks of, is he the better AWPer, or is he an AWPer that actually can be at the top end of the Chinese scene compared to people like Zaka, for example, right? But my God, G, performances like that prove really just how good he can be.
He absolutely is just a fantastic find, and the fact that he's been able to build himself up more and more is even more important. But I do think one of the more damning things about this is that G was required to this extent, right? Because a lot of the times, yes, he gets some good early round picks, but the late rounds, I mean, you're looking out towards his rifling set on Tyloo. No one went past 15 kills in a 24-round game, right? That's pretty weak considering that we start off with such a great showing from from Tyloo in the beginning stages and whatnot as well. It goes to show their depth. It goes to show G as a backup plan, absolutely. But I need FlyQuest to do so much more in that next one because Inferno, to be honest, is one of their most comfortable maps.
Yeah, another guy that I do want to bring up, as much as he didn't run away in the numbers department, I think his impact was actually really solid, was Mosaic. Again, I feel like this is a guy for me who I've been consistently really impressed with, and I think while he isn't, you know, compared to kind of that previous game, flying in the numbers department, I just think some of the kills he gets are so impactful. The space he creates, or the space he capitalizes upon, really help out, and you need that in your rifling.
I mean, even Mercury, you look out towards all of the duels, Michael, you were talking about this in the cast, that he's randomly winning versus Inns. Inns was getting desperate, taking 1v1s, and I'll be honest, a year and a half ago, that works for him, right? Inns actually used to do that all the time in Inferno. It was one of the most frustrating things to watch on the side, where I'm just thinking, oh my God,
how dare he?
Please stop getting these dry entry kills. And now I feel regretful that I asked for that, because I feel like my wish has been granted the worst possible time.
Yeah, Mercury was just so sharp on some of those entries, and if it wasn't him, then it was Moser, or it did feel like sometimes Attacker picked up the slack. You know, that's why we like so much of this holistic side.
Oh, exactly that. We have got Ancient coming up next. It is the pick, thankfully, of FlyQuest, but we've had our reservations about it. We'll break that all down after the break.
Hello, I'm Isa. I play role IGL for Team GG How. We feel that we are a bunch of brothers. I feel it comes because we are Arabian team, which we have same mentality, so it makes it more easier, and we're having a lot of time together, spending a lot of times outside CS. A lot of times I'm just giving advices for them in real life and out for CS as well. I think that's what takes you to be hard sometimes and to be soft sometimes when needed. I know how to speak with people. Like, you cannot speak with all your teammates same way. Some people is very sensitive. Some guy can be like, sometimes you need to be rough. So I'm hard when needed. I'm soft when I have to be soft. And I think it's a really good thing that IGL should have in his personality. I wanted to do this role, so I took the chance and I believed in myself. It's starting to paying off.
他们正常发挥吧，因为他们肯定硬实力上面要比我们强。我感觉今天发挥都挺好的吧，不管是 KK 啊、QQ 盖的啊、露露啊，他们打的都挺好的。一爆弹假骗一下，然后大部队从黑屋主动出击，抓对面一个措手不及吧，堵黑屋的人，然后拿下这个击杀之后，就全面控制底线附近，然后就做一些对枪，赢得对枪的话，这把就赢了。 他们当 CT 的时候，对中路的控制欲望不是很强吧？然后说，对于我们来说，后期中路的话还是比较好控的。我们第一时间有一名选手跳 B 小嘛，跳 B 小击杀掉对面送出中路的队员之后，中路没有动静 ，H 也没有动静，那他拱门的人出来之后，把整条中路控制下来，然后必须他们开始做一波的时候，马上反应过来，对面大部队都是在 B， 要在 B 区结束，那我们就。 全部往必须压过去，然后在那边长枪打小枪，用枪械优势就可以拿下这一分。当时就是他在黑屋里嘛，然后我们这时候1打3，我们把黑屋淹上了，然后这个时候是一个必须住着后面的包，我们一个有血的队员去拆包了，然后这时候我选择了去混烟，尝试就是抓他这个穿这个拆包。 CT 的 timing 去击杀他，他正好是穿完一梭子，切了一把 Take 9， 然后小心了我这个点，把我冲进去找他的人给换掉了，然后他把子弹换好，我们第二个队友也没有冲进去补他，然后被他把拆包的 CT 混死，那这局就没了。主要还是我们自己这个交流失误上太多了，他们就是年纪轻啊，然后说句实话，经验方面肯定是欠缺的，然后个人能力的话。 也没达到自己最好的状态吧，现在还有很大的成长空间吧。所以对他们来说，我希望就是他们要多听我的，多听我们的，然后给的意见要快速吸收，然后进步速度要更快，自己也要努力吧。
Alrighty, map number 2 of Ancient up next, and it's a map that we were maybe a little bit surprised to see this picked into. It wasn't really an expectation in terms of the mock Veto that you guys were drafting up, but last time they did play a few months ago, they did end up taking Tyloo down. It did require overtime, but they got the win across the line. So how are we feeling now heading in towards Ancient?
I'm feeling pretty poor actually for FlyQuest in this one, because when I looked over towards how they lost Inferno, it's one of the differences I was trying to highlight in the cast as well, is that Dexter was very often one of the most aggressive pieces that were there on FlyQuest, and I never ever doubted his firepower either, right? And in the absence of Dexter, be it CT side or T side, I haven't seen Netic look comfortable enough to actually replace him in that, and I think he could maybe show us that today. He started looking a little bit better on Inferno, but I really need to see the best Netic performance on FlyQuest so far if I'm to have faith in Tyloo.
Yeah, it does feel as though there just lacks this sort of bravery, the bravado to go in for these entry kills on this FlyQuest team. I think it's been a criticism of theirs in the past, where it doesn't feel like there's someone that wants to take this fight or wants to force this type of duel, and the only person that seemed to be able to do that before was Dexter, and that's what you want Netic almost to be. It's what you want maybe Vexite to be able to do now that he's put in more responsibility as this star that has taken over this FlyQuest roster.
Now, I was taking a look through the VRS rankings and the forecast, right? And no matter who wins this game, they'll both actually end up in the same spot. You know, it'll be a 19th place, which actually is pretty insane. You know, for FlyQuest, it's maybe somewhat expected, right? Of course, they do kind of dominate a lot domestically within kind of Australia, and they get a lot of invites and all the rest. But for Tyloo being inside that top 20, that's a really, really sick opportunity. And there's actually, I was having a little conversation with some of the people yesterday. There's actually a real world that we, regardless going in towards that grand final, both of those spots actually could be EWC spots, one off ranking, one off winning the tournament. So there is a real world. So wins are here along the way, you know, along these playoffs, could actually still have a huge effect later down the line. You still could get that EWC spot.
So long as the favorites, so long as the big teams still perform.
Nomads is coming in, baby!
Yeah, they could.
It could be very, very interesting. Yumi, how are we feeling with Ancient? You know, you've spoken a lot about this in terms of like Netic, and it's a role that he's comfortable with, but from his previous teams, now they're into a new lineup. We really need him to perform.
Yeah, no, we need him to perform, but I also need to find whether Ince can actually still maintain his ability, because I think he used to play very important positions. He was often the sort of cheetah player, and would be actually quite sort of like a secondary or third aggressive piece for the FlyQuest squad. And because he had that deterioration in form, he's had to, I imagine, create more space for the other stars to emerge. So will he be this floating piece between the bomb sites on CT side? Will he eventually just sort of nestle into still being in those aggressive roles? Because we've seen some players that don't typically frag very high actually do great work inside of sort of cave cheetah, that B bomb site.
If I had to look to a player, I actually think I'd focus more on Liaz personally, because I think when looking over towards Ancients of Boss, it very much does feel like Liaz can be a very big difference maker in terms of mid-round aggression. Inz, I think even if he takes a more passive role, as long as Liaz can also be that facilitator, right? I'm expecting Vexite to be aggressive. Obviously, the guy likes to swing. The guy's very good at it as well. I would much rather see like the sort of Liaz, Netic, Vexite rifling trio to be the ones that I'm looking towards for that aggression.
See, my head was at like Liaz. He just sits on the A bomb site all the time.
It's true, he does.
We'll come to that. I'm personally looking towards Regali to see whether he can shut down G, but we'll have to see. It's Ancient coming up next to see whether FlyQuest can stay in this series and push it towards map number 3.
We had all these talks about who we want to see perform on FlyQuest, but who do we want to see perform on Tyloo? Is it
everybody?
Just everybody? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Felt like we talked through basically everyone on FlyQuest as well, so we have high expectations for both these teams. It's clear, and it was a real barn burner back and forth on that first map. Let's see if FlyQuest have a better look here on their selection in Ancient.
Jamyang is not going to be giving them that, Michael. Not at least in the initial phases. Great timing on the spam. He's able to find the one, and Inz is going to have to cover off this push coming over elsewhere. He can't find the instant closer, and with that, Tyloo feel like they've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. This 4-man B setup certainly does seem to indicate so. Attacker continues to try and play argumentatively. If you're wondering what that looks like, it's just where you say, no, you go away. Shut up.
Yeah, please.
Without actually fighting.
Don't actually fight me. You're barking through the fence.
Inz is gone. Inz is gone. Pulls out the Molotov. That's going to be hitting the ground as well. That means you're shy of utility, but you're also going to be given access to the A-bomb site. If you're FlyQuest, Jamyang is in a very clearly retake angle over here. And without a smoke out towards the CT side, he might actually be regretting that. Bomb will be planted immediately, receding back to Donut. This is not a terrible position for a 3 versus 5 for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, at least though, Tyloo do have a smoke, so if they prioritize just the aggression, it could be very difficult. Yeah, Mercury getting that Molotov out towards the back of Donut, and it will segment them, that's sure, but Regali and Vexite come with a flurry of frags. Vexite even fighting out back towards that main side. And with that smoke, G will just simply have to hope and pray because Vexite has picked an excellent spot. Won't even be an attempt to get on that defuse. G, he will go for the kill instead. A 3v5 that falls the way of FlyQuest. Every single part of that pistol round, the staging, the early plan, it all went wrong. But in the 3v5, getting a free plant on A, that was their salvation.
That's actually very disappointing coming through from Jamyang over there for me personally, because I really feel like even just having that initial sideline, taking an initial duel back towards Donut, felt like it was an absolute must. Trying to retake without the kid over there when you've given full Donut control was always going to be difficult. Great post-plan positions from FlyQuest, don't get me wrong. Really nicely done. You could have seen them maybe go back to Temple or something like it. That would have been a death trap.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but they also decided to flood in behind them on Donut, and that's what made it such an advantageous duel for FlyQuest. Had they routed through CT, I think Tyloo actually had a fairly good chance. But it was a good choice. They had a smoke, they had a Molotov, you know, you wouldn't actually be able to stop the defuse.
Regali right now is going to be traded out quickly. Jamyang, another quick kill. And is it going to be the same half by woes that FlyQuest was suffering in Inferno?
Yeah, they may not want to progress off of this. I mean, it's so early in the round, they've already taken a couple of casualties. The smokes wouldn't last much longer. It's a good refresh there from Liaz, and another one will come out towards spawn. So
at the same time, Michael, there's a 5.7 and an MP9 inside that Donut
if
smoke.
If they try and tap this bomb, they could be in trouble.
I mean, if they even try to commit to it, they could be in trouble. Netic is trying to cover this off. It's going to be a late round push to come through. G is going to find that bomb plotter. Netic trying to play insurance, and he will be able to find the quick 2. As he's fading backwards to recover the bomb. I don't even know how it gets over there. Liaz fighting back versus the Deagle of G. They will find the closer.
Yeah, they did find themselves in a bout of trouble, but yeah, good coverage there from Netic. Find the lineup. And is able to secure the round as well. It's a bit of hesitation that you could see there from FlyQuest. It was visible. They also wanted to guarantee that they weren't getting flanked on an early timing. See how fortunate that lineup is there for Netic as they were all prioritizing dealing with the planter. That's back-to-back rounds here for FlyQuest.
Good to see.
Yeah. Dealing with the force buy. Can they deal with the follow-up?
Well, only a couple of Deagles on the other side don't seem all that threatening. Yes, they do. I'm lying to you. I'm sorry, Michael. No, I wasn't. We're good.
Yeah, I mean, first kill was fine. But
I thought Jamyang being overlooked over there really did open things up a little bit, but unfortunately, it's still a difficult shot.
It's one of the advantages of having an SMG is knowing that it can just bound and leap into the site, and your riflers are going to feel that much more comfortable knowing that you didn't take any contact in some of the early angles. They can fight to trade instead.
It's a good look for Netic to start things off. It is a very comfortable 4K. And yes, it's against ecos and whatnot, but it's a young player, it's a new stage, it's a new team, and I want to see him feel comfortable.
All right, first real gun round here for Tyloo. AWP out for G, which will be uncontested. We talked a little bit about that head-to-head where G did do quite a lot of damage there on Inferno. Regali kind of quieting down. See if G can remain ahead in that head-to-head. If it is an early reveal on that AWP, how will FlyQuest address it?
Mercury. Early position reveal as well from him.
The thing is, though, when you just hear one step, one little tick on that Molotov, you don't actually know which way he's going. You know, he could have pushed forward, he could have been caught behind it. So journeying past that smoke and actually clearing Cheetah would have been a risk there for FlyQuest. You want to trust your audio, but when it's around corners, it can get a little tricky.
I am a little bit surprised that they're actually collecting back over towards his B-bomb site over here without trying to get Netic in a better position back to Red Room or something off the sword. FlyQuest want to go for a full 5-man execute. It's also slowing down their Going to be coming in a few seconds afterwards, waiting for that retaliating utility, but that's never been deployed. Mosaic now might be regretting with G going down and the bomb to be easily planted. It feels like getting onto the site will be nearly impossible.
Yeah, they don't have any aggressive util as well to cancel that plant or even force some hesitation.
Nice
HE is close and the flash is good, but they don't push off it. Tyloo don't trust that the flash connects.
They're running out of time over here as well, with more HEs being peppered forward. Mosaic and company are not going to be feeling more comfortable.
Wait,
oh, what? Mercury and Mosaic get 4 quick kills, make it 5. It's 4 in the hands of Mercury alone? That has to be a crazy lineup. That has to be a spacing issue. I have no idea.
Yeah, there's one fighting short, another came out the smoke, there's another back sight. We need to see that from his point of view, because I've never seen a kill feed light up so quick. That must have been insane. FlyQuest looking to fight forward. Look at them, there's 3 on short, but they all just line up for Mercury. Oh, absolute insanity.
We can't even get a replay because that's how fast it was.
It really did happen so quick.
Oh my god. FlyQuest felt like they had that one too, but now Jamyoung is out in their base practically. Good kill, good damage, but not a multi.
I saw them line up again. I got worried for just a moment.
I really thought it's going to be another one of those. Mosaic repositions back immediately, trying to get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more cozy with that T side, as while Mercury will find ins moving in through that smoke. Attacker has an opportunity to upgrade his weapon if he wants to, and he will do so.
Actually spoiled for choice, a couple of weapons. Just covering the walkout. Tyloo have a very clear read on how this is going to progress. They spotted the bomb earlier on.
Util dodge, G hits shots, and it's going to be a follow-up as well. The Molotov makes him fight for more than he would like to, but still, that should be what resets the FlyQuest economy. Orb can be saved moving forward as well. A couple of kills with the MP9s.
Yeah, a little aggressive move, just being thrown the way of Tyloo. And even in that final moment, having a good response to the layering of util for FlyQuest, just in their last attempt to push to B. There was an incendiary put down on that ramp, and Liaz could not see the man to trade. So an answer has been found by Tyloo. A very difficult place to be, especially after having played such a back and forth first map. FlyQuest come out guns blazing, but now that Tyloo have had a couple of these answers, we will be, unfortunately, graced with a minor technical pause. Seems like something's wrong with G's setup.
Hopefully something that can be sorted out soon.
But it's something we often talk about, you know, getting the space to breathe and think about things, especially the way not the round that's just gone by, but the one before it.
Yeah.
FlyQuest will simply have to breathe that one off, and this is one of the great advantages of being these Counter-Strike professionals are so good at, is forgetting. They'll remember after the game, but in the moment, why dwell on it?
All the memories come flooding back to you when you're trying to sleep at night.
Well, it'll be forced upon you, you know, just demo reviews.
Hopefully it's something that they can still end up with a smile, though. Ancient is a map that they have done a lot of preparation for. Obviously, a lot of the Asian teams playing it out as well. If you cannot be good on Ancient, it is hard to find success in the region.
They've actually had very few Ancients in this leg of the tournament, but it will be a chance for FlyQuest to impress us, where in some of their previous outings, it has been less than that.
Opportunities for damage are there for FlyQuest. They have 3 Deagles purchased forward. And Jamyoung probably wants to duck out of dodge. Maybe not. Still hunting. Spots out the fact that Inns is now trying to get a sightline into Donut. Attacker will have that information relayed over to him. And Jamyoung is now finally going to be getting
He actually lacked head armor, so that Glock did a lot of damage from range.
How you wish you had a P250.
More good damage. A couple players that walk a little wounded, and it will be these two that serve as a response towards this A bomb site.
Good cover, though.
He's hoping it could be good cover. If there's a missed shot on that AWP, it turns into bad cover.
Well, he decides not to care about cover, Michael. This is the man who wants to do it on his own.
Why leave it to chance?
He's the man of certainty. And right now he is certain that Tyler will find themselves a third round. Damage has been largely mitigated as well. Mercury will take down Vexlight, 5 alive, and money made.
Yeah, Vexlight's priority actually was to die. Maybe if he could take one with him, that would have been great, but 20 seconds, he wants the extra cash. Surviving would not have served him any good.
Now comes the question. FlyQuest, how do you want to make adjustments? Is it going to be a faster play out towards middle, perhaps? It's not something we've seen explored too often in the early stages of this half. Well, maybe not faster, but they are certainly thinking about sending a few players down there. They'll be met with the cross of Tai Lu. G, Attacker, and Jamyoung were waiting, but they quickly disassembled it. It's Mosea taking damage elsewhere.
Yeah, they're going to walk mid, actually, and they'll see if they can link up with the A-lurk, maybe even pincer this A-bomb side.
They're making a lot of noise, and with the missed shot from G being punished, maybe that noise is warranted. Netic out and about. Mosea needs to fight. He's not able to nestle himself into the corner in time, and now Jamyoung, a multi-kill required, but not the gun to do it with. Regali is explosive on these entries. Control over Temple could have been taken. Attacker knows it as well, but instead he'd rather look for the fight versus Liaz. Liaz playing distraction. Attacker realizes it. Finds himself a little bit of cover, but, I mean, taking damage as he still peeks out. He knows he's a dead man. It's all a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, great call here from FlyQuest. They throw a whole bunch of util over on that B-bomb site. You see the rotates heavily there from Tai Lu, and just as they start to clue in to that this could be a fake, you see G arrive late to the mid pickup. Tai Lu try their best to plug the gap, but there's just too many FlyQuest members. And so they do pincer that A-bomb site, only to find that, wait a second, we've done the math. Attacker's usually the A player. Let's run the other way. And even still, they took him down.
And now you don't have the AWP for G. Now you don't have the full rifles out either. Jamyoung sitting aggressive elsewhere. He already took over B lane before. Mosea now inside the B site will be giving it up immediately. Tai Lu don't feel like they have a chance over here. Netic could be a casualty that swings the skills, but he won't contest.
Yeah, effectively a solitary B side hold. Far more priority put on middle. Last time, FlyQuest decided to fake this bomb site. This time, they fully commit immediately.
And unfortunately, Mosea's woes continue 1-7, and he had a few critical kills in Inferno, as Neo pointed out. Now the CT side has left him wanting here on B.
This would be a good hunt here for FlyQuest. By the way, still holding on to some of their resources, some of their weapons. But they've established a pretty wide perimeter.
There's another gun to be picked up over here. If Vince can actually find the duel versus Jamyoung, it gets more and more AKs into the hands of Tai Lu. Now, it's a small victory. Don't get me wrong. FlyQuest will not really have their money disturbed over here either. Regali is the kind of player who we've already seen is incredibly comfortable on AK-47s on this T side.
And there will be no AWP recovered for Tai Lu. You know, we consider how much of a factor G was in that previous map. Definitely his weapon of choice, I mean, understandably so. Didn't, you know, necessarily always, you know, obviously didn't come from Tai Lu necessarily. Was definitely one of these more unproven pieces, and actually looked quite impressive for a while on Lin. But it wasn't necessarily that, you know, he didn't seem to perform that much better than Zacker's output. It just felt like you got another player that, you know, Zacher seemed to be good on rifles and AWPing, kind of similar to Regali, not of the same level or the same ilk, but the same versatility. So you want him to have that impact as much as you can here on this defense.
Well, It does feel like it's another B-side setup over here for FlyQuest. They're waiting for Netic to come over and provide company. Mosaic will be given another opportunity to shine over here, but it's Mercury to try and take that shine away from him. Mosaic, good for the 1-1 while Inz is burning inside the CT Incendiary. He doesn't realize the MP9 is playing with him. Jumping headshot from Liaz right in their face, but Jamyoung is back in the race and he's going to be forcing FlyQuest to hold their horses. The bomb cannot be planted inside that smoke. Liaz now makes that crossover. Incendiary will force him back. This bomb is just not going down. And all in the meanwhile, attackers coming in from behind. This backstab now comes through. Finds a quick kill and he forces them away. Netic recovers the bomb, but he knows that he needs to fight back. Attacker doesn't give up the angle. And he might come to regret it. G contemplating whether he leaves Jamyoung alone in a position like this. Jamyoung is going to be backing off too. By using the smoke, he reveals position. Regali is going to be concerned throughout, and now Regali spots him, but Jamyoung is being incredibly evasive. It's still going to be an opportunity for a 1 versus 1 while the bomb is planted, and with attack, or rather with G coming back. Could be the full 2v1. G will be able to get that first kill, and Netic planting the bomb, only tapping it. Jamyoung, a man of patience, will never blink. Netic still not able to get that information, and you dare challenge Jamyoung in a late round 1v1?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like he had a good read. He understood what Jamyoung was going to be up to once he started tapping that bomb again at the back of the bomb site. He actually did have a good understanding of how to play it out, but Jamyoung able to have that health advantage, but also quick to react. He was really that first layer on the defense on B. He was basically the last man standing. He was doing a great job playing around the smokes. The smokes were far from ideal from FlyQuest, by the way. They throw it on the fly. It goes a little too deep, gives Jamyoung an opportunity. They were also fairly staggered going into that site, so there were rotates available there for Tyloo.
Great incendiaries as well from Tyloo, just to make sure the bomb could never be planted.
But that
initially
only happens because the rotate gets there in time.
Yeah.
And that step from Attacker, that was an unnecessary fight. Once he already disrupted them on the flank, he actually could have completely vacated. He could have sat there and waited for a later timing. It would have served for better information. They leave it a bit to chance, but the odds were and usually are in the favor of Jamyoung.
Mercury, oh my god, Mercury's out. He's looking for a deal. He'll find it as well. Vexite just not ready for the speed.
Yeah, pretty crazy crunch. That's because they wanted to set up for an A burst. Because of all this control that Tyloo get early, FlyQuest may, they may not commit to that opening idea.
Resmoke will give G the chance to scale up into B lane and get a sightline out to doors as well. He has Mercury to be able to cover off his backstab. And that all makes things really difficult for FlyQuest to cross. Mosaic, though, has been struggling. Never good for more than 1 kill in a round, and very often less than that. G needs to be able to show up, and with the bodies being abundant, you'd think it would be easy pickings. Instead, he's barely got any life left in him. Mercury is still worried about Inz, rightfully so, but with G going down, Mosaic still yet to be able to perform.
Yeah, again, just being able to throw a little bit of disruption on A, a couple of smokes, and it pulled some of those rotates away from B, where G was that first bastion, maybe even the final one. Now there are a couple players close to the action. Mosaic trying to lead the way with that MP9, but he will overlook Regali's position. They create a trifecta, a massive crossfire. Attacker, though, answering alongside Mercury, leaving Inz, the captain, alone. And he has a Molotov, he can opt for it, but instead he just takes the fight, and Attacker will answer back. A massive triple from Attacker on this retake.
What a lineup once again. Not quite the same style of a full triple coming through with one burst of an M4, but hey, as an Attacker, that's fantastic stuff. And yes, Mosaic doesn't really find much over there as far as skills are concerned, but the fact that he's putting himself out there to be sacrificed, it's what allows that entire retake to be set up for success. Great calling from FlyQuest, reacting to that missed op shot from G as well. Fully taking over, not really looking for that duel versus Mercury where they think he might be and the like. But now they're down as far as their money is concerned, and now they're down as far as their life is concerned too. Netic's already been eliminated, and they're still looking to fight into Attacker, who is just having a ball.
They didn't. I mean, they had util. You know, they go for that first volley of util, the flashes out mid, and after that, they decide they're going to try and completely overwhelm these mid players. But they line up for attacker on this spray. There's even a flash thrown by the CTs to continue aggressing. I'm a bit surprised they didn't try and use what they had, but they were hoping to maybe use it in the site take. Last round of the half, and you come in with pistols and 1 AK. That being in Regali's possession, Vexite might be able to get some space, though, in through Cheetah. He gets singed by his own Molotov, though, as he emerges the smoke, so Mercury's aware that he's permeated past that.
Mercury's missed smoke means he actually ends up getting more information, knows that Vexite is still there. G will come through, post up inside the B house, but immediately moved away. Flashbang actually ends up team flashing. Regali couldn't peek with them. And yes, he refrags, but G does the same. 4 versus 3, and this A bomb site seems to be the last item on the menu. FlyQuest look to order it, but I'm afraid it's running out. Jamyoung and Incendiary will separate that bomb from Liaz as well. But Netix made no secrets about his position. Attacker still the hidden Viper. HE weakens Liaz further. And Jamyoung will be able to stop the bomb from even crossing into plantable territory. FlyQuest looked like they had such a good start to things, but it's consecutive rounds from Attacker to give Tyloo this beautiful advantage. Sitting on 7-5 at the close of the first half.
Yeah, once again, it feels as though, you know, FlyQuest get the engine roaring a little early, but, you know, at least on Inferno, it felt as though, I mean, Tyloo with the disruption, winning the force buy, then getting this chain of rounds, it was FlyQuest that emerged. But after a couple of these rounds, you know, dealing with these B aggressions, even all the consecutive damage we saw in the low buys as well, Tyloo were able to finally crack the case, and some of it did come down to these late round 1v1s or these retake attempts that Tyloo were able to pull together. But in those moments, that's where emphasis is put on what is the FlyQuest post-plant protocol, how much do you space well together. It did seem like that was maybe a problem that carried throughout that T side for the Oceanic squad. And it's a dangerous place to be now that Tyloo have been able to fire up, and you see this slowdown coming out of that first half. Because it wasn't as though FlyQuest didn't have their chances.
Yeah, plenty of them. I mean, you look out towards, what, 2 pretty crazy retakes out towards that B bomb site, courtesy of lineups.
Yep. Even that last round, you could tell that Tyloo were very, very conscious. They were giving a lot of respects to the limited buy that FlyQuest came into that round with.
Yeah.
Nobody overswung. They were always playing patient, trying to play on timings, and basically limiting the ways in which FlyQuest could salvage their operation.
Well, the CT side from FlyQuest will have to impress.
It's what's so cool about this Tyloo team, though, is that because all of these, quite a lot of the young talent on this roster was brought in under, you know, Advent and a more slow, methodical system, so to speak.
They've got it all.
Yeah, but they came in as sort of aggressive riflers and then were eventually peeled back. And now we see, you know, genuine variety at times where certain players seem to call their own number. And yeah, you've got the temperance of Jamyoung, but that Mercury Mosea combo, hell, the fact that Attacker is an anchor is just ironic a lot of the times, but you see him getting fairly active himself at in certain moments. And you have that explosiveness of G. It's not necessarily the most aggressive AWPer we have in the circuit, but
he has his moments.
He does.
And that's what matters.
He's very momentum heavy, I think.
And I will say, Tyloo over here, they do look like they have holes. They do look like they have not come in with their best form, and that's what FlyQuest have to focus on. They cannot be looking back in these 3 minutes and talking about, hey, look at these rounds that we lost in the post-plant, because right now that is all irrelevant. The CT side of things will have to be a campaign where they continue to pressure on those weaknesses rather than remember their own.
But Tyloo are looking singularly focused on guaranteeing their place in Shanghai, an opportunity that they have not been able to experience. Instead, it was Rare Atom, who sit in the lower bracket within this group, that were able to have that at the end of last year.
It'll be poor consolation for missing the major, sure, but right now an EWC spot, I'm sure, would also certainly help soothe things over. Jamyang, Ins spots that 4 coming over his way. This is going to be troublesome. A flashbang to try and help to deter, but they're going to keep it going. In fact, it's Mercury to break through, right back to CT spawn. Nedic is through the smoke. Jamyang and Mosea are sandwiching back over, and it feels like it's sandwiches on sandwiches, but Nedic is a eating man, and he is eating Tyloo alive. 4 kills as the ace is certainly up for grabs. 15-6, an attacker needs a full 17, and with the first coming through, it's a required ace. We've seen so many in the tournament so far, but is Nedic up to the charge? Yes, he is! A declaration of war going into that second half.
And that's more like it. God, that was hectic. You could see that FlyQuest were bouncing back and forth. A great reaction as well to what has become a very common pistol for players to try and operate around, siphoning through spawn, cutting the rotates, where as a CT, it feels risky if you're a B player jumping past that smoke, but they collapse and they overwhelm the Tyloo defenses from behind as they look to attack that A side instead. It's just simply Nedic that feasts on the remains of Tyloo.
Very sharp shooting.
And it is important that he's been able to do so. Vexite having a pretty poor first half where we've been touting him as this consistent star alongside Regali. In an ideal world, they'd all 3 activate, but 2 can sometimes be enough.
In an ideal world, we get 2024 ends as well. But maybe we're asking for too much. FlyQuest are going to deliver us what they have, and what they have isn't half bad.
You're being greedy if you're asking for 4 or 5 stars to all activate at the same time.
I'll make do with Ins instead of one of the others, to be honest.
That's fair. Just for nostalgia's sake, at least.
Nostalgia was 8 months ago, man.
Yeah, feels like an age ago.
If you look at the stat sheet, at least. And Aegis Blast and FlyQuest are still somewhat uncontested in this round. Tyloo have done a good job of sucking out utility from them, but now they need to actually throw these bodies against the wall. Now, that's exactly what happens. Magic is the wall, and Jamyang and company are the bodies.
Yeah, no problems. I mean, with as many SMGs as this against a full Glock round, you would hope that there are no problems.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, there are none. Some extra money even farmed up there for Regali, so he has the option to grab into an AWP or dive into one if he so pleases. But likely to treat this bonus round with a little bit of aggression. Wouldn't be too surprised. You know, we saw Tyloo in some of their early gun rounds trying to threaten that B lane access. And when you've got 4 MP9s, why not give it a swing?
Tyloo having a back 10 of their own. They are not without speed. Jamyang is not without speed, Michael. He's already in. Ins is gone. And suddenly FlyQuest are wondering, is this really a bonus round?
I mean, it won't feel great. But you can see that they brought an extra member over. They're heavily clustered. They want to retake this mid control, and they will succeed in dealing with Jamyang. A wide swing out from Vexite. He does get spotted, but that was their last defender that they could hold towards this B-bomb site. You see Tyloo now moving in to flood it, but they've dealt with Mercury on side of Elbow. Maybe an unnecessary duel given the priority set by FlyQuest, but they find themselves an AK and an advantage.
These deep smokes from the T side will still make things difficult, though. FlyQuest are going to struggle to make their way out from CT, and that's the route that they have chosen for every single one of the players.
Hit on Vexite, though.
And it is going to be important. Incendiary comes out deep. Mosea will have to fully wide swing if they want to fight this one, and they still are thinking about it. G playing for the late round. Mosea good for the one. G can't get anything over here either, and that is a Great collapse from FlyQuest.
Yeah, a great decision to make in that mid-round. Once they got caught off guard by how fast Tyloo had broken out through elbow in mid, they moved to address it. They call it their top priority. And sure, they leave that B side vulnerable, but it finds them a man advantage, an extra weapon. And because they had that kit to play, they could actually wait out that smoke a little bit more effectively.
That is a very poor round coming out from Mercury, though. Unfortunately, he had an opportunity to take down Vexite earlier on as well. That's fair enough. You know what? That's okay. But immediately afterward, challenging right back into middle when you know there's going to be multiple players trying to trace you and hunt you down. It's a tough time. Even Jamyang missing his timing to go back up the ledge before the smoke dissipates, and FlyQuest are great at punishing that.
The problem is less to do with whether or not he thought there were going to be more players inside of middle, because his teammates were throwing util on B. It's not like they were making it unknown that they were targeting that bomb site. He maybe thought they were going to rotate the players from red to CT at that point, and so he thought he had an isolated fight. The problem just becomes that once you've missed that opportunity, you're spotted out, you know, your fight against an MP9 becomes a lot more difficult, especially in CS2. He could have played safer, but Mercury's maybe not that guy.
It is going to be a focus out towards the safe bomb site for Tyloo. INS hopes to deter. This HE is certainly helpful, but not all that much damage, and they're going to be past the incendiary first and foremost, but it's INS who's on fire. Regali as well, right behind his leader to cover up, and with that, it feels like this round is going to be over before it even began.
In fairness, as soon as he threw that HE from close, I'm maybe even honestly a little surprised Tyloo didn't try and swing off of that. Maybe concerned about the prospect of an AWP being on the side of FlyQuest. There could have been a 1-2 setup from the big box and close by. But by the time they pounce, INS has got his incendiary down and his M4 out. Absolutely loving life.
Yeah, unfortunately, those concerns do seem like a little bit of a luxury when you're on that half by.
And if INS didn't get that signal via the pop flash, then, you know, things could have gone terribly wrong. But again, he felt very comfortable. He got his HE down, his incendiary, everything he could possibly want to give himself an easier duel.
G is maybe even thinking about...
He's exploring.
Right.
He's seeing what he can get done.
If he can find a kill on the Vexite, that would be interesting.
It'd give him space to plan at least.
I mean, Vexite's close enough to be able to deny this
now.
one. Well, at least he'll be able to take a duel or two. He doesn't win him, but he takes them. 4 alive for FlyQuest. This is a great round for them against Half-Fight. They're able to reaffirm their money, and honestly, going into Ancient, they have looked good in the second half. Looked even better. A few bailout moments for sure. Thank you very much, Netix Ace in the pistol round, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But ever since then, haven't really felt pressured.
But also you think about the low buy rounds they lost on Inferno, so
yeah.
I'm sure they're happy that they put that one behind them.
Good to forget. It is maybe even going to end up being a little bit of a faster fight for Vexite. It's not something he's been given many times. Over what? He's going to fight 2! Jamyang, an attacker coming out of the smoke, just not prepared, and with Mercury being late to actually deal with Vexite, you're already down to what should be a 1 versus 3. Mercury will not get this frag.
Yeah, I mean, good control from Liaz. Thought there was a real chance that could turn the other way. Once again, G will be left alone, this time with a bit more room and a bit more clock to play with. Netic now on 20 kills.
Needed him to perform, and he has showed up.
Yeah, this is a good containment protocol here from FlyQuest. I mean, they're spreading out and hunting via Liaz, who, you know, served as that A-side anchor. But the further G goes, the more tempted he may be to actually finish on A.
And could be problematic. Liaz is making his way back over towards this A bomb site, but remember, G is always going to be worried about the possibility of someone being inside A main, especially if he clears out Temple. So if Liaz ends up accelerating, if he makes too hasty of a move, too hasty of a decision to try and take the fight, this could be a quick 1 versus 2 with G having utility.
Yeah, the priority, though, is that they just simply don't want to give G way back into this round. And as the time starts to stall out, chances are he... Actually, wait, they're actually not considering an A-bomb site. Now that he's thrown util, though, they should.
Well, the money will be nice for Tyloo. It'll guarantee a buy into the next round, but right now it's all about G seeing if he can actually defend this plant as well. 2 players coming in from Donut makes things more difficult, but the smoke will be giving him more time, and Incendiary being missed, that is critical. He'll take the first peek, and that's where Regali will save them. A bailout comes in many forms. Sometimes it's just a shot to the head.
The only reason I got slightly concerned is that as it hits that 18-second mark, we didn't see the players sort of cluster back into the bomb sites and see if there was going to be a plant, at least be within earshot. Instead, they were still sort of fanning out and maybe even trying to secure a hunt or maybe trying to get him after time if he had sat inside of T-spawn. But the one opportunity, the one chance there for G, stricken away.
Great round coming out from backside, and it really felt like Mercury was in position to try and punish that, but he's not able to take that peak fast enough.
I mean, the flash timings are great, but Tyloo also just didn't seem like they were on the right page about what they were going to do should there be aggressive moves made by FlyQuest. They bumped bodies inside that smoke, they lined up for that spray down.
Maybe some karma.
I mean, just a very, very effective play by FlyQuest.
Mercury's position is known. Backside can just come in from behind, but he's worried. Going for the same play twice. This time through an enemy smoke. Tyloo have frozen successfully, staying away from early deaths.
Yeah, and they've got a good spread of control at the moment, but because they're also so spread out, it will feel like they have to wait for an opportunity, especially after these smokes fade, to see if they can grab something towards B, maybe force some rotates out from FlyQuest. We're sitting pretty themselves.
Inns giving backside that extra smoke gives him a few more seconds that he can hold down Cheetah. Inns, however, will be forced to go back to middle and hold down Red Room. He can't take an aggressive sideline, has no flashes to help him out with something of the sort.
Oh, Molotov did not really hit the mark there for Tyloo, and so there'll be some singeing there for Mosea.
Even so, gives them Cheetah control. And Tyloo have control. They have control across the map, but with only 3 players to try and break into this B bomb site, Backside feels like he might even be okay with just getting the 1 kill as long as they don't fall to these lurkers. Backside's in a difficult position now, not going to be able to even fight for that one, and maybe this is too little deliverance. It's going to be a rerun back over towards the A-bomb site. Tyloo have hoodwinked them. They're going to barely have time to make it there onto A. Jamyoung needs to take a peek and fast, and now FlyQuest start to suspect. They start to think Regali will be able to take down the bomb. It's enough time, but they cannot plant. No, barely just. Lias still wins the duel out. He's trying to close the distance. He won't be able to do so. But FlyQuest still win the round in all of that chaos. Tyloo, what is going on?
They did not have time to do that, and the worst thing that could have happened struck. Regali recognizing that late rotate. Wait, they're not planting on B? I have to consider this as an option, and he cut them down before they make that transit. And Lias didn't even realize that they didn't have time. I think he very quickly had this urgency about him. He didn't want to let that plant down.
I didn't realize they didn't have time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he just picked up the bomb at 4 seconds. Even if you get it out in time, it's too far gone. Absolute madness. It's chaos. But I don't know what Tyloo are thinking. They get the solitary entry on that B bomb site. They have time. They're near cave.
They're trying to be doing too much, getting a little bit too cute. And where you said they lacked direction in the last round, it felt like they had too much direction over here.
That may be the defining point of this map. We've had many twists and turns so far in this Ancient, but now that we're reaching the finish line for FlyQuest, that could knock the wind out of the sails of Tyloo completely.
Jamyoung is out in the open and the flashbang is good. Regali forced away, but it's not an early kill. Lias is in fact the one to snipe out Mosea, who has had a real struggle of a map. And those struggles continue. Backside getting ready for a full flank.
This noose is tightening.
It's going to be a very difficult pincer maneuver. FlyQuest timing is good. Regali gets one. Backside lines them all up as well. And Mercury is seeing his hope come undone. He is witnessing the end of Ancient looming over Tyloo's heads.
Yeah, great decision there from Vexite. Cleared A main, kept pressing behind them, and Tyloo just hoped they were given enough space. You know, comparatively, this Inferno to Ancient, the FlyQuest style has actually been rather defensive. So now that they're reaching that finish line, taking a couple more risks, especially after Tyloo just had that dismal last round, late round finish. It's a very, very keen move there from FlyQuest to just continue applying that pressure.
Vexite in these last few rounds, that aggression has really given FlyQuest so much. And right now, he is the first one to fall. Tyloo, speed things up in that early initiation. They do not want to wait till that last 40 seconds to actually take their first fight.
Yeah, they will be traumatized by that one round.
He's waiting for this aggression to come through as well. He has read it well. Shoulder spotted, but Regali wins the trade. And Mosea, yes, he's ready to bring things back. But while calling people over to B, FlyQuest do have the weapons here for it. But maybe Regali going back to Deep Cave could be a mistake.
It just feels like there's so much hesitation here for Tyloo. Another smoke that blocks their access to Cave, so Regali's able to fight forward, but also Ince has moved away.
Regali's all alone. He knows he needs to perform. So much has been done by him, but the flashbang, the delay after it as well. FlyQuest will be left likely in a position where saving is the best option. But is it an option they'll exercise?
They've got money. Why not give it a chance? No. Kits available as well, and HE that can help displace.
Tyloo made harder retakes work. FlyQuest, it's their turn now. Not very often left in the retake. Great damage onto attacker, but he's still yet to move a muscle. A deep flashbang will be what lets him activate. Finds the quick 2 at the end, and Tyloo finally around on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, great flashes. It's really, I was worried about all this hesitation, the constant peeling back, even the trade attempt there from Regali, or onto Regali rather. But they were waiting for those flashes to hit, and they were right on point. Not only just breaking into the bomb site, but even to secure the after plant as well.
And after 7 in a row, Tyloo will be able to find that first. Reminds me a little bit of Inferno, but can they take it to the full 5 with the pressure of map point looming above them? Jamyang is already low. It is a great grenade to give Inz a reminder that with old age comes weak knees.
Good push though. Vexite answers back and they drop and spot that bomb.
It makes it so much more difficult for Tyloo to go back. They're going to have to spend so much more time that they were hoping to use exploring out middle once the CT smoke will exhaust.
FlyQuest want to keep that tempo.
Mercury with a Mac-10 going into the M4 just doesn't have the advantage. FlyQuest 4 on B.
Oh my god, look at how much they're scrambling away from this B-bomb site now that they've shown some numbers. I mean, 2 were spotted inside of Cave, but 1 also had to have thrown that flash from long.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Tyloo. It is just going to be the 1 round unless G and Mosea, the 2 players who have been fumbling their hands so many times so far. 7 and 15 on G, 6 and 17 from Mosea. And as capable as they might have been, in this instance, it feels impossible. FlyQuest are on the verge of Mirage. They know it as well. A good flashbang, but Netic will not peek in from behind. It is follow-up utility that is not enough. Regali and Netic will close the deal. FlyQuest look convincing on Ancient.
Yeah, especially that CT side. All these pact-based plays they were doing in the mid-round, so well illustrated of how you can make use of teamwork and the extra manpower. You've got so many players that can pop off on this FlyQuest roster. Why not use that extra muscle? in for a little and in for a massive pound. They just serve up Tyloo a cold, hard taste of revenge. This time far better than Tyloo's own selection in this series, which means we do go the full distance.
And while Vexite might have struggled a little bit, Netic showed up in spades. What a performance coming out from him in that second half, especially. You're looking out towards multi-kill after multi-kill. The ace to start the pistol is obviously the bigger one, but you had so many moments from him being able to just bring things back when it felt like Tyloo almost had a foothold to come back in. Him and Regali never really stopped delivering. Now, I know you like to deliver too, always are.
There's definitely a lot that can be said, though, about how well FlyQuest did throughout that entire half, whether it was individuals or whether it was some of this teamwork. I just think they looked far more composed. They didn't seem like they were panicking as much as Tyloo were, especially in that second half, where they were just constant struggles trying to get back into the game.
And FlyQuest, right now, this is the point where you're looking out towards Mirage and you're seeing some good signs from them, right? Obviously on Inferno, we had Vexite being able to show up as well. If Mirage can see even half of the performance that he had coming out from B-Short yesterday, if Regali can continue performing like he has been all series long, like he has been all year long, if we're being honest, Netic was the hidden element. He started to step up as well. And what more critical time could it be than versus their absolute regional opposition as far as Tyloo is concerned? Michael, this is a good sign for FlyQuest fans.
Yeah, no, it's been really solid through and through. And I guess my worry always is with FlyQuest is I know from map to map within a series things can sort of dry up, whether they've slowed down. This version with Netic, I'm hoping doesn't have that same problem, but it's been pretty good so far.
Well, Mayo, I asked for you to come in earlier on as well. You told me to go away. I hope that you can now.
Yeah, I hope and I can as well. Very good game from FlyQuest, though. I think, all in all, especially that second half, lights out. And it's now good to see as well. FlyQuest 4 for 4 from pistols, but this time they're not punished in the gun rounds. They're actually able to build up a real amount of consistency. That second half in particular was absolutely fantastic, showcasing just how good they can be. Tyloo could never really get going, and now this series going the distance is sort of exactly what we want. This is a real, I guess, kind of bout between who is essentially, I don't even want to say #1 seed, because it's hard to kind of justify actually with Limvision on the other side, and GG How also looking good as well, actually who overall is a #1 seed, but at least who's this top end of the group of death right now, and this is a really good spot to be in. So FlyQuest, what a way to fight back. We did question our ancient pick as well. I'm sure we all mentioned it and saying, you know, this can be a little bit risky, but they did win the Pro League and all the rest, but a fantastic show. Regali, lights out. Netic, again, really, really solid from him. Tea time, he said he wanted to see from Liaz. He was pretty quiet, didn't do much.
Well, that's fine. He didn't need to do all that much when you've got everyone else around him showing up. I have to say, as far as the victory is concerned, I'm a little bit critical of Mercury as far as his IGLing is concerned. Obviously, his numbers look fantastic, but Tyloo looked lost. And to be fair to FlyQuest, they were the shepherds that were getting those sheep to run in circles round and round till they're dizzy and dead.
Yeah, no, it did think that the game planning here from FlyQuest was more clearly mapped out. I think Tyloo were going based off a bit of feeling, reacting a little bit, and I think FlyQuest just came in with a clear understanding that if we do this and this works, we will continue to do this. We saw a round where they fake B, the very following round they actually full exec it off of spawn. Basically the same timing of the smokes, just instead there's actually have the manpower in the right place. So I think they constantly had Tyloo playing catch up behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, we keep coming back to this head-to-head between the AWPers. Map #1, G won it out by fine margins. Map #2, Regali wins it by a landslide.
Yeah.
G could not get going in that map. But not only just the head-to-heads in terms of the AWPers, it's also worth bringing up Mosaic. You know, he was fantastic in their opening series. He's actually been a real consistent factor for them in terms of the numbers department, and he looked all over the place. He could never get himself comfortable, constantly being caught off guard and constantly losing out his aim jewels. It's not what you want to see. So for FlyQuest, you know, a lot of real positives for them.
Mosaic on that CT side was such a liability, unfortunately. Yeah. And yes, a lot of the times it was, I mean, I was still critical of the CT sides as well of Tyloo, but it felt like he was the first person who was always given a duel that he could actually win, that he could actually have a fair fight in, getting aggressive with an MP9, having an M4 ready when they're crossing over to him. He never got those frags. He actually never performed as an anchor, even in the 1-for-1 or in terms of staying alive for the late round.
Yeah, absolutely MVP off the back of that. We're giving it to Netic as well, but I think it's a fair debate between him and Regali in all fairness.
Mine is Regali.
Yumi, we brought up Netic, though. You know, we spoke about this as roles that he played in previous teams and roles that he'd been quite comfortable in, but a team that he hadn't found comfort in just yet. And now, on a map that he knows very well, on a position he knows very well, he actually played very well.
Yeah, and to be honest, it does feel like there's been a little bit of chopping and changing. We're seeing some players based on spawns take some of the positions, and I think, you know, if you have the talent, why not leverage it in that way? You know, we saw a round where Vexlight gets aggressive through a main, for example. We saw Ins fighting mid-floor sometimes. We saw Netic fighting inside of Cheetah, but then also sometimes it was Vexlight, so it did seem like based on the spawns, that's how they wanted to play it, and especially because those spawns on CT did get pulled back quite a while ago, it does feel like you are late to those situations, or rather those positions, until you know you've got like the guaranteed best spawn for it. So it's good that they had that versatility, and they really expressed it as well.
Absolutely, it's exactly what we want to see. Fair debate between Netic and Regali. I'm, you know, personally from Regali there as well. I thought he was kind of lights out as well, but both of them stepped up in a big way. And also as well, while his numbers weren't fantastic, I think a lot of credit does have to go towards Ins. I think he actually called a really good game there.
The calling was great.
They completely broke down that Tyloo side. They could not get going at all. So this is what we want to see. I mean, we're getting real positives now. You know, we may not get the Ins of old, who was, you know, 30 bomb, being the best player in the server, but if we're getting the Ins calling and he can, you know, really prop up the superstars, this FlyQuest side become interesting.
Where I was critical of his CT side Inferno, I think his CT side Ancient was basically flawless. I mean, the way that they were calling the mid-round pack plays, it actually was devastating. Every time Tyloo were like, okay, we've got a little bit of room, and then suddenly they're fighting like 4 players in the center of the map, or sometimes down towards B as well. I think he just always had such a good read on Tyloo.
Absolutely. Well, map number 3 up next in just a moment to see who will be taking this upper bracket match and going to the group finals. For now, a break.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
welcome back. Map number 3 up here. It's all down to this to decide who will take this victory in the upper bracket, heading to the Group B finals as well and booking their spot to Shanghai. It's all down to this final map. Tea time. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is obviously a matchup which is legendary. It is a matchup that has been used to decide major slots. It is a matchup that has been used to decide qualification to the largest tournament in the world. And right now, the fact that we are able to have it independently in an incredibly important stage, a historic stage for Asian Counter-Strike, where it feels like everyone is getting more and more competitive. We are getting the best of these teams, and I want to get the absolute best of them on Mirage.
Mike, how are we feeling? How are we feeling going into towards this one?
I mean, listen, if Vexite's been quiet so far this series, I at least want him to show what he demonstrated earlier on within this group. He was devastating versus the Nomads. Him alongside Regali, we're getting a good Netic right now, but I need to see this trifecta to actually activate here on FlyQuest. It may not necessarily be required to beat Tyloo, but I really just want to know that they have that capacity to perform at that level.
Yeah, I don't know if you lot at home can hear, but the crowd is starting to get a little fired up here as well. There's a lot of Tyloo signs flying around, and of course a lot of support for them. And for a matchup like you said, T10, there's a lot of history. It does feel like, though, for FlyQuest, they've got this ever so slight curse around them where if somebody steps up, somebody has to, for some reason, just drop off in form. The big hope is that if you can get Netic, Vexite, and Regali online, it actually becomes next to impossible for Tyloo to stop him. But the issue is that we haven't seen all three really step up.
I mean, you say that, but at the same time, if we get Mercury, Mosea, and Jamyang online at the same time as well, I mean, that is a pretty crazy trio in itself, and G's no slump behind them. Yes, I agree, Regali definitely edges out over there, but I think this is very much a head-to-head of firepower that actually, I don't even know if I favor FlyQuest, even if everyone's popping off.
I just don't know that I've ever seen this core of Tyloo actually have a full activation of those stars on this map. You know, if I'm thinking about the Tyloo of old, where I'm looking at that as a possibility, I'm thinking maps like Overpass.
Yes.
I'm thinking maybe Inferno. I'm thinking at best maybe like, I don't know, Nuke?
Listen, we buried Advent's career. Maybe we can bury those bad memories of Mirage as well. Maybe this is going to be Mercury's showing, because listen, let's not forget as well, the one guy leading back to even the start of this team when it was Rare Atom, when they didn't like playing Mirage at all, the one guy who always seemed to show up, have a really good read of the map, being able to really take over, was Mercury. So if he can translate that through into IGLing, you know, kind of shore up some of the mistakes they had on Ancient, I would be interested.
Yeah, I mean, the great news is that with a map like Mirage, as I always put it, the great litmus test, right? This is the map that there's nothing new on it. There's nothing you ever see coming forward, which is shocking or surprising. So it actually does come down to raw individuals. I am really interested, though, to see more of what we can get out for people like your Ins right there, right? Of course, we know his calling was actually fantastic, but we actually still haven't seen the numbers from him, right? As we're used to in the past. And is that just now what we've got to get used to, where it's, you know, the FlyQuest of Inter's calling, so therefore he's no longer going to be dropping 25 plus on a map and taking over?
I hate to be the one to say this, but I think on Mirage, this might be one of the least likely maps for him to actually show up in a big way because of his position. I know A-side anchors actually get a lot of action, but I'm also taking into account that, I mean, Vexite and Regali are clearly players who like to get aggro a lot, like to take over the comms a lot early round as well. I'm assuming Inz is going to be taking a lot of his time to be sort of keeping Netic in the fray of things and whatnot, really taking time out to make sure he's feeling comfortable and performing. And to be honest, that's his job more than fragging.
Yeah, it was hilarious because Regali and Vexite were just farming the Nomads, and we saw Netic struggle in his fights in Con so consistently.
Yeah.
And that would have probably shaken his confidence. Like, this is supposed to be a kind of a walkover team that they're beating, and he's getting absolutely rocked. So
shout out to Henex one time.
Yeah,
man.
so for Netic, the fact that he has like a confident start and has been consistent so far in this series, we should expect more from him in that position.
Yeah, that is the hope. I mean, the one thing that it's not a guarantee, but it feels like it should be, is that we do just get Regali step up. This is a map that he has been very good on, so as a whole, that's good. On the flip side, a player that we haven't spoken too much about, T-Time, is Attacker. Yeah, there were some good moments from him in
very good,
map.
surprisingly good.
Despite, you know, the situation. If he can get going to Mirage, it
we're
really
not going to
bolsters
get
that
it
core.
again. We're not getting that again. Listen, that was a one-time performance. An Attacker has these great maps in series. It's not his job. He's going to be the B-side anchor on Mirage, or rather, just as the A-side, actually. Jamyang, I think, is going to be B-side anchor on Mirage, but I just don't think he's going to be given a chance to really pop off and frag out, even though he's the A-side as well. I think this is going to be a strange position where both of the large-side anchors are going to be struggling somewhat. Attacker is likely going to be the first person to be thrown to the wolves so that he can be traded whenever it comes down to a retake and the like. I'd be surprised if he can continue his form from Ancient.
Well, knife round here as well, and everyone said, yeah, that's FlyQuest who ended up taking that one. So they get the choice. I'm assuming it will just be that CT side start for them
Tyler
as well.
TK'd in the knife round, it's over.
Yeah, that is game over, yeah. So it looks like Tyler going to be starting on that T side. FlyQuest starting on the CT side, but it looks like we are about to get underway here as well. Beta Breaths in the arena here in Yancheng as we get in towards our third and final map of this series. See who'll be booking their spot into the Group B finals as well. Like we said, you get yourself to that final, you have guaranteed bare minimum that you'll be going to Shanghai. But of course, the hope will be going to that grand final. Worst case, though, you go towards that third place playoff. But it'd be great for Veto. So whoever wins this map as well goes to the 19th in the ranking. So, fellas, without further ado, I think it's time to get this show on the road. It's map number 3 here in our first series of the day. It's Mirage up next to decide who is taking the series.
Thank you very much, Neo. And it does seem as though we are in for a bit of a heater. I'm very, very surprised with the level that we get out of FlyQuest. Not because they looked shaky on that first day, but because I wasn't sure how to gauge them after that encounter with the Nomads. Would they let their guard down against Tyloo? Obviously not.
And like Neo said, there is one constant that where even if we couldn't gauge what FlyQuest will be doing, I think Regali is a man who should be showing up and will be showing up as well. We look to see Tyloo start off with the conquest of middle. It will be 3 players to find. It is surprisingly undefended.
Setting up for some late round conditions as they look to pincer onto this A play.
It's been a flurry of pistols that FlyQuest have won so far, and in this decider, Tyloo hoped to break that curse, and it's Inz's head that's been broken initially. Vexite fights back, it's slow, it's sloppy, and Jamyang will be able to trade. 2 players still back over towards CT spawn. They feel mitigated, neutered because of that lack of HP on Inz. They will not be able to swing. It'll have to be a late round play. Inz been given the flashbang instead to try and initiate pressure through and through. Musea far away, will not be able to contribute should this be a CT swarm through CT.
No kit either.
That makes things more urgent. Flashes don't catch out anyone. The Tyloo side are playing this patiently. Jamyang, good for the first one, will be traded immediately after. Vetix Ace was one to be kept in mind, and as Tyloo are giving him respect on respect, it's that bomb that simply cannot be touched. Regali will respond with a kill of his own, but Tyloo inaugurate that pistol field.
Damn, I mean, they break into this A play just off of 1 kill onto Vexite. I mean, they had some contributions from spawn, but being unable to wrangle that kill, it felt a little too simple there for Tyloo, and if you're going to play for that retake, they needed the extra resources that they simply didn't have. 1 flash out from spawn, and they looked to swarm. They just didn't have anything that could cover the defuse, nothing that could speed it up either. So yeah, very simple looking call there for Tyloo. They got a lot of space, and they capitalize on it.
FlyQuest will be immediately responding back with their own scouts and an MP9. For Tyloo, it's all about exploration and seeing where these potential aggressive components could be. They don't know FlyQuest is playing passively.
Yeah, it's just a spread default.
And in the end, they will be able to collect back.
Your worry is sometimes when you're against 5.7s and SMGs that putting smokes down on an execute actually can favor them, because you could disregard those smokes and treat them as walls as you would in a rifle round in some senses.
It's a valid worry, but with scouts on the other side as well, you want to have those blocking forces. Inz right through the smoke is able to find himself that one initial headshot. Attacker is down, and with the CT is quickly congregating back over towards the A bomb site, it does feel like it's going to be tricky. Now Mercury is going to be the late element, but that is an element that might not be able to activate at all. Jamyang, same position as we saw in that pistol round, waits for the push to come through. FlyQuest are again and again put into a spot where they have to push from CT. Some jump spotting will give information, but it's still a fight to be taken back over towards jungle. Vexite to be taken down, and now the double M's will respond. Jamyang holds down, and patience will again be rewarded. He keeps it going. And it might be anti-force by kills, but they are all incredibly clean.
It just felt like a mirror of the pistol round, weirdly, against the Force Buy. Similar positions being held in that post plant there for Tyloo. Sure, they didn't have attacker inside of Palace because Inns apparently devastates him from jungle. Like, that's just as the smoke blooms. He gets a frame to see him.
Wow. Gotta love the slow-mo on that one. It makes it even more impressive.
I like watching that in real time. Makes me feel more involved.
Well, we've got a little something for everyone.
Yeah, but that A-bomb site, it's weird that two nearly identical rounds happen just on different buy rounds. Single flash, and it was a different flash from FlyQuest at least.
Attacker will find Vexite in the meanwhile, so these elements of aggression that I was expecting in the last round will now be displaying themselves here. Not the full eco from FlyQuest. They say, well, we could have more money, so why not?
Well, I was worried about Mosaic getting caught, but he's insta-headshot both of them, so...
Good to see. He struggled in Ancient.
Yeah, he's feeling much better.
Careful, Mercury. Right, well, this is about as good of a start as you could hope for Tyloo.
Yeah, good money building, especially after that round gone by, and now not a casualty against the upgraded pistols.
Fantastic stuff. Did feel only fair that they get a pistol round win finally as we go into the third map decider.
Yeah, creating a buffer is just that important when you're especially building on these early rounds. You know that some things can take a turn for the worse rather quickly, especially in MR12, where sometimes your options will feel limited. Want to get as many buys out as possible. All about for Regali. We have him and Vexite as key figures, especially with their impressions they made on us via the Nomads. But eyes will be on Netic to step up in his spot as well. Con is a very high traffic area.
That's a nice grenade. Could have been even better if it popped open the smoke, but they don't know that. In the meanwhile, Mercury's been given a lot of space. He will not be easily located either. Vexite would have to go all the way into ladder room, and he's just not in position to do so. FlyQuest will lose one of those solitary A defenders with Netic down, Inns forced away. Is this going to be another round where we mirror an A site retake from FlyQuest that simply cannot happen? They have no flashes. All they have is a smoke. There's no kits available to them either. Things do not get easier from here. Tyloo can still deploy utility if they want to.
Yeah, I would say if you're FlyQuest. And
can they?
Yeah, they will try. Mercury could siphon them.
Oh, the HE, he reveals position, so not sure if he'll want to take the full peek. Regali is on the other side, misses the up shot, and now that just calls Mercury to hunt for more. It's Regali now to rectify.
Still Jamyoung on the hunt, so who's to say that more weapons can be taken out of their hands? I mean, this is a great decision here from Tyloo. They throw a belt of util out to jungle. They're trying to pull the attention away of Netic, and they actually catch him with the flash. That's why you see him fall back into the clutches of Mercury on that Mac-10. He was patient. He didn't just initially take that smoke timing because Netic actually was going back to address that. He understood there was a gap. And just not having the extra manpower to hold both topside Con as well as the window, it costs FlyQuest.
Jamyoung really doesn't look like he moves a muscle, at least in his face. Early timeout from FlyQuest, and they do need to actually sit down and consider how do we keep letting go of this A-bomb set in a way where it feels like retaking is just not possible.
Well, especially this first gun round, they would have been happy with the initial start on their mid control. I mean, the nades were decent. They had no clear signs that Tyloo had advantages to be attained. They understood what the possibilities were for Tyloo once mid control was seeded, only for it to blow up in their face immediately. So. Yeah, kind of unsurprising you want to get out ahead of it early. You don't want to ever end up in the first gun round where you lose one kill, and that's basically the whole round done.
Netic's able to find an early kill, and that is incredibly important. Great activation, even if he loses a lot of life for it. Jamyoung was the only mid-lurker that Tyloo was trying to establish. And with Inns taking aggressive sightlines out towards A main as well, this is looking like a much more convincing setup for FlyQuest. Regali's been left behind to safeguard the B-bomb site all on his own. The AWP is very good at that.
There'll be a timing that benefits FlyQuest as well. Them setting up on this double close A push will allow them some access and some information. Well, they should be aware as well. Very frequently, Tyloo have been spread out on their default. They'll be conscious of Palace.
They're conscious of it, but it's not a threat to them at all. In fact, it actually ends up being a beneficiary for Netic. As he continues to line up this backstab, there's a timer around that 35-second mark. Netic will reach his goal. Maybe even faster if he wants to accelerate now.
Could be late.
Time's gone by.
It's a vacant A side.
And without anyone inside A main as well, Tyloo could still get this In's critical kill, and the follow-up isn't there. Still, advantage for FlyQuest. Are there smokes available? I don't think there are for Tyloo to block off connector, so it won't be an easy, comfortable plant either. I expect it to be maybe even towards the back of triple, but it's Lias to find that first kill. It's all he needed. There's no one over there to recover the bomb. 10 seconds on the clock, and with Netic taking down Mosea as well, this round is over. Attacker knows it as well. He can fight for damage, he can fight for pride, but he cannot fight for the win.
Yeah, a little bit more initiative being driven here by FlyQuest. They got some information going their way, and sure, Inz is kind of left to his own devices, but he at least goes 1 for 1 and allows Vexite to get into position through spawn. They had eyes as well, where Tyloo were missing out on having a smoke for the late round. If they had been able to get a smoke down con, they could have maybe planted, ended up in safer positions, but they just were never allowed to settle. Information is king, and FlyQuest demonstrate exactly why.
Oh no, G looked like he had that one.
Yeah, that was a chance.
Netic feels lucky as he runs away from the fires.
Regali will also go hunting.
He might find more success than G did. Well, he doesn't, but Inz does. That'll do. An advantage garnered. And although Tyloo will have mid control, they have nothing to do with it. FlyQuest have not left behind Vexite on B short. They've been very good at using him in a little bit more of a mobile manner. It's something you commented on yesterday, Michael, or day before.
Yeah, like almost treat him like an AWPer to a certain extent, where other people will pick up the slack if Vexite has either a good spawn or he's really feeling a play. I don't necessarily know if it's him calling it or if it's Inz, but he changes spots.
Bombs on the ground. That might be round over for Mercury and company. Tyloo are losing everyone, and FlyQuest, where they were struggling and fumbling on this A bomb site, now with some key adjustments are going to be able to look as clean as they ever have. G will regret that first shot, sure, but it didn't feel like FlyQuest was ever going to lose this round.
Yeah, I mean, great shutdowns in back-to-back rounds here for FlyQuest. Once again, being active in the early round, but also adding some extra layers of security on one of the extremities. This time it was Vexite pushed deep into the apartment so they could feel better to have more resources designated to middle and A. It's looking good. The resource management, after that timeout, FlyQuest seemed to be in better stead.
You do wonder if Tyloo are going to start to move away from that A-bomb site early on. Regali, it is a opportunity that's not really there. No one from Tyloo had forayed out into middle. And it does look like they're still pretty committed out towards A when you look at attacker's position and the fact that he's the one with the bomb.
Just to draw the comparison between, you know, the FlyQuest Nomads game and this, how often do we see Vexite just sending it off of short, being hyper-aggressive, you know, trying to crunch with Vexite, or rather, not with Vexite, with Netic.
And Netic, yes.
Yeah. Regali was actually frequently joining him on short. Or playing on window.
Oh no, this could be problematic.
This is not a great time to do this.
Oh my goodness, they're going to be able to find both as well. Inz had to play anti-flash, but unfortunately with the HE in the hands of Netic, Vexite is left to actually pick up the pieces. He's able to find the one, but he doesn't realize G's right around the corner. G will be able to floor him. And an AK recovered, a bomb planted. Tyloo, if they find this kill on Regali as well, then Liaz's forward position will be for naught. G goes down though. Great adjustment, but Liaz spotted. Attacker and Mosea, with both players' positions known, they know they just need to play it passive. There's a Molotov to force away Mosea. Leaves attacker all alone. He's worried about a crossover from in front, but he doesn't have an idea of where to keep an eye out for. FlyQuest as well has so many angles to clear, and with attacker yet to reveal, now he's seen Regali is doing it all in that retake.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic shooting from Regali, especially that shot into Con. I thought for sure this was a round that FlyQuest were about to fumble. Just being greedy with the HE, they were going to blow out that bottom Con smoke. There was such an opportunity here for Tyloo, especially with that double and even the G unforeseen element. But you give Regali too much skin and he will take that shot. Impressive stuff, and even good temperance, understanding they have that smoke, they could put some pressure on. They got confirmation on a player in Palace. They piece it together well.
And where the post plants of FlyQuest were chaotic in that T side of Ancient, I feel worried that Tyloo might be falling into some of the same. G. Sure, a casualty that could be forgiven, but it is the first domino that falls in a round which Tyloo was really hoping would be what enabled them to take that big lead on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, you always lose your advantage as well in those 2v2s where one player is spotted early. One of the hardest things coming into a retake with is just a lack of information, because you don't always have incendiaries, smokes. You can't necessarily section off the site in an efficient way. But once you know, you can use what little you have in the right spots.
Faster play from Tyloo. They want to be inside the bomb site before the incendiaries are exploding on top of them. Netic is the real problem, though. He's able to find 3 quick kills on the ascending Chinese side. The bomb can be planted, yes. But can Chamyang defend with only an M4A1, which I don't even know if it has any bullets in it?
Yeah, it'll be very low.
He's going to look for another gun, perhaps, but it sticks to the Deagle for now. Bore smoke onto CT. Actually, 17 bullets, that's more than you ever have normally when you pick one of these up. G's also got an A4. Suddenly, a pretty good crossfire being established. G just has to stay alive. Chamyang peeks out, finds him with knives in hand, but it's Liaz who still keeps an eye line out, and more than just an eye line. FlyQuest will have him to thank for this 4th round.
Yeah, a real weird situation, because you saw Jamyang just holding consistently with that Deagle. Wasn't sure. I mean, the smoke was down. They just wanted to make sure that FlyQuest didn't jump the gun into that retake. But again, they have some extra resources. They have the manpower, and just an early quick kill onto G would certainly benefit them. Great job there from Liaz, but Netic is the real hero with his multi-kill. What a time to play aggressive close ramp, not starting into the Con early mid fight. Especially with the way that Tyloo wanted to pick up the tempo. There was more players on that site than they had bargained for.
Now who's going to be the player on Tyloo who can get aggressive and actually find them an opening kill? Mercury is the one you look to, ordinarily. But he's setting up for Mosea to get the same control that he himself did with a Mac-10 earlier on. Control over jungle. Takes good damage for it, though. Netic has Regali to his side once again. FlyQuest have been largely uncontested on short. And it feels like this round is going to be no different. Jamyang spotted out. Intentions perhaps suspected, but attacker's demise means Regali just keeps on fighting back into A main. He knows these are just 1 versus 1s with position spotted out in middle, but Mosea has always been the unknown element. Comes through and he knows that Netic is closed down, but he's single-mindedly hunting him away. Regali! You can commend him for the kill, but the problems are never going to be completed. Inns comes in from behind, hidden away, sneaky as you can be. And FlyQuest, where there's 1, there's 2, where there's 2, there's 3.
Yeah, I mean, great kills there from Regali, but they again will have one of these great reads. How often have we seen Tyloo hit B? Basically nil. It has been a very A-focused approach from them. And not only do you get that opener there from Regali, even the crunch, there's just so many numbers here from FlyQuest. And sure, the Mosea shooting is fancy, it's nice. But Inns is one of those players as well that has been dedicated to A very frequently, but also has been fairly mobile. They disregard his position. They didn't expect Palace of all things.
Missed smoke.
And that will matter. I think they wanted to actually collapse out of this top mid smoke.
Whew. Both smokes aren't there for you. One of them popped, one of them missed. Tyloo's early flurry of rounds is long forgotten. Missed grenades are certainly going to help. Ains is going to be taking a slightly more difficult fight. I say slightly because this man is undefeatable right now. Damn. I didn't expect this performance from him, Michael.
A little hot hand as well. Yeah, I mean, we're currently living in this period where Ains has been on a slump. It does feel like he's had to change who he is as a player as well to try and address that. But a stark reminder of what can be and what could still be hit again. Sure, it's against pistols, but it's sharp, it's clean.
And it's demoralizing for Tyloo. Those opportunities to pat yourself on the back, they've been far and few in between.
Is there going to be a pocket call? Is there something that Tyloo can look to do? Because, I mean, they tried to go for something on a low buy round, fast play A, but they have been negligent of this B bomb site. It has left Liaz a little bored alongside Vex site, but that's also why they have Regali in towards those apartments. They'll be expecting a shift up, especially as we approach the end of this half. Now, once again, go for something that has worked for them in the past.
It's worked once. Musea last time over wasn't able to deal with the real threat of Regali. Now Netic is actually here to give him a duel. Netic turns around. It's a bad timing. He didn't have quite the clock right on that smoke. And now Vex side on the bomb side might be unexpected, but he is not unaccounted for. G finds another as well, and Tyloo's dry spell is now dependent on Ins. He's only good for one Liaz. He was bored before, but the excitement might be too much for him. No, he's still fighting. Not for long. Musea takes him away and gives Tyloo number 5.
Yeah, they went back to what had worked in prior rounds. An absence of presence in from FlyQuest, so it boosts through into window. And this time, Netic's in a different spot. He's maybe hoping that it will still be focused onto jungle. And yeah, he misses out on his timing. Just a quick reveal. And even the follow-up progression from Mercury, it really did feel awkward there for Vexite. He heard the steps up to a certain point, but he never saw the player until it was on an off timing. Could end up on a half that serves as even keel, even with a great string we find out from the Oceanic squad. Will Tyloo ever hit B?
No. Hate to break it to you. Re-aggression into middle is the call for FlyQuest, and they have 2 players out in short who want to commit to it, and Vexite, it's one of the first few times we've actually seen him take that duel, chance it over Mercury, misses the opportunity for a refrag. And right now, Vexite is actually considering going aggressive again, not needed. Mercury's already dead.
They just pre-fire it. Look at how clustered the CT side is.
It's all around connector.
It's what started to work for them on Ancient.
Netic. I mean, look at how much noise they're going to be making right now. Ins is the first to fall. He's just a distraction. It's all he is. Tyloo will be locked down to 5. They will owe most of their rounds to a pistol round, while FlyQuest, well, they've had a nice little smorgasbord of performances.
Yeah, I think there was just a realization towards the end there that FlyQuest have been giving Tyloo a lot of room, a lot of space to operate outside of a couple of shots down range over in mid, often just leaving that totally vacant. So this time, a little bit more fighting. Let Tyloo think that they have a few more moments to breathe, and then they get absolutely flooded. A really solid half from FlyQuest, and it all was sparked from that very early timeout. They started 4-0, went into that first gun round, barely put up a fight, and then all of a sudden we saw this flip switched, or the switch flipped.
What worries me right now is the reason why I actually picked FlyQuest to win the series as well. And I wasn't sure about it. I was actually very gambly on it. I'm not sure if Mercury on this T side, transitioning over to CT, will be able to corral the troops together in a position where it feels like they don't have that, I don't even know, the longevity, the stamina in this long series where they've gone from the highest sides of Inferno, where they're leading, where they feel like they're untouchable. FlyQuest starts to make a comeback that transitions forward so nicely over to Ancient as well. And now on Mirage, FlyQuest are very much in control of the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying in terms of that longevity, but that's often been my critique of FlyQuest and a lot of their core as well. So, the longer best of 3 goes, the harder it suddenly becomes. It has improved, I think, since they've added Regali especially. Yeah. But I still have that fear for them until they strike a consistent period. I guess there will always be a paranoia. But, I mean, both these squads have a whole lot to prove. Sure, they've got a wealth of talent, but we've seen others within the region. Hell, we even have this dark horse contender already secured into Shanghai and GJHao, where even the top-seeded team in Lin Vision, we would have expected to do well. But they got made to look almost a little foolish.
A little? They look really foolish.
Yeah, there's many questions to be asked about the domestic scene at the moment. It's what makes this Asian Champions League so exciting as well, is that there's a number of different contenders who have approached.
Yeah.
And some that find themselves in a lower bracket as well, which is, for later on in the day. But really promising stuff from FlyQuest that not only have some of the game plans looked good coming into this series, but now as well some adaptations being made on the fly outside of just Urcast and his calls. It does seem like Inz is also directing the troops through a secondary line that can be just as beneficial.
A lot of mobility on that CT side. I mean, you talked about Inz himself, but even looking at Nedic, you compare to the Nomad series, where of course it's a lot easier to be sitting in one place because, your teammates are just winning the rounds for you. But Nedic feels more comfortable. You see him starting out towards A main a couple of times, see him taking that sandwich position a few times, even, a little bit of aggression possibilities in through connector too. So this is a more fluid FlyQuest, I think it's safe to say, but can that fluidity be maintained in that second half?
Also, I have the question of, sometimes Vexite was playing the A-bomb side, sometimes Nedic was, sometimes they were trading positions. And before I was saying, Vexite must just be calling his own number and they're adapting around him, but I don't know who's calling what now, because Vexite was struggling to get his own game going.
Tyloo struggles. Will they continue or will they be interrupted in this pistol round? It is an MTB bomb side. Tyloo have decided, you know what? We didn't really prioritize B much in the first half. They're going to expect us to do it in the second, surely. G is low, and then the meanwhile, although there is a bit of aggression out towards Ace, where there's been noise made, FlyQuest have still fully committed out towards B. Tyloo haven't bought into the idea, but as utility is being thrown, Vexite will lose his life. Jamyang misses opportunities galore to actually find a quick kill, but he does buy time for G to close the distance. G's already inside the market window smoke. Regali will not be expecting this, and as he trails past, Attacker will have the opportunity to win the duel. If he does do so, G likely never going to be checked, and Jamyang on the bomb side with Mosea circling around. Regali good for one, but he gets no idea that G is there. I think he might have even seen him in the screen for a second. Liaz alone will fall.
Wow. I mean, that was an incredible safety net to have. Only one defender on that B bomb site, but one that was sitting inside of the underpass waiting for a go call and heard the steps inside of the apartments, heard the util sailing out as well, and catches them from behind, puts a lot of pressure on FlyQuest to push forward. And that's what makes this decision from G to sit inside of that smoke such a good choice to have made, especially because he took early contact on that A bomb site. For him to have slid into that in time before FlyQuest could spot him, like you said, they were never expecting that.
FlyQuest will answer back with a force spike, courtesy of the bomb plant. Mercury wants to keep himself on an aggressive line, but when he sees 3 smokes coming over, he's just spraying and praying. Attacker, a Molotov underneath his feet, but he still gets 1 kill, looking out for a little bit more. The bomb's been dropped. Attacker is somehow untouched. It's Mercury's dualies that are going to be brought in, and the Tyloo's side do lose a lot of numbers, but they stop another bomb plant from coming through.
They just kept flooding flashes in. As soon as that exec happened, there were, what, 5 flashes that came out from CTs as it came through. You saw Attacker panicking because he was in the flames, but because of all these flashes, no one could actually punish him for sitting inside of that Molotov or even emerging.
He moves back to the flames. Yeah. He's comfortable
Well,
there.
he was also blind, so he didn't know where the flames started or where it finished.
He's trying to sense by his heat senses
where
or
the
something.
body ends and the flames begin.
Mercury spotted out, going for a bit more of an aggressive play versus the Pistols. Vexite actually finds Attacker early on, so this is not going to be a round without blood drawn on the Tyloo side. And without worries. Oh my god, never mind, they're not worried. The MM barrage of nades. Tyloo with the full collection across both pistol rounds in this game.
To clarify, you mean Mercury Mosaic, not matchmaking. You know, you'd struggle to get that level of coordination out of matchmaking.
I forgot matchmaking is a thing, I'll be honest.
Yeah, well...
I haven't thought about it in a long time.
There's missions now. Bounties to do.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'd rather be playing on 5E. Just like you should be as well in Asia.
Yeah, if you're in Asia, you know.
If you're not in Asia, get to Asia and play on 5E.
It's pretty hard to play it when you're not on this side of the world.
Oh. Well, nice shot from Vexite will be the only action that FlyQuest get over there. But now they can move into their railgun round. Now we can see what the machinations of INS will look like over here on the offensive side as well.
Yeah, called a great, you know, game around on that CT side, but sometimes you can encounter Rider's Block. Hope it doesn't start now. Early mid control being lined up here for FlyQuest. Some good util that's down, and they'll allow Enetic out to hunt. But it is still a spread default here for FlyQuest, just hoping to establish that control and push Tyloo back. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be any intention from Tyloo to retake this sector either. We see a completely different approach. You know, we saw FlyQuest try and play timid, try and play tepid, but then once they have that timeout, they start to drive their own initiative, taking a ramp control, trying to push in on flanks, pushing the B apartments as well late round. I do worry sometimes that this Tyloo can be a little static, even outside of the old Advent system. The remnants of it do carry through, and it feels like Mirage is definitely one of those maps where I feel it is perhaps at its worst.
They may have wanted to leave it behind, but the ghost of Advent haunts them.
And he raised them, molded them.
And right now he's going to have to guide them through these last 30 seconds as well. Attacker, Molotov to consume him, and this time nowhere near as comfortable inside the flames. Mosai's peak is also punished, and suddenly Tyloo are lost. There is no way to contest this. It is a long, drawn affair, but a very swift conclusion.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, they get that Molotov down sandwich, they hear him burning alive, they know he's got to make a move, and if Attacker is going to sit inside of it, Vexite did not give him a clear duel. It's a little bit of a shame, I think, for Mosaic because, you know, FlyQuest spam his exact position, and that's great. You know, that's good diligence there from FlyQuest. A lot of the time, the reason you're worried about being spotted is not because they've spammed you to half HP. I'm not even sure FlyQuest knew as a certainty that Mosaic was there, even after the spam. But very frequently, the blood will splatter behind you, and that can reveal your position more so than the bullets themselves. And so, yeah, he swings, he comes up with nothing, and if he ends up empty-handed, then Tyloo had no way back in. They didn't have enough time to get into position. That's how devastating this hit was. FlyQuest just throw a barrage of util, and before they know it, they've got access to A.
Window top mid.
There's a couple of difficult positions as well to be holding down in the late round. Any small bits of utility can just take you away. And Tyloo find that out the hard way. They will still have a buy off the back of the save from the previous round, but Tyloo You do wonder if they're going to have a similar issue over here in the second half of not finding much success outside of their pistols, and if Jamyoung is going to be an indication of how things are going, well, they won't.
I love that decision. That's such a cute call that some people will do in like anti-eco rounds, or when they're on eco rounds, just try and nade stack the window player, and Jamyoung gets destroyed.
It's going to be followed up by a call to go back towards B. Attacker has an opportunity over here to shine regardless, but flashes in his face will not matter. He is a man unfazed by utility. Mosea, unfortunately, is not. He is given a few more straightforward duels, but not able to win them.
Yeah, they just couldn't get any blocking util down. They may have known that the B site was under siege, but the spacing is good there for FlyQuest. They had trades available. Even if the first flash was dodged, they were always going to outnumber those Tyloo defenders.
And if there's ever a time to look to a player to put up an individual performance, I would really want G to be getting active around the map, but it's also something FlyQuest likely expect. That barrage of utility might not have been meant for Jamyoung.
Yeah, starting with the open window feels pretty bad.
Starting with an MP9 in window also feels kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, smokes are so frequently thrown from spawn that it feels bad all the time.
Mercury will be able to fight for his gun. Oh my god, he threw it away.
Did he actually?
Yeah. He won't have that.
That's got to be a joke.
Maybe he...
If he doesn't have an AK, I will be annoyed for...
Yep, he doesn't have it.
Oh my goodness. Well, that is a blow to the economy of Tyloo, because they were going to buy up around those saved weapons, and now there will be a little hesitation about committing too far down.
God.
That's a really, really silly mistake.
The problem is, obviously, when the bomb goes off a little bit earlier on, sometimes you lose track of how much time is left and whatever, but it's still just...
It's just unnecessary. Like, what benefit does it serve? AK versus M4, I get it, but I mean, M4 over nothing, I take the M4.
Maybe, just maybe, this is what Tyloo need, Michael.
No.
Maybe this is the half-by victory.
Nope.
That can spur them on.
Nope.
Maybe it's the 5-7s, the Tech 9s, the Deagles.
It could happen.
G's up. And Attacker is the one who's making those maybes materialize. Attacker and Mercury coming out in the fray, and FlyQuest have bought into death. Little do they know what one foolish moment has made for them.
I hate that this worked. I mean, a brave decision there from FlyQuest. They should have been suspicious that AWP was out, and they tried to get out ahead of it. They tried to, I imagine, jump past the util on ramp, but they fall into a stack where pistols are playing close. And those flashes did not do enough.
And I can tell you what's going on in the FlyQuest comms right now. Wow, they didn't buy on those 2 rifles, huh? Regali.
Chance here for him.
Well, chance might be gone. Jamyoung is closing the distance in from behind as well. Regali can maybe go back towards jungle, and actually Mercury gives him up a duel. It feels a little bit unnecessary, all things considered, and Regali is certainly being given more chances than he ought to be. Time is really his only enemy now. G is low, and Jamyoung without a primary rifle, but still a peek that he will take, a shot that he will miss, and a heart that almost breaks.
Yeah, I mean, that is close. He waited for the full plant, and he missed his first opportunity, but it still falls the way of Tyloo. That would have been a devastating loss. And it is still devastation, just not for Tyloo. They only bring in 1 weapon after a minor mishap at the end of last round, but it serves to be enough with 5-7s, playing up close, accompanied by that G-AWP. That makes a massive difference. It's a lovely attempt there from Regali, but sadly not enough.
That last shot from Jamyoung did not look like it should have been.
He left it up to chance. His first peek, his first strafe didn't look dead on, unfortunately.
The bomb plant from Regali is not insignificant either.
Neither is the damage.
Absolutely.
You know, you don't want to go up against half buys and suddenly everybody on the enemy team has AKs.
Never fun. At close range, 5-7 headshot becomes super powered.
Yeah, a luxury that's not often graced by on that CT side, unless you're an org enthusiast.
We might see more of those come through. Who knows? For now, it is a more measured approach from FlyQuest. They've only let INS go out into the open, into the unknown. The unknown of Connector, though, might be giving them an opportunity. INS is going to decide not to go into it.
It kind of sucks for FlyQuest, actually, even reflecting on that last round, like how much of their game has been centered around default map control into then finish. That was the one moment where they decided to just go for an exec from spawn.
Attacker and Mosaic, in the meanwhile, are getting aggressive back towards A main. This is an opportunity for them to be able to maybe even go deeper in if they'd like to. Elias reveals position with a flashbang, so they will be cognizant of this idea. The problem is they've lost teammates elsewhere. G's gone down as Regali is fully scaled up and taken advantage of the lack of Connector presence. Jamman cannot keep missing these opportunities. Great adjustment from Regali, make no mistake about it. But a free shot that could have put an end to so much pain.
God damn, I mean, single-handedly taking over that B bomb site is Regali. And, you know, I don't even necessarily think FlyQuest were going to finish this direction until he finds all that success. He has carved straight through this dragon. And the B bomb site's right for the picking. No saving, not allowed. Time. I mean, a lovely kill there from INS as well. But I don't think there's a certainty that Mosaic joins him.
18 and 10 on Regali, by the way.
He's a silent, steady performer.
Silent?
I'd say during Ancient, you know, it did get a lot of kills where, you know, it added to the efficacy of the round. He's a steady contributor.
Yeah, I'll take
that.
A
contributor.
Don't worry, I won't believe my pronunciation.
Nah, I've just been emphasizing weird parts of words. Technically, I'm still saying the word right. It's
well, Talu's been emphasizing weird parts of Mercury. He's been bragging, but not IGLing.
I don't know about all that. I mean, that was a beautiful shot. But you're right, nice. You know, I mean, Jamyoung does need to collect on that kill at the very least. I mean, Regali was so ill-prepared. It's not even within his scope. He just feels himself taking damage and flicks to the right spot.
It's a sign of the times if Tyloo are going to be missing free kills on Jamyoung. An indication of what the team feels like, as much as Mercury might have taken over IGLing responsibilities. I don't think there's any doubt about whose team this is.
Well, this time trying to address that mid control. Smoke fades in the face of Mercury, and Mosaic will be there to trade.
Regali still nearby. He's going to find Mosaic jumping up as well. Just makes it even bigger target for him.
It's a greedy move, just trying to spot towards top mid, but I mean, it's a lovely shot from Regali.
Jamyoung, in the meanwhile, is trying to cover off a B bomb site that is soon to be under assault. He's only got an MP9 and a smoke to try and save himself with. INS reveals position. Jamyoung yet to fall down, and they will have heard that as well. And HE to blow open the smoke. Jamyoung wants to take the peek. INS looks away, and Jamyoung comes through with a performance that gives Tyloo a chance. But look at how far away they are. Look at where they have to run from. Maybe it's the path.
Spotted both, though.
That gives them the 2v1, that gives them this equalization. Vexite has not been needed many a times, but now he's called upon. Characterized for early round performances. It is not in his comfort zone, but at least it's a site that he is not unfamiliar with. Attacker, a Molotov he will not use. Now that he throws it, Vexite, a chance maybe. But G's able to take his head off, and Tyloo will find 10. Fortunately, Jamyoung does step up.
Yeah, nice attempt there from Vexite. Took his opportunity, but swung just a pixel too wide to allow a guaranteed trade. G able to recover that kit, and especially just the fact that he catches Regali in transition as well, it makes a world of a difference. But what a shutdown there from Jamyoung. You say he only has an MP9 and a smoke, but that's all he needed. He had a hairline angle he was holding. 1 pixel suddenly changes. He deploys that smoke, and it's on FlyQuest to drive the initiative or cancel, and they wouldn't have felt great about canceling because they were still so spread with Regali as well. They didn't have the guarantee of safer passage to A, and it was only about 50 seconds left on that clock, but they thought they could overwhelm one man, but they thought Jamyoung fell back, and he didn't.
Very often they've been right about being able to overwhelm that one man, but this time it could be a turning point. Tyloo, their job's not done. Their battle is still very difficult. And if they're losing Incendiaries, it is all the more so.
Yeah, they Incendiary themselves, but Vexite tries to go for a very fast play. They try and pick up the tempo here on FlyQuest.
It would be a mistake to aggress even further on from Isaiah. Regali is covering this off, and he has so often been the man to refrag whenever called upon.
This is the most manpower that FlyQuest have designated to mid in the early segment. I mean, they were really banking on trying to get access to ladder.
A deep Molotov will actually end up making it difficult for Isaiah to peek. Inz is able to cut him off right as he pulls his gun out. His bomb is far away. FlyQuest will have to give up some of these players in middle eventually. Netic is going to be the man they leave behind.
They're going to try and go and use that Tyloo tool they pried open many rounds with.
Attacker could actually find this bomb though. Does he have his gun in his hand or his knife over here? It doesn't matter because Regali as well had put away the weapon. The bomb's been found and Attacker has no reason to stay here either.
Yeah, they have very forward spots as well. So going back to pick up that bomb, there's only one man that can do it, and it's Inz.
They've heard Jamyoung dropping down. G is still here who can get a very good sightline on.
Oh, Attacker's been so annoying about this. He threw that smoke and doesn't even play the package.
Look at how much time there's left. There's going to be about 25 when they're actually able to put themselves in a position to go into the B-bomb site. It's a 2 versus 2 as well. Netic never moved out from jungle. He didn't have the chance to. So G and Jamyoung, it's fair numbers with the advantage of surprise. FlyQuest will have to turn away. Netic ends up being the one to call them over to the bombs that he can prioritize.
They have nothing to cover this bomb plant, and if that bomb is dropped, it could just be the end of the round. Yeah, Mercury striking from behind. They don't clear out for Tetris, and now that bomb's out in the open, there is no more hope here for FlyQuest. An 11th round picked up by Tyloo as FlyQuest bound between sites and are spread far too thin in this round.
It's going to be an incredibly difficult buy coming out for them in the next as well, right? Liaz does have that saved AK, but you're expecting them to maybe even consider the full save. This is a great kill from Isaiah that started it all off, and follow that up with the fact that FlyQuest just didn't have the bomb. Attacker never stops taking control, and this is one thing I will give him a lot of credit for. I don't think we talk about this enough. Attacker is able to use that veteran presence. It doesn't matter how difficult the game is getting, he still is able to go out and look to make a play when they're in a position like this with 2 MP9s brought into a round.
Yeah, he's not necessarily always, I mean, he is designated as an anchor, but he's one that can be quite active, and especially because there was such a bombardment of utility, the pace was different as well from Vexite. I think there's the gap identified immediately that if there was going to be more manpower put through mid, then there might be less guarding that A play. So yeah, I mean, the pivotal kill in the round is definitely Attacker. Chewed off so much time on that clock and made the forward plays and forward positions of FlyQuest feel redundant.
Tyloo's priority right now is just to keep these players alive, make this an easy enough round.
I mean, a hero AK with pistols that surround it. Not likely, but not impossible.
That's what FlyQuest are telling themselves. Belt of utility from Inz does make it seem like they have a plan should it get to the late round.
And it will be about creating as much space as possible for Liaz. Nobody else even has armor, so cycling that AK into other hands could be troubling.
Isaiah has a lot of stopping power with that HE grenade because of the lack of armor.
They might honestly try and burst past this smoke on a timing.
That's what they're thinking about. Liaz, at the very least, is playing with the idea of maybe even moving through and playing from the side. No, they go in all together, and Mosea is just covering them off. No HEs needed. Liaz with the hero AK, good for the one, but Mercury is there to replace Mosea's corpse. Jamyang just stays alive, and Vexite, yes, gets the backstab, but it's not going to be Vexite to make the difference. It's Inz inside the bomb site. Both players without Kevlar makes this a more doable circumstance, but G is caught in angles, does find the one he needs to. A grenade to fire back, and Tyloo barely just find that 12th.
Yeah, it gave them enough space for a plant. The extra money will certainly be nice, but there was a real opportunity there for FlyQuest to close. Vexite gets caught in weird timing where he's trying to jump into a safer angle just as he has a fight coming his way to protect the planter.
Those extra kills are actually very important, otherwise Mercury would have been able to drop an AWP for G without having to sacrifice utility. Now when he realizes he can't do that, they just go 5 rifles.
Yeah, I mean, money will definitely be pushed low here for Tyloo, but this will be the last chance for FlyQuest. Our decider map in this series, it has gone near the full distance, akin to Inferno at the start. But Tyloo now have a couple opportunities. A different look here from Mercury. Flash is good, but they line up for him, and there's more support right behind. Sure, he can't reload, but he loses that support from behind. G and Mercury fall for their efforts. It's a 2-for-2 exchange.
A little bit of a save a friend syndrome coming into play. An attacker in the meanwhile, he is not a man with a friend, he is a man with a mission.
They're going back to clear it.
Oh no, they've expected it after that earlier play, and with that, they make the call, let's go to B. They've got no idea, they have no information. Tyloo have no reason to not believe it's an A-site hit. Jamyang will clear out middle. Look to see if maybe he can cut Inz off should it be a rotation back to B, but Inz is not going to be given that duel or taking it himself. FlyQuest, they might just force Tyloo into a save call here.
I would be very worried about that call, even just by yourself. I mean, Inz is likely to have his back exposed, especially if Jamyang full clears back into this B bomb site. It's been quiet, eerily quiet from both parties.
Utility now used. Jamyang will be able to get that backstab initially. He waits, he tries, he hopes. Takes a little bit of damage for it, but as he tries to close the distance, Vexite was watching out. Takes him down. Mosea alone. And now it feels like saving would be foolhardy. But this mission, not easy. Second man's position is not known. Incendiary used to flush out Liaz. He's hoping that the play will be made from Vexite. Liaz not taken down. And as Mosea continues to be invited into this bomb site, it is the Australians that are going to quickly juggle angles and make that 2v1 look perfect. Tyloo need a miracle to close it in regulation.
Yeah, that different look from Tyloo caught FlyQuest off guard, but once they tried to evacuate, the fact they get that trade back into 3-on-3, they immediately anticipate the push from attacker. We said it was a positive that he was able to read the map and call numbers, realize that there was a gap to be exploited, but it comes back to bite Tyloo. A diligent clear there from Inz, and sure, he gets caught off guard, but both Vexite and Liaz in these clutch moments have a steady hand.
G hopes to have one of those himself. Open an M4. It's all that Tyloo are putting their hopes in. And yes, they've done more with less. But it does feel like FlyQuest are sticking to that defaulty style that Tyloo have struggled to do anything about.
Tyloo didn't have to worry about Vexite in that first half, but here in the second, he has had a number of influential moments. There will be challenges still to be faced. It's mid-control for free here for FlyQuest.
That flashbang is Mercury's call to call over a little bit more support as well, but it's G to miss the shot, no! It has been too many missed opportunities, and a flashbang will help Mercury to find 1 and 2. Attacker still fighting with a 5-7. Will pick them all up, and FlyQuest, could this be how they falter? Could this be how they fall? Tyloo, when all hope seems to be lost, will find a miracle. They will find magic in Yancheng.
They will be seasoned in the Salt City. destined for the Pearl of the Orient. Tyloo would not be denied, even if they struggled on low buys. That may have been their savior throughout this entire series. We look back at Inferno, it was the same story. They won 2 of these half buys, and here on Mirage, same scoreline, same situation, and it's the knockout punch to FlyQuest.
And it felt like FlyQuest had so many opportunities to look like the better team, to come out on top. It's those 2 rounds with 5-7s in attackers' hands that feel like they're the difference maker. A great call towards the end for a double kill of Mercury as well, but I have to say it felt like FlyQuest are going to go home thinking they might have been the better team in that one.
I don't disagree with that perspective either, and I think it's a real shame that it ends up happening twice over to them. Hell, 4 times in the series on the closest maps we had in the series. It was, I mean, that must be pretty devastating. They played some solid Counter-Strike. The calls look good. We got better performances holistically from the squad. Netics started to show up. Hell, Vexite was maybe a little quieter than we were used to, but he started to get engaged in that second half as well.
This was still just a Tyloo that didn't look like they had their wits about them even, right? In Mirage, we're seeing Jamyang missing these shots that we don't expect him to. G missing a couple of kills here and there as well. I mean, getting 4 reads, trying to save a friend. Attacker in the end gets picked off. And yes, you know, FlyQuest all throughout felt like they were in control. Even when the round lead slips away from them, they felt in control. If not for those pistol round wins, if not for these half-buy wins, if not for these force-buy wins, Tyloo would be sitting down at like a 8-13 scoreline.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we wouldn't have ended up in the 3rd map of the series in the first place. So yeah, it's a crazy state of affairs, but I mean, you can definitely see in these pivotal moments there is a little bit of extra hesitance from FlyQuest, especially when they anticipate a lower buy. You can tell there's a little nervousness, maybe affected by the first time it happened, but they play out these slower moments, these slower rounds, and then they end up getting kind of exploited. And sure, that didn't happen twice over here on Mirage, but there was evidence to support that, I think, from Inferno in the series as well. I mean, the first half buy they lost on Mirage was when they tried to speed things up weirdly. Yeah. So, you know, I guess damned if you do, damned if you don't.
For fans of FlyQuest, they can be reassured there is still a lower bracket to try and go through. We could very well be destined for a rematch. If this is how FlyQuest are playing, then whoever wins between Rare, Adam, and Nomads are going to be in for an incredibly tough time, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect Nomads to be the ones that are tested, but there's definitely a lot to be proven within this lower bracket. I mean, this FlyQuest team, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, and maybe there's something to be said about being too passive or too quiet or just playing these hyper defensive setups, especially when we looked back at that Inferno. But as we got further into this series, it was clear that they warmed up into it, and people felt a little bit better about making some of these independent plays.
And well, listen, I can feel a little bit better than now that I have a 3rd man right here with me. Neokai, you got to see all of that. I feel jealous of you.
What a barn burner. What a game as well. What a way to close it in one of the most unlikely of fashions. The 5-7 up close towards ramp. What a sick way for that to be seen over the line. On the flip side, I really got a feel for Regali. I thought he was lights out. Some of the shots he was hitting, some of the reactions, even Inz as well. I also thought he was putting up really decent numbers, which is good to see, but not good enough. Tyloo, you know, you guys are kind of called upon this core, and I actually think we got really decent moments out of kind of all of them at times, really. Mosaic, Mercury, both stepping up in big ways. I think Jamyang had some numbers. G was also doing a decent job, and they just enough to get it over the line. It's unfortunate it's back-to-back slow maps from Liaz, and he was actually caught short quite a few times in that one.
Yeah, absolutely, but also at the same time, it did feel like Liaz in that first half was literally never contested. I think Tyloo didn't go to the B-bomb site a single time, so when you are only playing one half of Counter-Strike, it's harder to get the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yuumi just so close yet so far, right? I mean, but again, Regali, Inz both looked fantastic. Regali in particular was absolutely lights. I mean, even though they didn't end up winning, I'm still saying he was the best player on that map.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree with that. It's just, it's sad because it did feel like we got more of what we wanted from this team, and that the kill spread is better, and that you have these better rounds from Inz. I think the calling looked solid. It's just sad that they lose to force buys. Like, it is a little tragic, and I mean, you know, congratulations Tyloo, but goddamn, did they really have to work for it? And it felt like FlyQuest genuinely did play a better game from start to finish. It's just these Hail Mary rounds from Tyloo that ended up saving the day.
Yeah, the rounds that are essentially the most unlikely are the ones that they kept falling short to. This guy, T-Time, talking about it in Mercury, 19-16, 79 ADR, what a showing.
I absolutely think he's stepped up towards the end of things, especially right when he's being forced to call a couple of plays around him, even in the round where, you know, it ends up being G dying afterwards and they lose. The fact that he goes out and takes a different angle, gets those initial 2 kills as well. It's a great sign, but I do still have a lot of question marks around his ability to rally the troops together in these difficult series.
Sure, but I guess, you know, for Tai Lu, the main thing for them, to sigh of relief, they're guaranteed to be going towards Shanghai now as well, so that's really kind of the first step. Now it's about just locking yourself in towards that grand final as well, and there's a very decent chance of it. Like we said, all expectations say that FlyQuest should come through that lower bracket and join them there as well, but then again, Rare Atom could have a decent run against Nomads, kickstart a bit of momentum, and maybe cause a bit of an upset, right? We've seen this Rare Atom side have these moments where they punch up, so this group of death is really still quite difficult to call. I think Tyler are just happy that they've guaranteed that they're out of it, basically.
Yeah, I mean, and they beat the 2 toughest teams that they had to, right? I mean, the Nomads definitely are not ones that we're looking too fondly at.
Guys, please, you guys are really sleeping on my guy, Hooligan and company, okay? Clouden had 3 good maps in the close qualifiers.
Yeah, but then again, Hooligan and Clouden were the worst rated players against FlyQuest, so yeah, those guys had like a 0.56 and a 0.6.
They didn't play their game.
Yeah, that is safe to say. We'll be getting into that Rare Atom Nomads game in just a moment. Before we get to that, though, we're going to be throwing it over towards Veracity and Baseline J on the stage. I've been informed they're going to be joined by, once again, that man G, so I'm waiting to see what he's got.
Boy.
The legend that is G joins us up here on the stage once again as Tai Lu have again walked away with a victory. But G, this series didn't go without its struggles. You boys came into this having traveled yesterday. So talk to me about that entire process. Did you come into this feeling well prepared or pretty exhausted?
这场比赛就其实进程也不是很顺利，然后你们昨天不是刚去办签证又回来嘛，也是这个舟车劳顿，是不是？你们这个是怎么准备这场比赛的呢？
就是我们去办签证，因为我们的教练就是有签证的嘛，所以他昨天一直都在就是看 FlyQuest 的比赛，然后进行一个分析。然后我们选手个人的话肯定是比较累的嘛，但是我们就是做好自己吧，因为签证是最重要的。
Yeah, so all of our players had to leave to get our visas approved, but then our coach actually had his visa already, so he spent the entire day yesterday looking at FlyQuest demos. But obviously for the players, it's pretty exhausting.
And for yourself individually, how did you feel with your performance in this entire series? I know you had some stronger maps over others.
你个人的，你觉得你今天个人表现能打几分？
还是5分吧，就中规中矩。图2打得太差了。
Yeah, I give myself a 5 out of 10 again, especially for map 2, because yeah, I didn't play so well in map 2.
Well, it seemed like that mirage that had us all on the edge of our seats was very intense. You boys called for numerous timeouts throughout that map in particular, especially towards the later stages. Talk to me about the discussions that went place.
我感觉刚才 Mirage 那张图非常紧张激烈，是不是？然后你们也叫了很多的暂停，尤其是在这个比赛就是末期。那你们在暂停的时候都主要聊了一些什么？
就是针对 FlyQuest 的一些主流的玩法，以及就是进行一些针对吧。就比如说他们很喜欢控中啊，或者是就是一些道具的信号啊，进行一些分析，然后去调整一下吧。
So we just talked about some main tendencies that the FlyQuest likes to play, like how they like to control middle, and also some of their utilities thrown and how they indicate where they're going.
That final round, though, I'm pretty sure you guys had like 4 pistols between you. Was there a moment in which you thought, you know what, this round might be the one that takes us into overtime?
最后一局你们是当时是有4把手枪是吧
？3把手枪。
3把手枪，那你们的有没有觉得这局是有机会能赢的？
就肯定还是没有想着输嘛。然后我有把狙，然后我死了，我就炸了。
Yeah, obviously, we still wanted to win the round, and I had the only op. But then when I died, I was like, "Oh shit!" Yeah.
Shit.
Well, G, thank you so much for joining us again. I hope to see more G action coming up in Shanghai.
感谢你参加我们的采访，是吧？我们这次肯定会在上海见了，是吧？期待你更加精彩的表现啊。
OK， 上海见，See you in Shanghai.
And all right, so that's it for us. And we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's Rare Adam against Team Nomads. 我们感谢勾日毅接受我们的采访啊，我们稍作休息，稍后为大家带来 RA 和 Nomads 的比赛。
to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, taking the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome. Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. My hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny. Shaping the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say get this, witness the birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, taking the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome. Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Hello, I'm Isa. I play role IGL for Team GG How. We feel that we are a bunch of brothers. I feel it comes because we are Arabian team, which we have same mentality. So it makes it more easier, and we're having a lot of time together, spending a lot of times outside CS. A lot of times I'm just giving advices for them in real life and out for CS as well. I think that's what takes you to be hard sometimes and to be soft sometimes when needed. I know how to speak with people. Like, you cannot speak with all your teammates same way. Some people is very sensitive. Some guy can be like, sometimes you need to be rough. So I'm hard when needed. I'm soft when I have to be soft. And I think it's a really good thing that IGL should have in his personality. I wanted to do this role, so I took the chance and I believed in myself. It's starting to paying off.
你加斯苏运都只会干拉不行 ，QQ 尬的就天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар，因为就很害怕，就他们那5个人，就心理压力很大，打的。
如果你们从其他队伍偷走一名选手，你会选择谁
？Somebody, Boros, Casey from Red Atom, Marika。
本届赛事最大的黑马是哪支队伍
？Just Win,
Just Win, Red Atom. I think Red Atom.
现阶段所有战队都拥有贴纸，永远不会在武器上贴哪一支
No matters.
Just Win.
Team тоглож байхгүй. I will not put anyone.
如果有赛事最幽默选手奖，你会颁给谁
？Mini, Marika,
Q God.
Summer。
本届赛事中，你认为最被低估的一位选手
？Acl
X
Marika。对 ，I think Bibo。
最不想遇到哪支队伍
？Just Win。
RA。
We are not scared from anyone. Red Atom. Maybe don't know Red Atom. Just Win.
RA.
Red Atom. Red Atom.
RA.
бас л Red Atom. 那就天路。 马瑞克，指挥啊，太强了，就很牛逼的一个指挥。
Boros， 因为他能摧毁一切，他。
яад гэвэл Somebody бол угаасаа хятадын хамгийн сайн тоглогч нарын нэг. Тэгээд эсрэг баг болж тоглоход бас маш хэцүү тоглолттой байдаг. Casey from Red Atom, because he is good player. Red Atom яад гэвэл одоо хятадын бас топ 3 багийн нэг. эсрэг тоглоход ч гэсэн ер нь
就我们自己吧。 感觉我们最近打得还行吧。
加斯威，因为我觉得他们5个人每个人实力都很强，就最被低估的队伍，差点输给他们了。险胜 ，I think Red Atom because they're top 30。
就还是我们啊，加斯苏运贴上去就只会干拉不行。
No matters， 对标不好看，贴墙上不好看。I not put anyone. I don't know. Like I just not put anyone. Элоник багийн сонгоод хилжүүл дараа нь бас ингээд муухай бифтэй болох ч юм уу тийм байгаа болохоор L баг гэдгийг сонгож хэлхийг би хүсэхгүй байна.
QQ 尬的，他是 不是幽默吧，就是天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар дандаа над руу хараад ингээд инээгээд идэг. Би ч гэсэндээ хараа инээдэг.
Marika， 因为他这个人就比较搞笑，那个性格就比较搞笑。Mini because he's fun。Marika， 因为别看他不杀人，其实他在那个就是队伍里面、团队里面的作用非常之大的啊。I think Bibo like he have low rating but he's really good player。
因为他们现在最强，在这个比赛。
加斯都没，因为就很害怕马尔科队长，很害怕就他们那5个人，什么 QGA、Gas 都很怕他们的，就心理压力很大，打他们。
Рэратам бас л нөгөө нэг өрсөлдөхөд хамгийн хүчтэй өрсөлдөгчнэрийн нэг болохоор
maybe Рэратам because they are a strong opponent and we want to beat them in the final。
因为他们强，我们要跟强者交手。
бас л Рэратам финалийн тоглолтын дээр бол сайн багийн өдөөс мэдээж таарна。
加斯都没，因为就能跟他们就过招，就很刺激。
肯定要把强的带回家。
Because I don't know a lot about other teams. I think they're the strongest here. 天路和 LVG 就复仇呗，就奥斯汀那阵儿。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS 当我 RTS 模板，好牛，打到了对面，10秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no time，无零落的烧妹，滴滴答答，滴滴答答，滴滴的刀飞，柳线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已被，干满几岁，变到死贵，却被以色列对你还起飞，一般玩个几位，怕是晚上的人们行为，不为别问，我在爱里出其位，不如梦，但不宏伟，老子自己基本自追，想得出我的游戏，默默的盯到玻璃，记录着我的某会。
我要 点睡觉，到了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，到达来是黄店店头晕母血厕所，每次人都每次歪歪里的怼就像每次，最后他都没有
我
位置感。
要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
烧钱开了，我呆了，闹掰了，破灭火车站我不用抢着拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他们在搜查呀。
我很兴奋，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当小心肝。
去菜狗，去了带头，外面新的摸摸态度，压力怪是我的态度，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，直播秒的招楼，全夸我太怂。
有种来考我，我就场你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。
杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀
我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
他心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
头上最贵的皮肤挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀。
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎你屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道的3个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我虽然败了，但我败了非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那你们出门装先买了，练着输了，动作是疯了，老周的胃肠就退散不口渴。执法是要我这种没病的人，去跟队里的稿子们进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不带欠费的网费，等着记忆管我当下。我不懂离了 gay 还有那种活法，我是付出的差也能拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿走我的 S5杀，不要接触外面和几脏水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不一样的游戏感当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我没有这个意思，我不是这个意思。
收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You can you are, no can no baby。
队伍状态不好，也有会状态好的时候。这一次比赛就是有名额嘛，其实对我们来说是非常重要的一次机会吧。
Our goal is to just win the tournament no matter what. We have a couple of young aimers in Vexite, Regali, and Nedic. And then we have some experience in Leaz, who is like kind of a calming voice. Sometimes we'll get a little bit antsy and just go off the plan. And that's mine and his goal, to just calm these younger players down when the situation is tough.
我们的队伍打法风格更偏向于那种学院派吧，就是不管是那种保守的还是那种激进的，我们会根据场上的情况来应变，我们绝对不会空手而归。
Tyloo, we're in your home country, so it'll be a tough match for us, but we'll take you down this time.
1 on 3, none on 3, 13-2.
FlyQuest from start to finish on both maps in this series, they devastate the Nomads.
саяны одоо тоглолтын FlyQuest эсрэг гэхэд тэр тоглолтоо өнөхөр бүрэн төгс гаргаж чадсангүй л гэж хэлээ да. Тэ бүгдээрээ л нэг тийм сандрал, стресс бүх юмыг л одоо саяны хожигдлоос авсан.
A little bit unfortunate to be a fan of Rare Adam in the audience right now. Not the performance you were hoping for.
因为确实最近对我的状态不是很好，然后很多东西都没有打出来。
ер нь намаач ер нь хожигдуулсан илүү ч хангардаг.
Randy has a fight he's happy to. 2 quick kills picked up. This is what I can do when you're stabbing me in the back.
我们会卷土重来，拿下胜利。
Somebody quick round save. God, he is so unrelenting.
Дэра битих басараа амжилтсыг гэж.
Welcome back. We are heading in towards game number 2. It's tough to follow off the back of what was an absolutely unbelievable game just played out there, of course. Tyloo taking it right at the end of map number 3. But, fellas, we're heading in towards game number 2. Rare Atom taking on the Nomads. Yumi, how are we feeling coming into this one? Do you think it's just going to be a little bit of a whitewash?
I'm worried that it might be. Listen, I think I came with a healthy amount of optimism for the Nomads coming into this stage of the tournament. We were very impressed with their anti-stratting. I think they have some good approaches, some very cool, like, multi-faceted, like, CT setups, for example. But none of that came to fruition at all when they played against FlyQuest. So I do worry that they may have changed their approach for this leg of the tournament.
I'm going to change my approach over here too now. Right? What I want to see is Rare Atom to be completely dominant. What I want to see is them to not be questioned at all, because so far we've seen a bit of a different caliber in the group of death that we're saying. We say it because there's supposed to be 3 teams that can come out. Rare Atom have not looked like one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's now opening a really interesting conversation with Rare Atom, because for a long time it was about that debate, who is the top 1 or 2 between them, Tyloo, Linvision, and for a while, of course, Linvision, whether there's a hot streak, 22 games in a row before GG House stopped them, #1 in ECL Asia, started to make really good progress there. Then in head-to-heads, Tyloo winning out, but there was still debate. I think now it feels like it's being settled. They're the team to miss out on the major, through failure of the MRQ, and actually it makes this tournament really important for them. They actually need EWC if they want to stay up in this upper echelon of Chinese and just Asian Counter-Strike as a whole.
Absolutely, and if they don't get it over here, then what are they even fighting for, right? Because they're not going to be making it to any of the top tournaments later on if you're losing here. These other Asian teams are going to be catapulting forward in the VRS as well. If you don't make it to EWC, you're not at the major. Do I just forget about you for the next 4 months?
Yeah, I mean, like they say, teams like Tyloo, like Linvision are already ahead of them. So, I mean, not only on the rankings, but also there's a chance that this Rare Atom squad don't even stay the same 5 as if they have a failing at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it feels like if this tournament goes badly, this could be the beginning of the end of the Youngshan, it seems. We're taking a look, of course, on the flip side for Nomads, a side who, honestly, Yumi, it's a bit of a shock they're even here in the first place. I mean, they're a side who, if we looked at the closed qualifier, they probably weren't my top 4 to make it out, right? And I gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised with them. They play some really impressive Counter-Strike.
Yeah, when everything works, it really does work for them, but it just seems like they have either, I don't want to say they underestimated the teams, they definitely understood the stage was going to be different now that they're in these playoffs, but I do think that they came in with less preparation and did try to maybe focus on their own style of play, and that didn't seem to work at all.
Yeah, we look at their opening game as well, T. Unfortunately, just to be expected, right? FlyQuest, technically on paper, the #1 seed coming in towards this tournament. It went as bad as we sort of maybe expected to be for the Nomads, but it's not the end of the road just yet.
I think it might have actually been worse than I expected it to be as well, when you consider the fact that Inns and Netic looked really uncomfortable in like Mirage and the like. So, there were actually signs of weakness on FlyQuest, and Nomads was never able to exploit them, and that's what we were looking to have. Now, of course, there's been signs of weakness on Rare Atom as well. When you look over towards their map versus Tyloo, that second map especially looked like they had nowhere to go. It was Train, in fact, where they actually put up a fight. I don't know what this team is doing. I don't know what kind of face we're going to see from them in this main event, and I'm honestly very worried.
But they're very much the type of team that love bullying underdogs.
Of course, yeah. They may not be able to punch up as much, but the lesser teams on paper.
They're great at kicking you while you're down.
I mean, I suppose so. Maybe beating up the little guy will be something they can finally get fed up with, though, and maybe hopefully they can move on to the big boys as well. And these are my big boys, at least at heart. maybe only at heart.
Very much the little guys in the tournament, though. These guys have, unfortunately for the Nomads, they come in as the biggest. Well, them and Ninja, but let's say if we were including Genghis Warriors, the original lineup, they were the lowest seeded team coming in towards this. So they obviously have the least expectations, but also at the same time the least pressure, the least amount of weight on their shoulders in a way, right? Even making it towards this playoffs is a huge achievement for the Nomads.
Yeah, they basically revamped the whole roster from I think Hooligan, who's been on the team since August of last year, and they have very consistently, and I think only brought in their final piece around March of this year. So for them, it's very much about building forward and continuing to garner some of that experience, and some of that is shouldered by players like Clouden, who have been around the Mongolian circuit for quite some time. And the problem is that it will pale in comparison to the experience on Rare Adam's side.
Yeah, let's talk about Clouden as well, T-Sam. Of course, this is a guy that we always come towards when we talk about the Nomads, but unfortunately he was completely missing. Worst rated player in that previous match. But to be fair, that is safe said to be
He's kind of deteriorated as the tournament's
gone on. And I think that's sort of
the
concerning thing, right? And this is for Clouden very much an audition tournament. And in the Mongolian scene, where there are likely going to be shuffles happening, where likely teams like the Huns, Genghis Warriors, pretty much everyone except for the Mongols is going to be looking elsewhere to see if they can fortify their offenses more. Clouden hoped to be a beast to perform. Unfortunately, when it comes to the big leagues, when it comes to the LANs versus the better teams in Asia, he has not been a standout performer. He has not been able to show that he is different from the rest of the pack.
And it has to be said, same to be said for Hooligan as well, right? I think Hooligan went really missing. But again, I have to keep kind of bringing myself back down a level and just saying that is the story for everybody. Nobody got going in that FlyQuest game. It was a complete massacre. It was a one-sided showing in that one. And unfortunately, we didn't expect anything less, I think, is probably the main thing. It doesn't get any easier with Rare Atom, but I think at the very least is a team that they're going to be able to kind of have at least a bit of an understanding of the style of play. It's a little bit easier for them to scrim, maybe, even though it's still, ping-wise a little weird, but they can still scrim against Chinese teams in some regard and get some understanding and some pracs, right?
I mean, we also just didn't have high expectations for Hooligan in this squad in general.
Yeah.
I mean, like Hooligan individually, sure, actually looked really good against Ninja specifically to make it into this part of the tournament, but outside of that, I mean, it's been kind of chopping and changing between different players on this team, and so I don't even necessarily know that Nomads have identified who is going to be this sort of, what is the hierarchy of stardom within this roster, because I think they're still figuring it out in a lot of ways.
And I do think that's what's the most heartbreaking thing about this team, right? Because ordinarily when teams are coming up, you want one man.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a little video to bring you as well, just to warm you up into this lower bracket match, so check it out.
Rare Atom-ийн хувьд болохоор бас хятадын төлөөлөл бас том багуудын нэг. Rare Atom-аас бидэд ихэм суралцсан тэдний стратеги, тактик бүгдээрээ маш сайн. Rare Atom ер нь хамгийн эвгүй тоглогч нь Казел гэж санагддаг да. Энэ Казегийн бодол, тактик ер нь юмнууд хийж байгаа үйлдэл молдол нэг алдамаадаг гоё харагддаг.
就 Nomads 的话是一个蒙古队嘛，然后蒙古他们的打法的话就比较偏默认嘛。我觉得跟他们对战的话，其实应该是没啥问题的。
Rare Atom-ыг болгож авах гол төлхөр гэх юм бол бидний тактик болон бодол, харилцаа, communication бүгдээрээ төгс байх хэрэгтэй. Ямар сандралгүй байх хэрэгтэй. Маш тайван бодож, тайван тоглож бид Rare Atom болгож авах.
打 Nomads 的话有10分的把握，就是拿下比赛。我们会卷土重来，拿下胜利。
Rare Atom-ында одоо тэгвэл бидний чанга өрсөлдөгч байж болно. Чанга өрсөлдөгч байж чадсан шүү. Бити их басаарай. Амжилт хүсье гэж.
Wow, some real fighting words there. Rare Atom are 100% confident that they can win this, whereas the Nomads are breaking down what they need to bring together and the formulation of the plan, but it might all go awry. Fellas, let's move our attention to the Veto, right? Where are we feeling this one's going to head?
At risk of sounding like a broken record, Nomads have nowhere to go in this Veto because it is a best of 3 and not a best of 1, right? And when you look out towards Rare Atom, this is a shared ban of Nuke. Nomads will be forced to ban it out. Rare Atom take away Dust 2, which I am surprised about at this point. But hey, maybe it's an upset map that you have to be worried about. Nomads go the only direction they could have, which is a Mirage. An Ancient would have been leaning into the strengths of Rare Atom as well, as much as you might like to see it. Rare Atom will give it to you anyway.
these picks must, I feel like they have to be I feel like Nomads should have picked it in the Ancient because it's definitely been their best map. It's the only map that has actually genuinely looked impressive. When they tried to play Mirage versus FlyQuest, it was anything but.
Yeah, I mean, this feels a little rogue. We're going to go to Inferno as a decider. That's a map in which it's very heavily Rare Atom favored in a sense, but I'm actually just surprised that maybe we didn't see Rare Atom go to like an Anubis.
Yeah?
I mean, sure, but I do think this is just more of that same thing of, hey, Rare Atom are punching down. They're basically saying, hey, we are better than you on our own maps by far. You are going to see Child King swinging. You are going to be seeing Summer and somebody taking fights that maybe they wouldn't versus better teams, and they're probably going to win them.
Hell, Rare Atom decided to pick, what, Train? Or no, that was Tyler. Tyler that picked it into them, never mind.
And that was actually not a bad map from them.
It didn't look that terrible.
Yeah. They lost, but it was 13-10, and they actually were much better than their Inferno, so...
we don't talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, heading in towards this game as well, like we all kind of already mentioned, for the Nomads, this is such a tall task ahead of them to get in towards this series. They've really got to find something out the gates, but at the very least, having that Ancient, that's one map that we can quite confidently say, from the closed qualifier, there were some really nice moments.
I'll also say that I do think that there were moments of their Mirage where I did actually kind of like a few of the things that ended up happening on that D side, right? I think it was Headax who, out towards Palace, was able to maintain control a few times, get a few isolated duels as well with the anchor players, this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I loved seeing them get shredded by Vexite and Regalia every round.
It was actually really fun, I will say that, and if we're getting more of that from Child King, hey, we're in for a fun series at the very least.
Yeah, it'll be somebody in Child King instead.
If Rare Atom have one way to lose this, they have made it for themselves, which is by picking Ancient, which is by having Inferno as a decider. If there was going to be a pathway to a loss, Rare Atom have laid it out. Now the question is, do they want to trip Nomads out on it, or will this just be the silliest decision known to mankind?
And it's by being 100% confident.
100%!
Every game is winnable, every game is losable. I do worry that they may have too much bravery about them.
Well, fellas, enough conversation. Why don't we find out? We're about to kickstart our second game of the day, and this is with elimination on the line. Is Mirage up next? I'm going to push you guys for your predictions.
I feel like we're not particularly pushed for our predictions, Michael.
We don't have to do it now. You've gone.
He's gone. He cannot hold us accountable. But dare I say it, the 5e Play app might have a good idea.
Yeah, I'm still going to go 2-0 Rare Atom, so...
Damn. Even with the Ancient pick?
I mean, I'm happy to be wrong. If Nomads somehow pull it off, that would be crazy.
Well, let's see, because right now Para sees somebody with the dualies, and now, oh god, that HE grenade, those dualies, those pistols are painting a bit of a sad picture.
I swear Para got there early enough to see the player cross into Bell. Yeah,
but he had one goal. I will jump out. You can kill him, right? Right?
But he didn't even jump out.
Well, that's the HE's fault. You can't blame him for shrapnel in his leg.
I absolutely can.
God damn it.
That B play did not go well. They tried to do the same thing against FlyQuest, funnily enough, and it went just about as poorly, so...
If at first you don't succeed, maybe think of another strat.
Yeah, maybe consider something else.
Okay, here's the problem though, Michael, right?
Okay.
Somebody is coming in for the flank. Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, I was expecting it to go the other way, but...
Right, so Nomads are a team that likes to prepare. Lihang's having fun in middle, all in the meanwhile. I think Clouden might be able to get himself the one at the very least, but Child King will just keep on fighting. It's great damage, but it's still going to be tough to capitalize on. Para doesn't have the bomb. Lots of time to see if he can find a duel. Nomads are a team that like to prep, right? They knew their first round opponent. They spent an entire week prepping for them. I think they might just be reusing the same things for
And they looked very unprepared, weirdly, so...
Well, at least it'll be more rehearsed.
Hey, there's a chance that Para can win this round. I mean, came in with a very nice sharp opening kill, and sure, he took a lot of damage, but look at the damage back onto Kaze. Oh dear, jumping around Para. You don't want to do that, not against an MP9. Every opportunity, every little fight, but taking far too long to track down Kaze. Child King, there to collect.
Can we get a Lihang replay right there?
Yeah, I mean, he just spammed the bottom, bottom corner alongside his teammate topside from short. Oh.
And then he flies overhead.
Yeah. Sorry, it was short, and then he did the con jump.
Can I just get my replay?
No, that's definitely Lihang laughing. I can't believe I got away with that. But also, it was a very close shave. A lot of M4s brought into that round, and now Rare Atom against the Eco have a lot of SMGs.
Well, doesn't feel like that's a problem. That feels like it's a solution, Michael. Summer, please, buddy. He wanted to lose that MP9 anyway.
Yeah, this is a nice confident start here for Atom. Even if they had that close shave in the prior round, they are not going to be deterred. It'll take more than that. They know that they're taking bold fights, being hyper-aggressive. And sure, the rounds can get messy, but never out of control.
Even Nomads is having a chuckle about it. Well, maybe that chuckling will stop over here and can turn into celebration. Nomads have themselves a 3 MP9 buy to try and deal with. You'd call it a bonus, but Nomads might call it a boon.
Very mid-focused here for Nomads. Standard util set as you'd expect. Top mid, the window. And they'll get a refresh on that as well. Now, with these SMGs, Adam have not opted to go for anything too aggressive, but they may look to try and retake middle on a timing.
Does feel like that timing is now. Child King on the spam finds Randy. And with that kill, maybe they decide we don't need to retake it. We still have somebody who can start to swing out with the MP9. Now, Cloudon's there to punish. Good to see him on the ball, and now in the ground. Child King is undeterred.
7-0 start.
And he's been fighting.
So, I mean, you know, I liked what Nomads were doing until they get shredded by one of the stars on the other side.
Shredding isn't over.
Damn, beautiful 4K there from Child King. Got ahead of the top con smoke. You can see Nomads were trying to stage so they could get up short, maybe set themselves up inside a ladder. But they also had 3 players topside con, so Child King felt more emboldened to move past that smoke. Caught Randy looking the wrong way, and every attempt to trade just ended up digging Nomads deeper in the hole.
What's the highest rating anyone has ever had in CS2 on LAN?
That is an interesting quizzical fact I can't give you.
It's unlikely that we have anything like that transpire over here, but just in case. Child King is not the kind of player to go deathless for too long, let's be honest. Those headaches might be extended for Hooligan. The problem is also that very often if you are a team that relies on like a central voice, going up against Rare Adam when they are feeling supercharged, there isn't a solution because there isn't anything they're doing to you. They're just disrespecting you.
Yeah, it's also how good is your prep going to be when you look at Rare Adam versus higher level teams. And they're not playing the same way.
Child King good for one. Now he's trying to hide inside that smoke. Power is able to trace down Summer, but right now he's wondering, wait, where is Child King? Oh, he's already dead. Okay. Maybe we can actually fight back into things. It's the best round Nomads have had so far, but it's really still a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, again, I mean, this time there's a secondary player on that A-bomb site. After the Nomads timeout, they try and go for an A-side attack. And they're frustrated to realize that Child King is also there.
They cannot believe how much fun they're having.
Yeah. It's nice to see smiles on their faces.
Absolutely. It's been a while since we've had those.
Yeah, I mean, from the close qualifiers, we definitely had a few smiles,
but very often it was stoic.
Yeah, also they were also stomping all those games too,
yeah.
So. Okay, they were taken down a notch versus Tyloo, but they knew that was going to be probably the hardest game they'd experience.
Until FlyQuest, potentially.
Until FlyQuest.
Potentially.
Yes. Well, we'll get there when we get there. You can only fight who's in front of you.
And they've been fighting hard. Not to say Nomads have not been fighting back, it's just that they seem to lack the reach to close the distance. Lee Hung. Smoke dissipates and Hooligan's able to make quick work of him. With that, it's maybe going to be down to Henex to find that duel versus Kaze. Kaze, who is yet to frag somehow in all of the rounds that Rare Atom have won. Kaze has not been given much of an opportunity at all. Somebody call to order. Good first kill will be found as Hooligan misses a shot. Somebody's got the second two. Suddenly back in the 3 versus 3 and Clouden still suspected. Summers watching out for him and he will be eliminated. Felt like he had a good timing, and for Nomads right now it's a last two players, 0 and 5 on each. Now Henex is 0 and 6. Randy, the way things are going, I have a feeling he's not about to break first blood over here either.
Yeah, it'll be the first kill for Kaze instead. A 3-on-5 brought back by Rare Atom as the Nomads try and collapse on B, but they just simply can't deal with somebody. It's the fact he gets away with the second kill as well. I mean, the ult missing around the smoke, that can happen, but the trade from the apartment should have been a guarantee.
Power knows that as well. Another half-eye. Another hope. Somebody ready to receive, but all he's receiving is shots. Clouden takes him down and delivers a swift headshot before his demise. It's Henex to trade that kill, and while Child King is back in the bomb site, it feels like our minutes of fantasizing about highest ratings are over. Rare Atom will not receive this B-side push particularly well.
Yeah, I mean, just an up-tempo play. This time it's somebody with his secondary AWP inside of the B apartments, and he's in a very committed spot. Takes an extremely deep line, and once he misses, gets that tag, he actually can't fall back. He's unable to. Tag slowing him down enough. And Li Hang has that support, got instantly dinked as well in support. Well, that was the most half-hearted woo I've ever heard. But
solitary owl.
Yep. Can only hope the viewers experienced that because it was a little harrowing, actually.
Kaze misses shots. Once again. Acts off immediately in. Child King with Summer will be able to take up his position, playing in from Connector. It's going to be a difficult fight though if Clouden keeps on fighting this way. He was running out of bullets, thought he might find a duel through the M4 on the ground, but can't retrieve it in time.
Even if they get all this space on A, there's actually no one who can go back for that bomb, unless it's Para. So it's a good thing he didn't lose his life to the AWP of Kaze.
At the same time, Hooligan hasn't actually been spotted so far, but Para's making noise. I do believe Li Hang might have just heard him. And if he hadn't before, now he definitely does.
He heard Steps running away, but he wasn't sure if it was to B or A. But we'll slowly start to be able to figure that one out.
There is the cross being covered off by Kaze if he wants to go all the way. Smoke's been deployed, and now he is watching out for the cross. Misses his shot again. Kaze back to Connector, but he knows it's been smoked. And will be a bomb plant allowed more likely than not. Li Hang is going to be the one to try and initiate contest. Somebody still with the AWP, and Li Hang finding Hooligan, puts Power in a 1 versus 3. Good for number 1, and he spots out the second in Connector. As Kaze shows he's still there. The problem was somebody, and that's a problem he can't address.
Yeah, I mean, good information play there from Li Hang. They were flying a little blind there for the CTs, and just by virtue of pushing top middle, he hears a single step in the recovery of the package, and then moves in on the flank. If he had not gone on that timing, it looked like Hooligan was actually going to pick up on the A main flank. Just a little ill-prepared. It's hard to really cast a positive spin here for the Nomads. They're definitely disappointed when they played against FlyQuest.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would be disappointed even in their own performance. They cite themselves feeling maybe nervous by the elevation of their opposition.
I hope that there is a realization over here that it might not be nervousness, it might just be a difference in class. Right now, Li Hang out in the open. Clouden had already done half his job for him. Randy wondering why that kill feed looks so multicolored. Somebody's missed a shot over here before, and this one is a strange combination of something in the middle. Attack, but through the wall, and a second one will do the job. Somebody eats a nade for that kill.
Kaze seems to be on the blunt side of the weapon fairly often. He doesn't even get to use the sharp side. Good flash set up for Child King.
Oh,
and
no.
an orb shot missed there from Hooligan will allow Child King to get another multi-kill.
Kaze didn't even know there's a sharp side.
It's looking pretty pedestrian.
Why is that user the bad thing? I like pedestrian. It's nice. You get to walk around. Now, it's not nice when you've got supercars on the other side going zoom.
It depends how big the field is, you know.
Oh, it's a pretty big field.
I don't mind a stroll, but
Meanwhile, Rare Atom are looking like electric vehicles. Fantastic whenever they're made in China.
I'm not going to tariff on that one. Oof. How is somebody getting more AWPing chances than Kaze?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. This is a man who makes his own chances and sometimes is punished for them. Fortunately, he's got Summer to come through in the backstab. 2 on 3 and Hennex will equalize.
Incredibly messy duel.
The bomb can be planted. Child King, oh my god, this grenade is
it didn't go.
Not going to go far enough, and the second one finish off the job either. Child King will have to do it through his rifle instead. And maybe that's where he's the most comfortable. Clouden with the AWP recovered will have to be a little bit less than that, as he will spot out Kaze. Kaze is gone, and so is Child King. Clouden's been a shining light in a dark day for the Nomads today.
2 times they win the rounds, 2 times they go B. Maybe this could be a weakness that's abused. I mean, somebody, nice opening shots, but there wasn't actually any additional support in the bomb site itself, only that flank from Summer. But some fancy flicks from Clouden.
What is that jump from Kaze?
He's trying to be a hard target, knew the ult was given over.
Well, now he's the one fishing for chances. Kaze.
There we go.
He's found it. Good to see. Randy's thinking, my god, first Vex site, now this. I can't catch a break on short.
Yeah, and Clouden took a lot of damage just even attempting to help out on that mid control. Definitely the one piece that seems to be hitting the hardest so far for the Nomads. Walking wounded. Yeah, there's just not as much of the cute tactics that we saw from the Nomads shining through at this stage of the tournament. He will attempt to go for a slow pinch on this A bomb site.
It's a good position from Child King, as he will be able to get the jump on Hennex. Hennex more worried about a man coming up the ladder rather than from the side of it. Child King, though, wasn't prepared for this progression. Li Hang as well goes down. It's only Summer, and that's all they need on this A site.
Yeah, Child King was just the first part of the defense. Some were able to sweep up the rest. You can see it, they're not even that jazzed. You know, Rare Atom are pretty much dominating through these rounds.
To be fair, I think if we ever see Kaze jazzed, they've made the major.
Yeah, yeah.
Not an expressive man.
Child King even said it himself, you know, teams will sometimes go through bad periods, but good teams will come back.
Yeah, and bad teams will make roster moves. Which one are they? We're gonna find out.
Yeah. Well, Exhibit A. Make of that what you will. But that Molotov won't be effective at the very least. They may think he's in there. And
Summer has been checked and he still gets a kill. The Mac-10's at range, just can't get it done. It's close range where Hooligan finds success instead. Somebody coming in from behind this T-side smoke is going to be cordoned off. The flashbang to assist. Hooligan and Clouden are giving Nomads number 3 at the turn of the half.
Oh, maybe that's why they weren't jazzed. They knew the job wasn't finished yet. A decent amount of room here for the Nomads. It's obviously not ideal, it's not pretty, but 3 is not nothing. And it did seem as though several of these rounds were building towards almost, 11 to 1, 10 to 2 half.
A little bit, yeah. But it's 2 half by wins.
Yeah, 3 is workable.
Yeah. Get the pistol round, the gun round, another gun round, and another gun round.
And then you're there.
There you go. That's all it takes. You just have to be a believer in the college.
Yeah, I mean, most of the highlights for this half will be Rare Adam.
I'll have you know, Clouden had at least 2.
He had, yeah.
One of them didn't lead to a round win, but it was a highlight.
It's just, what do you, I mean, I don't really know what to say. The game planning from Nomads is just so bare bones, and it's allowing Rare Adam to kind of do what they want. They even see themselves having this sort of freedom of expression, especially because the rounds are developing so slow. They're not even choosing to be aggressive. They can just sit on sites and hold angles and know that they're more than likely to win.
Rare Adam are in art class and they've had a substituter come in, tell them to do whatever the hell they want to.
Yeah.
They're throwing paint at the wall. They're using brushes they've never seen. It's back to finger painting, and somehow it looks kind of good.
Yeah, it's still getting good grades.
Nomads, in the meanwhile, they spent all this time purchasing stationery, looking at what grade of paint they should be using, Googling the difference between oil and water and this and that and the other, and they've forgotten all. In the meanwhile, they also need to actually hold the brushes. A lot of the time it has felt like a mechanical difference more than anything else for the Nomads, unfortunately.
I would just love to know what's been happening in scrims for the Nomads that they feel emboldened to pick Mirage into both FlyQuest and Rare Adam, only to get blown out both first halves.
Alternatively, maybe scrims on Ancient have been going so badly. And Nomads gets a step up, they get recognition. Tai Lu comes down and says, yes, we will scrim you.
I mean,
you are worthy.
The thing is, it is a brave choice as well to move into other maps in your pool, considering that's all we talked about for the Nomads, is that their map pool actually does look quite weak. It's why we look at something like Ancient as their best map that they have as a weapon, but it can't be their only tool. It just feels as though you are going to be pushed into some of these other maps, regardless of whether you used your primary weapon. And Rare Adam will give them that chance as well in the second map in the series.
Yeah.
But I don't imagine, if this Mirage concludes the way it's currently going, that it's going to help them in their confidence moving into their good old faithful.
Clouden has a lot on his shoulders. On the CT side, it is going to be all the more relentless firepower from Rare Atom coming in on the offense. Hooligans core will have to step up massively.
Yeah, I mean, you hope as well that Hooligans able to orchestrate some good mid-round pieces. You know, kind of similar to how FlyQuest were on Ancient and Mirage. I think Hooligans done a very good job of sort of grouping his players to take areas in the mid-round. Namely so on Ancient, but you saw even FlyQuest do it on Mirage as well. Didn't necessarily help them win, but
hey,
it definitely wasn't. I mean, it definitely was a contribution, rather.
With all the parallels you're drawing between Nomads and FlyQuest, Michael, if Rare Atom win this, they go up against FlyQuest, do you think it's going to be the same there?
No.
Damn.
What, you want me to think that FlyQuest are going to just get
I'd like
destroyed?
to think that. Oh. The Flash Gaming sticker on top of the Tai Lu. The spray, rather. Iconic times. Hanpara hopes to have one of his own, and they'll have to wait. He might. I'm not one to say he won't. Hooligan as well with the USB is firing blanks. He is graffitiing the walls with bullets rather than blood. Bomb has been planted. Randy revealed a kill for that revelation, but one that is quickly traded back. Two players out in short are going to be having a very difficult time scaling up through it, and Clouden has realized that Clouden reroutes backwards. Clouden might even be saving.
Yep, they'll try to. Rare Atom want the smoke. They want to do as much damage as they can. Physical and emotional.
Come on, Clouden. Bring them in. Bring them all. Give me the stats! And he gets 1.
Yay.
That's rating.
I mean, it was just a very simple B take.
There's nothing simple about dodging bullets.
Am I annoyed?
Okay, Michael?
I mean, I feel a little like, I feel mildly upset.
So does he.
This Nomads team actually looked like it had some like good teamwork, some chemistry, some cool ideas, and I just, none of that has come forward in these past 2 games.
Please don't sound so disappointed. I'm traumatized. Hooligan and Randy maybe are giving you reasons to be less disappointed, Michael. They will be traded, of course, but that gives time for the CTs to respond. Hooligan, a quick smoke out towards Palace, is now a smoke onto a site. And maybe that's why he's rerouting. The big brains, the plays. He's using it as a one-way. He's already into the site. If only he hadn't missed his shots.
Yeah, if only. AK for Clouden, though, this could still get interesting. Around the smoke, he'll try it, and he does some decent damage, but doesn't finish the kill. Nade will track down somebody, but now Power revealing position, and this smoke can work in his favor, but also against him. Couple of chances, but he just cannot hit on Child King. A 3K from Child King to keep things in Rare Adam's favor.
We had a few of those.
Yeah.
Feels like Child King never gets 1 kill, he gets 3.
These openers were quite nice, but then every bullet that followed out of those weapons just could not hit Child King to save their life.
And that was exactly what was at stake there, their lives. Nomads are now down 3-11. They have purchased up some deagles so that they can feel like they'll have a contributing opportunity, but let's be very frank over here, they don't. Canex, down and out. Para, last alive. And Nomads are making us believe that we are saying goodbye to the last remnants of what might even be considered qualifier teams.
I mean, Rare Adam were a qualifier team.
That's why I said might be considered. I don't consider Rare Adam a qualifier team at all in my head.
Yeah, when they were in that close qualifier, we did try and give our casters guarantee they'd make it, and sure enough, they did. They breezed past. Yeah,
it's
so relatable. It's feeling awfully silent from the Nomads camp, and it's because they're getting destroyed. I mean, outside of Clouden, who has 15 kills, 13 deaths.
My guy. Do you have any more flashes? They're not going to peek behind them, so...
How about one more?
They just take 5 seconds extra to start taking the fight. Child King, you may delay, you may defer, but best know you will die. 13-3, Michael. Are there any surprises over here? No, none at all. Rare Atom look like they could have lost 0 rounds if they wanted to.
Yeah, no, they really did try to be as aggressive as they could in a number of those rounds, and it did come back to bite them. And some of it was the somebody AWPing on that B-bomb site. But I feel like there's weirdly more to talk about in the failings of Rare Atom rather than their successes, because it just felt like they could play whatever setup they wanted. They knew that they were going to get multi-kills. Child King farming, Lihang doing a great job. Somebody also could not be stopped. So... And Kaze somehow ends on like 4 and 5 or something, you know?
Yeah.
16 rounds of play, and he has like 9 effective engagements.
That seems like Kaze to me, to be fair, right? He's passive at the best of times, and this really was the best of times. Yes, sometimes can have a little bit of razzle-dazzle, but this was not one of those rounds. This was not one of those games. Rare Atom closed it out, very comfortable, 13-3. That second half replay highlight feels like it's not even there, about as long as maybe some of those rounds were. Neokai, how are you feeling?
Nomads. Why do we keep picking Mirage? Why do we keep doing it? Stop punishing yourself.
If they lose worse on Ancient, we'll know.
We'll know. Yeah, very true. But why do they keep making life so difficult for themselves? I don't know. We saw them do this yesterday. Same sort of plan. I mean, again, Rare Atom, fair play. And this is kind of coming back to what we spoke about a little bit on the desk. Rare Atom, when they're against sides that are quite significantly less than them, they make life miserable, and they did. Not even one back-to-back round for for the Nomads. Rare Atom, light work in this opening map.
What do you mean? They were fighting so hard. They were pulling out all their strats, and they were calling Advent in the middle to ask what they should do.
And they got Nomads got one more round than they did against FlyQuest.
There we go. There we go. Somebody was flying Child King to be expected as well. Like you guys mentioned, it's quite hilarious. Kaze 4-4, just a spectator.
31 ADR.
Yeah, didn't even need.
I thought he was 4-5. It's even worse. Like how many people did this guy see?
Quite literally, that was going to be even more damning to Nomad. You've just lost 4v5 essentially. No, not that Kaze was useless. He just wasn't needed.
Kaze walked away for lunch in the middle. I'm pretty sure.
But honestly, the easiest game that Rare Atom have had to play in a long time, even easier than some of their closed qualifying games. They actually breezed all the way throughout that. So fantastic to see for them. If we're being completely frank, Yumi, this should just be the tail of the tape for the series.
Yeah, it's just like I was saying before, and in the cast, I feel like I'm so let down by the Nomads, and I had such little expectation for them.
Where's the teamwork? Where's the play?
I just want to see that same flavor. I don't care if it's as successful. I don't care if it doesn't work out and Rare Atom still embarrass you. But they don't even have that to go off of. They're playing super defaulty. They're trying to take individual duels, and they're being humbled every single time. And we are not learning our lesson, because if you are against players like Child King, like Li Hung, like somebody, they will not be scared of you until you earn their respect. There is none of that earned here.
Yeah, and MVP for this guy as well, T-Time Child King. I mean, you could have given it to a few different people.
No, it was all Child King. I was Child King all the way. As much as I want to give somebody the spiritual MVP for re-peeking into apartments with that second re-up all alone 3 times, and I do want to give him that. Sure. It was very clearly Child King being the best player on the server, bar none. And, to build on what Michael's saying, I'm joking, I'm having fun, but I'm also a little bit sad because I did actually think, even going into the FlyQuest game, that I thought Nomads, with all of this preparation, I did think they had the numbers. I did think they had the members to be able to maybe put up some numbers as well. Maybe look at like 8-9 rounds. This is kind of pathetic.
We're seeing ugly sprays from everyone as well, and that's maybe even going back to what I think even Hooligan said himself into the little videos that we've been able to show, is that people are nervous. Like
it's so obvious.
It's less to do with the stage, because they're familiar with this setup. It's more to do with there's more fans in the audience. There's also the fact that on the nameplates, that you're against some of the best in the region.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, they touched on it. If we can just focus on a few things and not play with any nerves, we're going to be fine here. And they looked unbelievably nervous. Woeful, I think is just the word you have to put it for this side. There's so little on offer, unfortunately. So we're going to throw this on to a break. We're heading in towards map number 2. It's Ancient up next. We've seen good things on Ancient, and we're hoping to see something good from Nomads. We'll have to see after the break.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yep. Well, fellas, we head in towards map number 2. It is Ancient coming up next. And good news is, we've actually seen some good stuff on Ancient from this Nomad side, especially in that close qualifier, but it needs to be a completely different showing to Mirage T-Time.
Well, I'll give you the bad news, which is that we've also seen some incredible stuff from Rare Atom in that close qualifier coming out on the Ancient, where they have looked unstoppable, even winning 1 versus 5s, which is when you go back to some of those clutches and the like. Now, of course, it should be better than Mirage, but it's hard not to be.
Yeah, no, I mean, our expectation is definitely higher for them on this map. I do think it is their best looking map in the pool, but that's only if the same Nomads show up. That is a very big condition coming into this series, is that I just don't think they've even played their game, and I hate that as a trope for players in interviews, but it really does feel like it's a completely different version of the Nomads. They don't look as cohesive, they're not hinging off each other, they're not going for pack-based plays, they are simply going for individual duels and losing them consistently from the FlyQuest game to this one. I have not seen the same Nomads here in this stage of the tournament.
Now, when we saw them earlier in that close qualifier and they took down Chinggis Warriors, something that we kind of were giving them praise for is talking about preparation. I think now it's very safe to say in hindsight, they had all the preparation for FlyQuest, nothing. They could have had a day's worth of preparation here for Rare Atom and still nothing. So I think it's, at least for me, it becomes very clear to say that Chinggis Warriors were not taking that game seriously. They did not show up in the way we expected, and Nomads, no matter how much preparation they bring, to take down Rare Atom here at Ancient feels very, very unlikely. But let's find out if they can push it towards a third, or if it is farewell to Nomads here in the Asian Champions League.
Michael, you've heard of David versus Goliath. Have you heard of Bob versus Goliath?
Who's Bob?
He's the one who died before David.
Yeah, well, at least he had a chance at it, right?
He died.
Yeah, well,
his
bravery
Bob
will be admired.
Or David.
I can only hope that they are David, at least on this map. This is the one map that has looked good.
Somebody's going to be here to look at them. See if they do actually live up to expectations or not. He will not be able to find that initial kill, but Summer and Kaze are coming in from the side, from behind smokes. And the collapse onto the retaking idea that Adam bring forward.
Yeah,
going to pay off.
They weren't sure where Para was, but he just made some steps rotating into Red Room, but they really want to take this duel. They don't want to give him isolated fights, and so they're triple watching Spawn because they were watching from Donut already, and they knew he wasn't coming that way. So, I mean...
It's a bomb plant.
Yeah, it's a bomb plant, and it's a solid defense from Adam. I say defense because that bomb went down and everybody died pretty much instantly. Power was on a lurk, hoping that someone would come out from Cheetah, Cave, somewhere from that B bomb site to clear for information, but they stick to pretty bog standard rotates. They don't take that risk, and they out-aim them.
Yeah, I like the Rare Atom call if this is going to be, hey, let's just go more people in mid so we can rotate faster every round.
It's fair.
This time, nothing of the sort. They're expecting a B-sided play to be coming in. Somebody in through the smoke will give Hooligan a rude awakening. Liang's MP9 is going to be accompanied very soon with dead bodies and M4A4s. One of them belonging to his enemies, the other to his teammates.
Came to this round with 2 smokes.
Well,
kind of want an extra one on that A-bomb side if you're going to go for a fast play. If you don't have that like a 2-man push into Donut, then it can be very difficult to take control of that sector. They run 1 man out, he dies instantly, and you're singly channeled through through A main. And you just have a number of angles you have to consider. I mean, Temple is open, back of the bomb site, now the mouth to Donut as well. It felt like taking some Donut control was a must for that particular fast-paced play.
Oh, Incendiary and the grenades. Lee Hung is coming through with an easy first. That is a strange smoke. Sometimes you ask for smokes to be used, sometimes you ask for them to be used correctly. You're a demanding man, Michael. Freebie for Kaze, and I don't think that's the last of it. He will be given chances at 2 more. Nomads on the other side. Losing hope, what little they had left.
Yep, they've had 1 kill in these rounds gone by.
But everyone knows pistol rounds are fake. Gun rounds are where things
There are some teams that are just so good at winning pistol rounds, I just don't believe that, so.
They are fake, Michael. They're a figment.
Yeah, I've never truly believed in pistol round RNG.
They're a figment of your imagination.
Just aim better.
Thanks, coach. Unfortunately, that might be one of the pieces of advice to give to Nomads right now, and they have to aim higher and better. Summer waits for the crossover, smokes will bloom, and as Nomads wait, one of them has chased past. Retake Incendiary deployed from Kaze, but Summer's left alone, so Kaze right now is just going to smoke himself off. And what if I can't see you, you can't see me? Maybe I can get away with it. Child King actually finds a gap on the side of that smoke. We'll be able to quickly cut off Cheetah while somebody comes in from behind. It's also Lee Hang to close the distance. Kaze to move in. Para takes him out short, but the trade is good. And as Hooligan is still at least able to find that first kill for himself, it's not enough.
Yeah, that exec didn't go the way they wanted it to. They threw a smoke from spawn, or as they're emerging out from those B doors, that was supposed to land either in short or cave. I can't tell which one. It landed on top of cave, so somebody had full sight line into the bomb site. That's why you see them slow down significantly once they get past B ramp. It's a smoke that just bloomed above Summer in that moment. And sure, they get security in the plant, but all that extra time that's stalled out, they can't fight for forward positions. They can't track down that kill so easily inside of cave, or know that they have security in that as a post-plant position. And so just by being off-tempo in that manner, Nomads get heavily disrupted, and it's their own fault.
Randy out in the middle has been taken down low, and Lee Hang is here to finish him off. It's a sloppy spray, so Clouden can't attack back, and Clouden's done it twice. The problem is there's more where that came from.
I love the decision here from Nomads. I mean, just a heavy crunch towards mid and getting clouded off of B lane like that allows Randy to that extra space to find red too. So a man advantage here for the Nomads, but they crawl into Kaze's AWP.
Child King is still untouched as well, so Kaze can hold off the A-bomb side pretty comfortably so, as long as Child King is fine over here on B. Middle has no more members. That's a gamble that Rear Atom felt like they don't want to take. That's why they will verify it through Kaze. Child King waits for the push to come through. He's jiggling angles, might be missing timings, but no, his timing is impeccable. Bomb drop, he knows. He knows there's another one right where the first came from.
Oh man, it's gross watching Child King do stuff like that. I mean, you saw his hesitation between both Cave as well as B Slope, and once he understood that there was a timing that could be hit, he's so fast on the draw as well. Now, this isn't just a haphazard clear, understanding that he's juggling these two angles. He went out with intent to kill, and damn does he do it well.
That second shot is brutal. Tech9s are all Nomads can muster up, and I will say that a lot in this half.
It's a little awkward there for Child King.
Well, not anymore. Picks up the 1 kill, picks up the 2 kills, picks up the 3 kills.
He's untouchable.
He really is.
10-0.
It's exactly what you want to see if you're one of the Chinese members of the audience over here, which I suspect most of them are.
Yeah, but I'd imagine they want a little bit of drama.
They are kind of looking at their phones and
just a couple
like,
of them, yeah.
Well, I guess this is good for us.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure I blame them. You know, you get these masterclass displays from Child King, sure, but
maybe they just on Weibo writing about it.
It's just not as fun when the fights always go one way.
Now tell Child King that. Well, right now it does seem a little bit pre-programmed, Michael. At 1 p.m. today, you are going to see a hailstorm. Of rain? Well, yes, that too. Yanchang's actually had pretty rainy weather recently, but also bullets.
Right. A hailstorm, though. It's not been cold enough for that.
It's a hailstorm of bullets. That's what I'm talking about. Stick to the programming.
7-0 start. Basically no drama here for Rare Adam outside of the one round where Nomad's got a man advantage, only for that to be instantly seeded.
I'll have you know, there's been drama. Child King, why do you keep taking all of our kills from us?
I mean, they keep going to him.
I'm sorry, they just keep coming to me. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's my best cool guy impression.
Right place, right time. Also, can I just say, why are players like Somebody and Summer buying their own guns when you have Li Hang and Child King basically capped? They're not even being efficient.
Because they are trying to be with the kids, Michael. They're trying to believe in no cap.
What does that even mean?
They're not good at being with the kids, Michael. They're old. It's okay. So am I. So are you. It's all right. We're all going to die
Fiscal
soon.
responsibility is not a children's thing.
Well, it should be. We should be teaching financial responsibility to children, Michael.
I actually agree with that.
There you go. And maybe Nomads can put this little investment opportunity they have to great returns. This is not investment advice, but Tech9s can give you a 5x return sometimes.
I think this is the exact same set piece we saw from them during the close qualifier. They walk through to cave, they Molotov off the entrance, and they just try and overwhelm, or the entrance to cave, rather.
Well, there's going to be no one inside cave. Rare Adam might have been watching those qualifiers. Summer waits, and he is going to be rewarded for that wait with a shot to the side of the head. Loudon takes him down. Child King in behind. He'll not be checked, and Para rectifies that. Kaze is going to be cordoned off. It felt like Rare Adam was in a good position to actually deal with that cute little play. But maybe they'll be able to do so on the retake regardless. 3 versus 2. Cloud and smoked off, peeks out first with a Tech9, can't get the kill instantly, and with his teammate dying, Rare Adam will still recover.
The set peeks is always cute. I mean, it's definitely something that Nomads have used and benefited from earlier on into this tournament, but again, it only really works that well when Rare Atom aren't feeling themselves and also understand that your approach has to be fairly one-track minded.
You also just need to get kills when you're given those initial opportunities, right? It's hard to criticize Clouden for that spot, but if you're peeking out close range with a Tech 9, you see a player not looking at you, you need to kill. It's not easy. I wouldn't say it is. I'd be doing it if it was.
Yeah, it's just a little too easy coming back on that retake for Rare Atom because their rotates are quick.
Yeah. They've never had to second guess themselves at all. A lot of utility used by the T side early on to try and help them set up. The problem is bullets. And a lot of them. 2 players coming in through Donut. It's going to be a stack from Rare Atom to see if they can spot anyone out. It's a bit late though, so somebody will be forced to contend. Trying to shoot through those double doors is hardly fun, but that's all he has available to him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that a single bullet actually went through and did any damage, but he did soften up at least one of them.
And meanwhile, ooh, was trying to look for that soft player. Randy's still fighting. Randy expects there to be another one, and although his expectations are correct, his aim is unfortunately not able to back them up. Bomb is split up from its supporting element. Henex has got to find this kill on Child King. It is critical.
Oh dear, messiest spray we've seen from Child King all game long, and Kaze at least does spot the other while they suss out the lurk.
Oh god, Henex is dead to the grenade as well. Kaze was just trying to open the smoke, Michael. That's all he was doing.
Yeah, you dare block me off? I want to get a sight line.
A smile from Kaze, Michael. I saw that one.
Well, yeah, now he's actually a part of the action. Now he's actually fragging. Before he was 4-4 while everybody was charging ahead, top of the scoreboard, pushing for 20+ kills.
Like, somebody, you guys are so mean. You didn't let me get kills when I was playing against you. Now you won't let me get them when I'm playing with you.
Yeah, skill issue.
It's a round issue for the Nomads, and one that they're hoping they can rectify with Para out and about. Quickly up he goes. Child King going through the smoke over here would be a wild play. He decides to not be a wild man today. He just finds a kill through the smoke instead of going through it. Why not? Another opportunity for Kaze to frag, and Clouden will take advantage of Kaze's momentary blindness, brings it back to a 1 versus 1. It's the best chance Nomads have had in a while. But Child King is not hesitating. He's circling in from behind, clears out the B lane, and Clouden picks up the AWP. He feels like his best bet is going to be with the one-shot kill, and he just cannot land it.
Oh, it did feel like that was his best chance, but he went for a very bold plant position. Even if he had the right read, he knew Child King was inside of cave. If his read was that he was going to somehow flank back to ramp, or if there was, you know, if that was the route that Child King took, because Clouden made steps running back ramp. Child King tried to get ahead of it. It's why the plant was even allowed, but Clouden didn't play, you know, deep enough or far enough that he could slink back into a post-plant position, even if he was in ramp. Even had an open pathway to A, but he also didn't want to completely lose track of the last man. 10-0, and I feel like we've gone here fast.
Yeah, it does feel like it's been a swift affair. But can the Nomads fight back? Yes, they can.
Yeah, flashes were good. Summer was dead blind, and now he's dead himself. Liang, good counter.
The Axel fighting over here. He will not be able to find the kill onto Henex, and Rare Atom with the double up being all that they have left. Somebody.
Right, another man advantage.
Yeah, well, maybe it's one they can maintain. No, somebody is so fast. He doesn't switch out for the AK, but he knows position for the following duel. Will he be able to find it? Oh. Yes, he can.
No shot.
It's actually a great shot. Kaze has decided, well, if you're going to take my weapon, I'll take yours. AK-47 in his hand, likely to be the one to lead the charge. Remember, somebody has utility.
Yeah, smoking a molly.
A lot of it. Hooligan, he's got a Molotov of his own, but if Kaze is taken out early on, that would be big. The problem is that Hooligan's revealed position, and now he's just trying to line up the spray, and somebody is going to get them all. The no-scope close range. Rare Atom, will they ever stop?
No, it's despicable. It's absolutely despicable. How do they let that one go? I mean, killed a red shirt. They were looking to contain. They played forward before that bomb was even down. Yeah, that's warranted.
It's a team building exercise, Michael. That's what it feels like, at least. Somebody is taking pot shots while Lee Hang is just taking shots.
Well, we said Ancient couldn't be much worse.
I've been a liar before.
Yeah, I don't think we lied. It shouldn't have been. But they have struggled to even get one round. They say equalized to a 4-on-4, but again, when they're even keel, when they have a one-man advantage, it's instantly taken back.
Hooligan is inside the smoke with the bomb. Child King is really expecting a push forward, and well, if he's not going to get one, Summer will do it instead. Hooligan finally gets the angle to work. You're back in a 2 versus 2. Somebody, please, I'm begging you, stop going for the no-scopes. He agrees, but it's the pistol that he pulls out, then back to the quick scopes. Kaze has had enough of this. At least he'll get a fight this way. An HE that could finish off Clouden if he's deployed it, but hard to make that call. Hooligan hidden away is going to be the true insurance policy. Clouden feels like he might have missed that opportunity. He gives the call out to Hooligan. Hooligan peeks in from behind the HE. Will give Nomads their first round.
Incredible stuff.
Insanity.
Fantastic work.
Wow.
I mean, just punishing some of the aggression from Rare Atom. They thought there was going to be a breeze, and they were actually right. There was a breeze for most of that half, but that last round did weigh into some of their complacency. Now, it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't, because the Nomads have clearly forgotten who they were.
That's the thing about being Nomads, Michael. You move around a lot, right? So they try to move onto Mirage, and what they find is that there's too much aggression there.
You know what's even worse is that the Nomads CT side actually looked really good. This is Rare Atom's pick. Nomads got to choose. They decided they wanted to start on T.
I don't know if that's worse than an 11-1 deficit, but yeah, that makes it worse at least.
It's just...
Look,
within that context, I feel a little bit disappointed again.
All jokes aside,
I'm not
this
joking.
Is obviously, I was joking. This is obviously a very disheartening performance from the Nomads. It's going to be disheartening for themselves. It's going to be disheartening for their fans and supporters. And we do try and remember that this is a small team with a small organization and big dreams, but unfortunately we were shown some big hands as well at times. We were shown some interesting plans. We were shown promise. And I won't lie, I'll be honest, if this was Ninjas having the same thing, I'd probably meme less on them and whatnot, because I had lower expectations of that team. When I look at a team like Nomads, it was interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just because we were shown so much promise. That's maybe why I come across a little harsh. I do agree, this is only early stages. We talked about the length of the roster and them building coming into this year. I just think that the things that make them look promising have basically not been displayed at all. And that's a structural thing. That's a calling decision. That's, players not communicating with each other. And some of that is affected by bigger stages, bigger teams that you play up against. But I just hoped that after the knockout that they received versus FlyQuest and even the following map against Rare Atom, someone had to have said something to get you back on the right track. And right now the Nomads, it's strange to think that, you know, we have this conversation about the Huns and their crisis of confidence, but it's weirder to believe that the Nomads, considering they're reaching new heights, feel like they're experiencing that same confidence striking down.
If you would make a comparison to another game, I mean, if you look out towards MOBAs and stuff, this actually happens fairly often. When you're going up against a team that's better than you, sometimes you just don't pick the heroes that you're known for, right? You sometimes just go away from the strategies that got you there in the first place because you think, oh, I need to catch them off guard, I need to do this, I need to do that, and in that process, you lose even what got you there in the first place. Nomads, perhaps some soul searching to be done, as well as some demo watching.
They're just missing a bit of pizzazz, a bit of funk. They're missing some essence. There is no aura right now for this Nomad squad. And I wanted Rare Atom to be tested at least slightly, but an 11-1 scoreline, what can you do?
Well, I wanted them to be dominant.
I like dominance too, but make the round stressful.
Yeah.
Exactly. Even in the stressful ones, they were like no scoping and just, yeah, don't know.
Vibing. Well, the vibes are saying go donut. Trump down. Come through. Randy over here is going to be given contest, cannot find himself a single kill. Li Hang will allow that bomb to be planted relatively uncontested, and somebody is going to find the solitary contester, Hooligan, tagged down early. Goosh. But is that just a man standing there? Yes, it is. Child King turns around finally, made aware of that presence. Bomb yet to be planted.
Yeah, they can't feel safe to do so. No smokes that are up. They know that Hooligan is still applying pressure in from Donut, but now that he's been dealt with, there might be a push by Rare Atom to secure it. Because Kaze now opting for that line of thinking. Hennex does reveal from spawn, but Rare Atom have at least secured a very strong after plant position. They clear main, they clear Donut, and they're still inside the site.
Hennex spotted out, they're going to be juggling between them, and with somebody never afraid to take a duel, he will find the win. Clouden taken down as well on top of it all, and Para is left alone. 1 versus 4, and I wouldn't say his chances look any better than he started the round with.
Summer is on B, by the way. you flag all the way through cave, so this is a 1-on-2 here for Para.
It's a 1-on-1 now.
Yeah, he doesn't have a kit, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Burst fire on Kaze. Sends Para to the spirit.
What was Summer doing over on B, man? Para kept fighting from spawn, and Summer's like, don't worry, guys, I'll get there eventually.
See, Summer's game planning for the next inch. He's thinking, oh, if I sit over here in this angle, this is it.
It just looked insane. They were stalled out on A for so long, he escaped out from Donut and was like, don't worry, guys, I'm going to flank him from the B-bomb site.
Things were not supposed to get worse after Mirage.
No, they weren't.
I wouldn't be that disappointed, buddy. Clouden's already dead.
Somebody's just running and gunning, man. He's full blind and B's taken.
He's having a good time.
My days.
And well, their days might be over. Rare Atom are putting them to bed. 13-1. If there was anyone to question their pedigree, I'd like to see them now.
Yeah, Rare Atom breeze past another one of these teams from the close qualifiers. The Nomads, we had high expectations. Actually, I think we had reasonable expectations, but I think they fell even below that. And what can you do but smile? I mean, the Rare Atom guys were dominant, and they always are great at punching down at weaker opposition, but they really did make Nomads look even more vulnerable than FlyQuest did, and I didn't know that that could happen twice over. They found themselves within the group of death, it's fair to say, but the Nomads, as much as there was a commendable display from them in the close qualifiers, here against the big dogs, they could not keep up.
And unfortunately, this is one of those reminders that we get about Asia, right? That there are truly divisions to this. There are levels to this game, and it takes time to cross those levels. Nomads are hoping that they will be given that time. They'll be given those chances later on. Rare Atom, in the meanwhile, though, they had fun. I'll say that. They had a lot of fun in that game. No scopes, running and gunning, pulling pistols out, this, that, and the other. It felt like the only one with a serious bone was Kaze in that entire series.
Yeah, I mean, he was the only one not sort of kill hunting as much as the rest of the gang, but Yeah, the fact that, you know, typically we go into these games and the replays are actually quite lengthy because we try and capture as much of the game as we can. Well, these replays have been rather short just because there wasn't that much drama. So 13-1, Neo, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, that was quick. I feel like our death segment might have been a little bit longer, actually.
Yeah.
That was pretty insane. But, you know, Nomads, you got to say just how the cookie crumbles. They got put into the group of death. These are expected results in a way, right? Lost to FlyQuest, lost to Rare Atom, and actually quite dominantly too. But my God, Rare Atom, they you know, they kind of toyed with them. They had their fun. They were really starting to kind of just flex their muscles a little bit, which actually I think is actually a really good sign for them. It means, you know, the loss from in their opening game hasn't affected them going forward. And I think, you know, a dominant win like that, even more dominantly than FlyQuest, it does sort of that lower bracket game to be really quite spicy.
I'm glad that FlyQuest are going to have a confident Rare Atom going up against it, because right where I'm saying that there's levels, I think Rare Atom is still yet to prove that they're on the very uppity up echelon of the Asian scene, and that's what they look to do over here at this tournament, right? The good thing is that they make good with the cannon fodder very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the scoreboard as well. Not a lot to mention over towards Nomads, of course, expectedly.
Top frag again, baby.
Yeah,
my guy.
But somebody King, both absolutely fantastic. Kaze got 3 times as many kills in this map than he did map number 1. So, you know, we will take all the silver linings and all the W's here for Rare Atom, Mike.
Yeah, I suppose. Like, Kaze was more active. He was involved in some of the clutches as well. So, you know, for him, yeah, probably feeling pretty good. But I don't think he was very stressed out. They weren't like flashing him off angles or anything. He was just often getting kills in the mid round where people were walking into him. So hardly the hardest shots he's had to hit.
Yeah, essentially this is one of kind of the worst sort of positions to be in terms of a death segment, because there's actually just so little to talk about. It's a completely expected result. Even with how dominant it was, it's expected. I didn't think that ever would be a competition in this sort of matchup. There is massive gulfs in class between these two sides, and that's how it panned out. King, fantastic all the way throughout the series.
All I'm learning is that the Nomads should, 1, stop picking Mirage, and 2, don't pick T-side when you have Ancient gifted to you by Rare Atom. I couldn't believe they opted for that.
It's very true. This is how our bracket now pans out as well. As I saw yesterday, of course, GG Hao put their spot in towards the Group A finals, which means they are guaranteed to go to Shanghai. The same can be said for Tyloo as well, with a win earlier today over FlyQuest. Now, barn burn over 3 mapper. They've also guaranteed by booking their spot, and they'll be waiting to see who, for both of them, will be facing them through the lower bracket. That now sets us up for Linvision versus the Huns and FlyQuest versus Rare Atom. And of course, that's what we're going to get tomorrow, T.
It's going to be a fun time. I think, personally, for me, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Linvision and the Huns face off versus each other. Obviously, we've seen such a neutered version of both of them versus GG Hao that now I've gone from saying, oh, maybe Huns were just really bad versus GG Hao to thinking maybe GG Hao is just that much better than everyone else. Maybe the real group of death was Group A.
Yeah, maybe. Of course, that FlyQuest Rare Atom game is going to be pretty insane as well. This is 2 sides at the upper echelons of the Asian Counter-Strike scene, right? And I think this is going to be, again, quite indicative. There's still debates out about where the ranking is kind of after the Mongols, Yumi, and this sort of tournament is the perfect way to solve that.
And I think FlyQuest are going to be looking very confident, you know, given the way that the Tyloo game ended up for them versus the way that Rare Atom got blown away by Tyloo earlier on. I mean, we don't usually like to look at like transitory results, but for them, they're probably thinking they should have won that game against Tyloo, and this Rare Atom, they may even come in a little bit emboldened by the fact they've just beat up the Nomads, who the FlyQuest themselves managed pretty well.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, those games are actually elimination on the line, as it is this lower bracket, which is kind of insane that, you know, we do have to say goodbye to one of FlyQuest or Rare Atom, where they're both sides that we could have actually made decent conversations, especially the groups have done differently, for them all to be part of that top 4 heading towards Shanghai. But that is how things work, that's how seeding works and all the rest. It should be pretty insane. And then even then, to follow that, you got the teams like your GG House and your Tyloos watching on from the wings and saying, right, who are we facing for a chance to go all the way to the final, for a chance to book our spot to EWC.
Absolutely, and over here, I do think it's going to be a great declaration of war for whichever teams come forward, because we've managed to see them in these dips of form, right? Rare Atom, Huns, Linvision, and I'd say FlyQuest is probably a little bit different from everyone else in the sense that they looked very good even in their loss, but you know what? Whoever is going forward, it's going to be a really interesting rematch in that last day.
Yeah, you know, big questions about the Huns as well. You know, sure, they got a win in the lower bracket to start things off, but I don't know, man. I'm still not convinced that this side's fixed their issues, right? I mean, they've been talking about it. We spoke about it at length as well. And, you know, for the rut that they've been in recently since the MRQ and that loss to God's Reign, is one win enough for them to completely shake it off, right? And, of course, they've got quite a tough task.
Yeah, and they've been winning some of their online officials as well, sort of. But when they're coming back to LAN, it's been a bit more difficult. So, yeah, I think some of it's that transition between the two environments. But it does really feel like the confidence is being stricken away by some of the core strengths and the core strengths that roster can provide via their stars. And like, it's good that Yami had a good game the other day, but I need to see that consistently, especially now that they're against Linvision.
And 9 as well, right? You know, he's had some pretty rough maps, but at least yesterday, especially that second map, really, really good from 9, right? He put in the numbers, not only in the calling department, but also putting the frags on the board. That's what we want to see.
There will always be caveats to that performance in the same way where there will be caveats to today's performance from somebody in Child King and whatnot. Sure. We're done with the caveat Counter-Strike. We're in the top 5 of Asia right now, where we do have everyone outside, be on a downturn, but coming right back up. GJ How have somehow become this Middle Eastern menace who no one really expected. And then Rare Adam are fighting to be in with the best as well. I think this is going to be the best that we can have.
I mean, good news as well, there's no shocks here, right? I mean, this is to be expected. If you'd asked us to make a list of the top 5 of this tournament, we've actually still got all of them in play, right? The people who have been eliminated are 4G, Ninja, and of course, now the boys Nomads. To be expected, right? They're the weakest of the bunch. I mean, Ninja really, you know, initially wasn't even meant to be here. I have to be said, though, if it was Chingus Warriors here instead, that actually would have been a bit of a different conversation. Who knows what could happen with them? Because, sure, maybe a month ago we wouldn't expect them, but major qualification, top 4 at Messer as well. You're thinking, all right, maybe Chingus Warriors are starting to cook a little bit. So that's the only thing about this tournament now that is going to be the left up in the air, right? We actually still need to figure out where do Chingus Warriors
But they're
slot
not
in.
some, like, heavy hitter outside of that. They're supposed to be punching up.
Exactly, right? We're still trying to figure out where they're going to go in the top 6 or so, but for now, that is us done. We're going to throw over towards the stage. Rusty and Baseline J are there, and I think, if I'm right in saying, they're joined by Child King. See ya.
Well, there we have it. Rare Atom with a dominant victory under their belt. Congratulations to you and the team, Child King. But I gotta ask you, came into this series having lost previously against Tai Lu. What was the mindset, the mentality, and the confidence like amongst yourself and the rest of the team heading into this?
你们上一场输给天路，那你们这一场的你们的这个心态是什么样的呢？在比赛之前，你们的想法是什么样的？
没啥想法吧，因为打天路的话，确实他们也挺厉害的，就有输有赢嘛，也很正常，因为经常交手。其实心态的话就，摆正就好了，其实也没啥。
We didn't really think too much about it because like we play Tai Lu all the time and we go back and forth and sometimes they win, sometimes we win. So we just had to make sure that our mentality was stable.
Would you say that walking away with such a dominant victory in this series in particular is maybe giving you a little bit of a confidence boost for your next game?
你觉得今天就这么一场酣畅淋漓的胜利，对于队伍的这个信心会不会有帮助？
我觉得拿下这场比赛其实很在意料之内吧，其实还好。
It's all right, honestly, because we fully expected to win today. So.
And your the Nomads pick of Mirage, obviously knowing that they had lost previously on Mirage in such a dominant fashion as well, was that a little bit of a surprise for you guys, realizing that they're opting to pick it again?
Nomads 就是他们上一场比赛也是选了 Mirage， 然后输得很惨，但是他们今天又选出来了，你们是不是觉得有一点惊讶呢？
有一点吧，但是可能我们枪比较准吧，然后轻松拿下了。
Maybe we were a little surprised, but like our aims were cracked today, so we were able to win easily.
Yourself in particular, you were looking super comfortable on the server as well, but ahead of your game versus FlyQuest, is there anything you want to say to them if they are listening right now?
你今天的状态感觉非常不错，那你们下一场打到对阵这个 FlyQuest， 那么你有什么想跟他们说的呢？
没啥想说的吧，就是对战之中见真章吧。
I don't really have much to say to FlyQuest, so we'll just leave in the servers.
Let the server and the fragging do all of the talking. Child King, congratulations to you and the team. Looking forward to some more games from you.
And and that's it for us today. I thank you guys so much for watching wherever you are, and we'll see you guys same time tomorrow. 非常感谢子豪来接受我们的采访。我们今天的比赛也是全部结束了，我们明天同一时间再见。
there. Come, back for a minute, okay? We go long together. Okay.
One banana and one A side. Heaven. Left mid.
Nice. Good job.
太快了，我的，还没贴烟呢。对。